stories for you. We're going to start with Hayden Panettiere. Her on and off boyfriend, Brian Hickerson, and his brother, Zach, were at the South Carolina apartment where the actor died over the weekend. A Greenville police officer who went to the home on Sunday afternoon was met by the brothers and saw paramedics performing CPR on an unresponsive woman, according to the police report. The report comes as Panettiere's mother, Leslie Vogel, spoke about the death, saying that her daughter found herself on the wrong path. She said, "I think Hayden sadly lost her way, and I wish it were different. I wish that she had stayed true to herself because she had many incredible attributes." In her 2026 memoir, Panettiere described a turbulent relationship with her mother. When she was 19, she actually tried to, separate their working relationship. Yeah. But she called her a perfectionist and alleged that she had super glued a fallen tooth back into her mouth so that she wouldn't lose a job. The appearance of Brian Hickerson at the scene of her death followed charges of abuse and a fraught relationship. He was charged in 2020 with multiple counts of felony abuse and pleaded no contest to 2 counts of injuring a spouse or partner. He served a short time in jail due to the case. He was sentenced to 4 years of probation and anger management. He completed the terms and recently asked a judge to reduce his conviction of them to misdemeanors. They denied that request on Thursday. She had written about him and his time behind bars, saying that she had hoped that it would change him. She said, "I needed him to admit his wrongs and change because of them, but I didn't want to traumatize him in an irreversible way." And by the way, I saw another excerpt about him, or I actually saw an interview. She was talking about him saying, essentially, like abusive people that you're in a relationship with are like weeds. Like you pull them out and then they grow back. And they have this way of just sticking around and coming back into your life. The fact that they were...
And she tended
just couldn't have helped.
Her life was populated with a lot of the wrong people. That's what it appears to be.
Yeah.
Yep. So apparently the police report was heavily redacted, but it said a responding officer first spoke to Zach Hickerson, who said the unresponsive woman was his brother's girlfriend. Brian did not become emotional until EMS declared her officially deceased, the officer said.
I saw a couple of people. There was something Uma Thurman was quoted as saying, not Uma Thurman, it was Charlize Theron, talking about experience with her, and that it was her belief that she might have been molested when she was younger. And this was part of the thing as well. It wasn't verified, but apparently it was something that was known by a lot of people.
There's a clip of her talking about actually being on a boat.
Yeah.
And she kind of gets brought into a room with a much older man.
Yeah.
And she was younger.
Was it her? Because I saw a similar clip, but it was a guy talking about it. It wasn't actually her talking about it. So it was, third party.
Yeah.
Did you actually see her talking about it?
I saw a clip from an interview of her talking about it.
Okay,
Yeah.
Not good.
Well, on the other side of things, Vladimir Klitschko, the ex-fiancé and father of her daughter, shared an emotional tribute. He described the moments together as a time of profound shock and grief right now for his family, while remembering Panettiere as an important part of his life. He also praised her career, saying she built an incredible career through immense talent while also facing the darker sides of a very demanding industry.
So freaking sad, man.
Speaking about their 11-year-old daughter, Kaya, he said, "I will always speak of her mother with respect and make sure that she remembers the person that she was." Their relationship spanned on and off over 9 years before officially breaking up in 2018. She gave Vladimir had full custody of their daughter because she was dealing with postpartum and substance abuse. Tributes have also poured in from Panettiere's former co-stars and friends. All right, on other notes, Indy Neverett, she's the star of the movie Obsession.
Yeah, she's great.
Rumored, and her and rumored boyfriend Nick Aiello were spotted holding hands during a date night in Los Angeles.
That's a very girlfriend-boyfriend thing to do, Preston. I've done it in my own life.
They have fueled romance rumors for months with appearances together, as well as more than a few flirty Instagram exchanges.
I mean, I need to know, when they were holding hands, were their fingers interlocked, or was it the cupping one?
Do you know what I heard?
Okay.
I heard her middle finger was sort of bent, rubbing the inside of his palm.
Oh, no. What?
Oh, man.
Wow.
So their outing came just 2 days after Neverett was officially announced as Rogue in Marvel's upcoming X-Men movie.
Which I think is a fine bit of casting.
I agree. I hope that she does Rogue had a very thick Southern accent in the comic books, and I hope they go to that because they've never
She's
had
going to
that.
model hers after Colonel Sanders, Preston.
Well, that's
Yeah.
pretty Southern. The actress has seen her profile soar following the success of Obsession. She previously said her family and team have been limiting the amount of things that I'm allowed to see as she adjusts to her newfound fame. All right, Jason Kelce showing off his singing chops in a new commercial that takes aim at data center issues. The ad prompting a collab between the drink company Liquid Death and Garage Beer, which is the beverage company co-owned by Jason and Travis, suggests that the massive water requirements to cool data centers could be offset by drinking their beverage and donating your urine. I'm going to play some of this. Here we go.
AI data centers waste millions of gallons of water. That's why Liquid Death and Garage Beer have decided to team up. We want your pee to cool these data centers.
Oh, do we have any of the jingle?
I didn't hear there was a
of him saying-
song.
Oh, yeah.
No.
I got to hear this.
Yeah, if we can get that jingle, I want to hear that.
Ryan, if you can find it, because he sings the entire commercial. So they, if you're hoping to do your part, fans who happen to be in Cincinnati for the massive Oktoberfest celebration coming up on September 17th through the 20th, you can pitch in at one of the event's official on-site donation sites.
for your piss?
And you can pee if you like.
I'm a huge fan of that Liquid Death. I know it's weird to say with water,
Yeah.
but I guess the can or whatever, however it is, it really tastes clean.
Yeah.
It's very refreshing.
How much of that do you think is actual and
psychological?
psychosomatic?
A good portion.
Yeah,
I'm
I
probably
mean,
gonna
if
say.
so, mission
Yeah,
accomplished.
But I still, yeah.
They're doing it. I was always intrigued by it because and what they did was they made it look like a booze can.
They make it look like you're drinking something.
And
that's,
I'm at a concert. I'm like, ooh, what's all this Liquid Death people are drinking?
Yeah.
It's water. What? Okay, but anyhow, it's doing well. Ryan's going to try and grab that audio in just a moment. So let's see what else we have here. All right, we will go with this next story because we don't have a whole lot of time right now. Okay, Reading Rainbow star Michael Threets, known professionally as Michael the Librarian, has posted on Threads that he is seeking help and is going to check himself into a hospital.
so Reading Rainbow, I guess the current version
Yeah,
of Reading, because
yeah.
I always associate that with LeVar Burton.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with this gentleman. He had posted for his followers that he is safe but not okay. Threets had opened up in the past about his struggles with depression and anxiety in interviews.
That's
so
sad.
He's going to get some help. He said, I'm not okay. Maybe I'll never be okay. I'm seeking help, going to the hospital tomorrow. In this moment, I am safe. No matter what happens to me, I will always be thankful for the extraordinary people in my life who worry, who help me. Thank you for your care. I'll always love you.
It
So.
sort of sucks because the host of Reading Rainbow is usually sort of,
Yes.
up. Hey,
Positive,
reading.
happy.
Yeah.
Which is, it's sad to hear that somebody like that is struggling
Yeah.
with issues, and it goes to show you it can be anybody. All right, we have this is the audio of Jason Kelce singing the jingle. Here we go.
We want your pee. Please give us your pee. Let's pee on computers together. 'Cause we need lots of pee. Endless gallons of pee.
Slowly, more and more people join him.
Our important endeavor. We want your pee. Please give us your pee. Let's be on computers together and save humanity. We want your pee.
I actually like this a lot.
It's-
It's
I like
actually
the guys.
pretty fun.
The guys from Garage Beer are cool, and
Yeah.
I like the. And it's the first time I've ever seen their mascot, which is pretty amazing.
It's great.
Yeah.
It's this big, buff, kind of road warrior looking costume, but the head is just a beer can. Or not a beer can. I guess it's a Liquid Death can.
Right,
so
yeah.
it's pretty funny. All right. Listen to this, man. Tom Holland could reportedly earn more than $100 million for starring in Spider-Man Brand New Day.
Think of it.
100 million.
Think of him and Zendaya.
Yeah.
The Odyssey,
Yeah.
Spider-Man.
Yeah.
I mean, they have just dominated
So the rap
summer box office.
has reported that the unnamed individuals revealed the actor received at least $20 million up front with an uncapped back-end deal that's paying off big time as the movie enjoys huge success at the box office.
It cleared $2 billion.
It marks a huge jump from the $250,000 that he earned for his first Spider-Man appearance in 2016 in Captain America: Civil War.
I still have to see it. I want to. I demand that I see it in 3D.
Yeah.
And I've got to. Things have to line up.
So congrats, Tom
Yeah,
Holland.
man.
$100 million.
I like him.
I
I
like
like
him a lot.
them. I hope they like us.
Yeah.
I haven't
And
heard
then-
anything.
I know.
That video of him hitting the driver off the deck.
It's
when
great.
Playing golf. Yeah.
He's a really good golfer.
Is
He's
he?
a single-digit, low-handicap golfer, and maybe someday we'll get out on the links together because you know how close we are. So, all right. So Sebastian Stan, he's been in our studio before. He appears to have confirmed that he will play Harvey Dent in the Batman Part 2.
So the Winter Soldier is going to be part of DC.
Yeah.
That's pretty wild.
During an interview with Le Journal du Dimanche,
Yeah, I get it in the mailbox every morning.
Stan addressed the project saying, I also can't say anything about the Batman Part 2 by Matt Reeves, where I embody Harvey Dent. The role would introduce one of Batman's most famous adversaries as Dent eventually becomes the villain Two-Face. However, the character could serve as an ally to Batman at first as they tackle Gotham's corruption.
Well, that'd be part of the way the story goes, until he gets effed up.
Yep. So we'll see if that ends up happening. So HGTV is combining America's love for haunted houses and renovating old properties into a new Reno series. And it's hosted by Anna Camp from Pitch Perfect.
Yeah.
Love her.
Yeah, she's great.
It's called A Very Haunted Renovation. And she was also in Scream 7, so that's the tie into the haunted stuff.
Okay.
She travels to Fremont, Ohio to welcome 6 designers into, quote, the eerie and historic Bill Manor. The six will not only be tasked with restoring the Victorian mansion to save it from being torn down, but they also have to eat, sleep, and live in the reported haunted house for 31 days.
Could be something there.
Yeah.
I mean, if one of them gets viciously torn apart, I think that will work well
Right.
for the series.
Just the other night, I got spooked in my own house again. I walked
The
into
thermostat?
No, I walked into my bedroom, and this little room off of my bedroom's got these lights on. The second I opened the door, the lights went off. Right? I don't know why.
Okay.
But I got spooked. I got chills all up and down my body, as if there's ghosts in my house. And then I was thinking, I'm 51 years old. Okay, how long am I going to be afraid of ghosts?
It doesn't matter.
Right?
Something like that out of the blue happens. If you're, I don't care how old you are. Preston talks about, so that's a real world thing in your home that you can't quite explain how it happened. And it's going to give you a chill.
Yeah, if something occurs, something that is out of the ordinary and there's no immediate explanation as to why that thing just happened, it's pretty natural for your mind to go to, it's a ghost.
Especially since it's so linear. There's so many horror things that you've seen.
But am I going to be an old man? Am I going to be an elderly man?
You'll
going
crap in your pants. You'll spit up your pudding.
The 6-episode series premieres on HGTV Tuesday, September 15th, by the way. All right, we'll do one more story, and let's do this one. Olivia Colman has joined season 6 of Only Murders in the Building as the series heads to London now. The big news was revealed in a fun video with Selena Gomez and Meryl Streep, teasing that they just needed one more amazing guest star to join their show, which led to Martin Short barging in to steal the spotlight. He was quickly brushed off, and Coleman was given her rightful time to shine. She joins a packed roster of British guest stars, including David Tennant, Martin Freeman, Nicola Coughlan, and Jodie Whittaker. Steve Martin, Gomez, Short, and Streep, of course, are among the returning cast.
Jodie Whittaker, I think, was one of the Doctor Who's.
Oh, was she? Okay.
Yeah.
The new season follows the amateur detectives to the UK as they investigate Cinda Canning's death. Season 6 is currently in production with no release date announced as of yet.
So I haven't missed a season. The last one was a little... do you agree? Yeah. So hopefully they pick it back up with this.
Hey, Casey, ever since you mentioned that story about the ghost, there's literally a ghost in our computer.
Oh, man, see?
Yep, the videos keep restarting.
Oh, my
on
God.
the run. Oh, my God.
They're real. All right, we have clips to play. I think these are mystery clips. I haven't seen any.
Oh, all right.
I thought I handed them to you.
Oh, nope, never mind.
Son of a bitch.
I'm sorry, Steve. I do indeed have the answers here.
Ghost took them.
All right, and you would have gotten this first one right off the bat. A highly skilled former military police investigator gets entangled in conspiracies and corruption in Reacher. And here, Alan Richson talks about the development of the show.
Don Granger, he wrote me a 5-page handwritten letter about every detail of what that performance should look like. I realized I was a very small part, and it was going to be a village that was making this character come to life, and I was just sort of the vessel.
Yeah! New episode of Reacher streams today on Prime Video.
Do you notice that he's facing a lot more? The thing about Reacher that's so great is, he comes into a room and he's just going, sorry, you're going to get destroyed.
Yep.
But in this season, he's facing like CIA trained fighters. And
Okay.
So
Yeah.
he's getting into it.
Yeah, he's getting some people that can match him a little bit.
Okay.
But there's Steve. There was a scene in the third episode, and I'm not really giving anything away. They're in a bowling alley, and immediately I go to Rochelle and my buddy Steve are watching it. I go, pin, ball. I'm like, I'm like,
And he
these
does.
These are the weapons that are going to be used.
I mean,
and immediately, I'm like, how's he going to get his hands on a bowling pin? Well, they smash into like a trophy case, and there's a bowling pin in there, and I'm like, pin. I'm like, yes, and he grabbed it. Boom!
when he
bashes
takes
the dude
that-
in the head.
Takes the ball.
Yeah.
It's just so good. Yeah.
And there's also
Could you imagine getting wailed
Oh, my
from
God.
a guy that size in the face?
You'd die. And there's a scene also, Steve, where there's some sexual tension arising, and there's a scene where a girl comes to a hotel room and he's there with his shirt off, and I'm
Dude.
just like, dear God, look at this individual.
I would attend funerals with my shirt off if I look like that.
Yes.
Yeah, I would just
For
paint my
Christ's
clothes
sake.
on. That's all I would do. Like,
Unbelievable.
But I mean, that's closing the deal.
Yeah.
He just by happenstance answers the door with his shirt off.
Marissa, I mean, he's a little bulked up for anybody, but I mean, look at just like, oh
All
my
right.
God.
It's actually nice to see him with the shirt off because his shoulders are so broad that it
Yeah.
almost looks fake
Well-
under clothing. But like, goddamn.
Yeah. yeah.
Marissa, when he wears shirts, they just kind of hang like you might even think he was sort of overweight.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
but come on, guys. In the show, when is he ever lifting weights?
I mean, come on. How do you
He
get
did
that
last
way?
season.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, did he?
He
Okay.
did.
All right.
Yeah.
Next clip, here we go. The beloved coach returns and reminds us to believe in Ted Lasso. And here, Hannah Waddingham explains what sets the series apart from others.
Regardless of whether it was during COVID or not, I'm not a fan of roasts personally. I just love that you can have such clever writing that is hilarious and beautiful.
Blah, blah, blah.
I agree with her. New episode of Ted Lasso streams today on Apple TV+. All right, there you go. That's our entertainment report. Our next guest who's going to be here has a show on Apple TV.
Yes, very excited.
Which we're very excited. Have they arrived?
You're here, man.
Excellent. So we're going to take a break. We're going to come back in a moment, and we're going to get Oaks Fegley here in our studio. Dark Matter is the show that he's promoting, and looks really, really cool this next season.
Yeah.
We'll come back, and we'll spend some time with him, so make sure you stay with us. We'll be right back. God, we could go on.
I opened up a
forever.
can of worms with that one.
Yep. All right, taking an independent online course or college course is an 8 out of 10. So it's an independent course. Planning your prom, planning your summer vacation is a 7 out of 10.
Wait. Students can plan. I just assumed that the prom was planned by all of like the faculty and staff. I had no idea that. Well, I wasn't.
You're
part
on
of
the prom planning committee.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get
all
to
right.
pick the theme and the colors and what the little giveaway is.
You know what I did? What I recall most about the prom was that "Carry On My Wayward Son." It was in the program. They had it as by Journey, and I was like,
What?
I know.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't know why that song was listed, but it was like carry and by Journey. I was like, that's not Journey. Yeah. They didn't consult me. That's why.
Okay, so you should have been on the prom
Should've
committee.
been on the committee.
All right, solving a real world problem in your community will get you a 10 out of 10. As far as extracurricular activities being a good sign for a university.
So that's where like Eagle Scout comes into play.
Yeah.
You know, if you're an Eagle Scout, like that's part of like you have to do something for your community.
It's a final project.
It's a massive point.
Yep. So what else
What
we
about
have here?
devising a way to travel faster than the speed of light? Will that bode well for you?
They might take a peek at
I
that.
see here that you broke the speed of light barrier.
Model, UN, and debate.
Why do you have to be attractive to join that?
5 out of 10. No, it's not like a fashion model.
You guys know I was in the Model UN, right?
Yeah.
In college, though.
Super sexy.
Yeah.
And what did you represent?
Djibouti.
Djibouti.
Yeah.
No kidding.
And was your slogan, it's my duty to please
please
the
that
people of Djibouti.
The only thing I actually remember from any of that is that the capital of Djibouti is Djibouti.
That's right.
That's all I remember.
Listen, things should be so simple.
Yeah.
All right, this is interesting, Casey. You mentioned Eagle Scout. That's only 6 out of 10. I find that surprising.
Eagle Scout to me would carry a lot more impact.
I feel like maybe it carried more impact in the past.
Well,
and then
Eagle Scout, like if you're getting into some of the great, like the Citadel or some of the great military academies or West Point, like you'd have to have like a senator or somebody get behind you. But I know that scouting thing figures in prominently.
Listen, this whole college thing is a game these days, right? And the parents are now they know how to play the game.
Yeah.
So so this is just another tactic.
Part of the game.
It's another part of
It's
it.
like Catan.
Yeah, exactly. And so so all of this stuff, it's so competitive, and the colleges know this too.
I'm sorry, Casey. I have breaking news. Can you can you pull that up real quick? Hang on, real quick. Yep.
Breaking news. Breaking news.
All right, this just in. A sandwich is a sandwich, but a manwich is a meal.
There you go. Yeah. A lot of people are coming to terms with that right now.
Okay, thank you.
I just had a sandwich. You didn't have a manwich? Because that's a meal. By the way, I do love a manwich.
All right, so also, here's a couple more. I just have a handful of these lists. Founding a club with a measurable impact is, well, if you're a founder of a club, it's a 3 out of 10. That's not so great. But founding a club with a measurable impact, whatever that means, is a 9 out of 10. All right. If you're
like ISIS.
If you're the varsity captain, it's a 5 out of 10. Which I would have thought that would have been a little bit better.
I thought it would have carried more. I'm clearly a bad judge of this stuff.
I guess if you're not really going for an athletic scholarship, right? Maybe, I don't know.
You just like to smell worn gym clothes.
If you are a tutor, not like a farter, okay? A tutor.
Well, what is that?
Tutoring.
I should have gotten into Yale.
I thought you meant like a British royal family.
No, that'd be a tutor.
Right, yeah.
A tutor. I hit the second T hard. 4 out of 10. Internships will gain you a 7 out of 10. And that's important to know.
Yeah.
Internships, or I wouldn't be doing what I do without entering into an internship program.
Hey, Maurice, can you do me a quick favor as he's going through this list? Can you find out how many high schools there are in this country? All right, back to you, Preston.
How many high schools there are in the country?
Yeah, it's just a point I want to make.
Okay, and then there's only one left, and that is if you are DECA, D-E-C-A, which is Student Career Organization, that'll get you 5 out of 10.
Wow, I had virtually none of the. In fact, I had none of these. What I'm saying, virtually none of these. I was,
Marissa found
not inclined.
There's a lot of here, Casey.
Yeah.
I don't really know.
So it's close to like 23,000.
Okay, so that means there's 23,000 valedictorians every single year. So that's what I'm saying. Like all of this stuff, it's all a game, right? So
Man.
it's all a game, man. No, but listen,
You're being taken, man.
let's just go by like the Ivy Leagues, right? The Ivy League schools are full of valedictorians, but if you don't have a story along with it, you're not going to get in, right? So you have to do something else. You have to create your own charity, or you know what I mean?
Or steal a good story.
Listen, my
I was a funny DJ in the Vietnam War.
My son's brother is my son would be my son.
My son's brother is the greatest guy.
My son's brother would be your other son.
My
son's sister
my son's friend
is a delight.
My son's friend is National Honor Society.
My son's mother,
He's an Eagle Scout.
yes,
And and he got waitlisted Penn State. But it was the Camille School of Business, which is very, very highly sought after, right? But Penn State, for instance, they take in all of these other out of state students because they have to pay full price. It's just this weird.
It's a
weird
game, man.
It's a game. It kind of sucks. It kind of sucks because other states they mandate that you have to take a certain amount of in-state residents, right? Michigan State, for instance, but Penn State doesn't do that, and they're like, well, why would we take this high-achieving kid that lives in Pennsylvania,
who's not going to make us more money?
Who's not going to make us more money when I can take some kid from New Jersey
to me,
who's going to pay $70,000?
Seems like a big game.
Man, it sucks. And listen, we've gone through it, right? We have 2 kids in college now. We got another one who's on the way, and she is a high-achieving kid, right? But like, and she has worked her ass off, but like she's competing, you know, it's this weird competition. It sucks.
So your son's brother, your son, does he have good grades?
Yeah, he's National Honor Society.
Okay,
he's got great
okay.
grades.
Yeah.
What does
Eagle
your
Scout.
son's mother think about this?
I don't know. I haven't talked. No, but it sucks. Like, you know, like he, I
know what you're saying. There's all sorts of, listen, at their very core, these hallowed learning establishments are businesses.
Yeah.
So they're going to look for the best way to bring in profit.
Yeah, so don't forget that. They are a for-profit institution.
Yeah, no, for sure, absolutely, and there's sometimes, like you said, it's a game, man. But you gotta stack the deck a little bit.
So you have to play the game too,
and you have to start playing it early too. If you depending on what your goals are, how lofty your goals are. Because I didn't have goals, so I didn't care, and I didn't do any of that stuff. I only did call it crazy things that I was actually interested in.
Well, life for us was like Plinko. They got dropped down, and by just the intervention of the fates, we ended up doing okay.
Yep, exactly. All right, Case, I have just a short thing, one more, if you don't mind. Or I think I do. It's in here somewhere. Let me dig into this drawer.
Wow, I feel like you're actually doing it.
All right, if you hate to walk away from the television, you can just take it with you now. Hisense announced a new TV. It's called the S6 Follow Me that can roll from room to room if you needed to.
Oh my.
The 32-inch 4K touchscreen sits on a pedestal with wheels and can tilt, rotate, and adjust in height. Now, I haven't seen this. I've only read this story. You have?
Yeah.
Tell me about it.
So think of it almost looks like a large iPad on a swivel. So the mount is on a swivel, and it's almost like the kind of rollers that you would have an IV on.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the one that I've seen.
What's the name of it again, Preston?
Hisense.
It is called Hisense, and it's called the S6 Follow Me.
All right, the Hisense is the brand. I remember that.
Yeah.
I always thought like Hisense was like it was like the cheaper TV that you would find at Walmart.
Hisense actually put out some good stuff.
Okay.
Okay. This is a different version than I saw, Preston. I might have seen the beta, but yeah. Does that hold any interest to you?
No, I don't.
Yeah.
Oh, God, no.
Because Lord knows you don't have enough TVs.
I know. Yeah, I mean, TVs are pretty inexpensive now.
And by the way,
pretty much put them where you want to.
The big issue that all these companies are dealing with, and Netflix and HBO and these kind of things, is that a good portion of the TV viewing public is not viewing classic TV, A, and B, they're watching it on their phones, and or iPads, which you can carry with you anyway.
Yeah.
You don't need an affixed stand.
But if you do want a larger screen, this is a better option because it's a 32-inch screen as opposed to a pad is going to be about as big as you get.
With your kids, quote unquote kids, in general. Large screen TV sitters or mostly computer?
They do both. So yeah, they'll spend some time on the phone. But if they're going to watch a movie or a show, it's on the TV.
On the TV.
Screen,
okay, yeah.
I'm still laughing that I said my son's brother.
Should we just hang there for a little while? Okay.
No, because I wanted to say
It's a game. It's a game.
It's a kid, my son's brother. Sorry. When you were coming up, when you were a little kid, how many TVs did you have?
Okay, I'll tell you, like teenage years.
Yeah.
So we had the living room television. We had one in the basement, and then one in my room, my sister's room, and my parents' room. So we had 5 TVs.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there was the TV in the main room. My parents had a TV in their bedroom. That was it. Then my older brother, Gene, got a black and white. These are all black. I mean, I go way back.
Yeah.
And then we finally had den, parents' bedroom, my bedroom, and one in the basement.
Yes, we had 2 essentially. We had a room called the TV room, and
Which
that was
is-
upstairs.
yeah.
But we did have a black and white TV that was in the kitchen. and that wasn't connected to cable. So
I want to point something out before we welcome our guest officially in here. Either he or someone he walked in here with smells lovely this morning. I don't know. Someone is
Yeah, I smell it too, yeah.
very aromatic.
He
It's
has a
nice.
wonderful all-female team behind him.
He does,
so it
but
could
he
be
may
any
smell
of them.
wonderful.
Yeah.
He's from Allentown,
Yeah.
which is awesome. And on a great show called Dark Matter, it is on Apple TV Plus. The second season starts streaming on the 28th, and we are happy to welcome. He's been in a load of things, which we'll talk to as we get into this conversation. But Oaks Fegley is here in our studio.
Hello.
Hey, Oaks, nice to see you. Thanks for being here, man.
Thank you for having me.
What is that wonderful scent you're wearing? Is that you or someone else?
I wish I could say it's
Okay.
it might be, but
It's one of your team.
probably
One of your team.
someone
Well,
else.
it's good to have a good spelling team with you. Absolutely.
So before we get into Dark Matter and all that, you grew up, you were born and raised in Allentown?
Yeah, I was born and raised in Allentown, born there and lived there for at least like 10 years. And then,
Okay.
Actually, no, I think I was there for like until I was like 16. And then family moved out to Colorado Springs. And I sort of stayed there for high school in Allentown with my grandparents. And then
Your whole family's actors, all right? Your brother's an actor, your parents actors, but they're not going to the classic. You got to figure you're going to go to L.A. or you're going to go to New York if that's part of the deal. How did they swing that and make it work?
yeah, I mean, my parents sort of met acting and like traveling theater stuff like that.
Oh, I see. Okay.
And then sort of settled in Allentown. My sister was an actress and sort of did a lot of stuff on stage. And then after that, I sort of started doing it and found success through it and just sort of kept doing it. So
Was it your desire? You saw what was happening with them, and you got the bug, that sort of thing.
Absolutely. I mean, for me, it was like I was always surrounded by it, and my older sister sort of encouraged me into it, and I was sort of always, helped out and encouraged by my family to do it. And then once I started doing it, I had a lot of fun doing it. My parents were like, now you're making enough money to buy Lego sets.
It was all for Lego. It was for Lego.
I love that idea. So,
Yeah, totally. And then, so Pete's Dragon was big for you.
Yeah.
Was that your first, starring role?
It was definitely a big one for me, especially at that age. I was like around 10. I think before that, it's like even hard to conceptualize the whole thing as a younger kid. And at that point, it was amazing. It was an opportunity for me to go. We filmed in New Zealand for like 4 months.
Dude,
Wow.
that's
I was just
Lord
in
of
the
the Rings.
woods,
Yeah.
climbing trees, and I did all my own stunts on that movie. And
Did
I
they
was
have
just this
to-
little kid having a lot of fun.
Did they have to, I was reading a story about that, and then there was one aspect where they had to put hair extensions in you, right?
Oh, yeah.
Because your hair would not grow out in time for the role.
Yeah, well, I had long hair. As a kid, I sort of always had long hair, and but yeah, not long enough. They wanted me to look real wild, so
Right. And I mean, you're so going to Preston about you. You've got a number of movies in your resume now, but you've worked with some big. Pete's Dragon was Robert Redford, right?
absolutely, yeah.
I mean, that's pretty freaking awesome. From that to De Niro to Christopher Walken to other. I mean,
Fablemans.
the Fablemans,
With
Spielberg.
Spielberg,
yeah.
I mean, were you enough of a cinephile, as a kid to really realize what you were in proximity to?
Of course, I think a little bit yes and a little bit no. I mean,
Yeah.
I was definitely aware of it, and definitely had so much respect for everybody I was working for. But I think another part of it, being so young, I didn't have that same starstruck factor that I feel like a lot of
Right.
people may have, and I think that was a good thing. Because in a way,
What's your
I just
favor?
walked in and was able to do what I needed to do, and didn't have that sort of I don't know. Sort of
you
any-
weren't overwhelmed.
Any barrier there.
Yeah.
It
That
was,
makes sense.
it was amazing. I mean, I've worked with so many amazing people, and I mean, everyone you just listed. I mean, they're all incredible
Yeah.
people, and I've learned so much from taking all of that in. So
Yeah.
All right, I want you to help me with this, Oaks, because in Dark Matter you got some real star power there too. Jennifer Connelly is a legend, and I need help because I go back and forth on Joel's name Edgerton or Edgerton?
I say Edgerton.
You say
I
Edgerton.
I don't know
Okay.
if I've ever said his last name to his face.
Oh, you don't say, hey, good morning, Joel Edgerton.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I mean, it's just Joel to me. But
Okay.
But yeah, I think it's Edgerton.
Okay. He's cool, man. We've loved the stuff
He's
that he's
awesome.
been in. He seems, the characters he plays can be very intense.
Yeah.
But we find often that people who play those type of characters are the antithesis of that in real life. Is he a cool guy to hang out with? Okay.
He's amazing. Yeah, he's one of the most like calm and collected actors I've ever worked with, and he's just really comes in and just like you'd have no expectation of what he's gonna do in the next take. Like every take is completely different. Everything we do, it always feels fresh. That's why I love working with Joel. And yeah, he's a lot of fun. We like went climbing while we were out there. He loves to climb, so we went climbing in Chicago. He just does a lot of cool stuff and always has a lot of energy.
Climbing in Chicago? What were you climbing?
It's like climbing gym.
Like a rock gym. Okay.
You're hitting the buildings or what?
Believe me, climbers
Yeah, we
find
just climb.
anything and anywhere to climb. They do.
All right, so let's talk about Dark Matter. Casey and Steve have been watching it. I've not been on board yet, but having watched the recap
tap
of,
in, man.
I got it. There's so much, which is why I'm glad you're here, though. I mean, because that's part of what you guys do need to do is get the word out about some of these projects because there is so much to choose from right now.
Yeah,
but now that I've been made aware of this and I've started to watch the trailers and the synopsis of what the show is about, I'm very intrigued by this. So if you could, in a nutshell, explain the show to people who have not seen it yet.
Yeah, well, so it's based off of a book. It's based off of a novel by Blake Crouch, our creator and showrunner, and he wrote all the scripts and developed the whole project. And it sort of follows this physicist who is sort of taken out of his own life, transplanted into an alternate reality, an alternate version of his life, and sort of and so his entire path through the first season is him trying to get back to where he left and his family and all of these things that were taken from him by this other version of himself.
Who may
so
not
there's
have-
there's this sort of dual nature of the show, sort of following the two versions of him, and I'm playing Jason. This is Jason Destin, his son Charlie.
Right.
And then the second season sort of takes that and goes further, and we go beyond that story.
So originally, when I saw the concept, and and we're big comic book people, and it's essentially a multiverse, but he's I guess a quantum physicist, but this individual who took him out of his own life is him, alternate him,
Right.
who is malevolent. At least we're being led to believe, and it sets up all sorts of paradigms that are really engaging. And I think what's cool is you as an actor have the potential to be acting the same role different ways.
Yeah, that's one of the most fun things about this show is that all of us, me and my co-stars, we're always excited to see where Blake and Jackie, his partner, might put us next in the script. It's like, all right, so where are we gonna maybe like, can we do some other world? Can I do some
Right.
crazy stuff in this world? And yeah, it's just a lot of fun because he has a lot of ideas and he is always throwing things out and yeah, we did some really cool stuff.
Well, he wrote. He said he's the writer of the original source material, the book, and he's the showrunner. And I was reading an interview with him where he was talking about being able to expand out things and add elements that once the book was written, he's like, oh, well, boy, it would have been kind of cool if I could have done that. And now he's able to do this. So for people whose eyes roll white when we're talking about the multiverse and so on and so forth, this it reminds me of the John Woo movie Face Off, because you kind of have, I'm stepping in. It's like, if It's a Wonderful Life in the worst way, like someone has stolen your life, but it's you, from in another reality. And so at the center of it is this box, this contraption. Explain what that's about, because that's a very cool thing.
Yeah, so Jason, this physicist who has taken my father's life, if you will, in the show, has created this multi-dimensional box that basically you're able to enter in and travel to these other realities where different choices have been made, and basically the entire world is completely different in these different places, or not so different, but different in some ways.
Right. Enough to like it creeps you out in the first few episodes because he's going to people that
He should know.
why don't you know me? You know, or why are your set of recollections about me so dramatically different? That would be really alarming.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Can you imagine being in that position?
Yeah.
And it also poses a bunch of interesting questions of like, what is the ideal world? What world would you want to see yourself in if you could travel in the box? And so it's sort of about building that and maybe like, I think everyone can kind of relate to that.
Yeah.
What if I made this choice? What if I did this thing? And where would my life have ended up?
And it never works out well.
And the concept that our world might be a nightmare to somebody else as well. And so you never, in this box, you go into, there's these multiple doorways. It seems like these endless doorways. You have no idea what you're going to get if you open the door, right?
Yeah, well, that's like, it's a whole thing. It's like try to figure out, playing with that concept of like, how do you control the box as well, which I think is something they start to get a hold of at the end of the first season. And so, yeah, it's like, how do we get back home? It's like, how do you know what's behind the doors? It's a hard.
I like that it doesn't rely on that. Again, I'm just consuming it. You do have the opportunity now because the second season is coming up to binge it all, get up to speed. But it came out in 2024, right?
Yeah, I think so.
2 years to 2026. It's a big space of time. Does that frustrate you when you're working on a property? It's the nature of these shows because a lot of times it's multi-years before you're able to see the second or third season or whatever, and you're eager for people to see it. Does it not piss you off, but is it frustrating?
It can be frustrating, of course, when you're trying to work on something you don't know if it's continuity, especially when I was I think 18 when we filmed the first season, and now I'm 21 seeing the second season come out. So it's definitely some time, but at the same time, it's nice to take time away from things. It's nice to allow some space and then come back to it with fresh eyes.
And now you're married with kids.
Well, no, I mean, but I want to ask about. You talk about time and continuity, but like you also have a life and you're a college student. And so how do you end up finding the time to be a college student and a professional actor at the same time?
It's a difficult thing. It definitely is. After Dark Matter, I sort of decided I wanted to go to school. And it's you never know necessarily when you're working and it's a very inconsistent thing. And so I decided that I was going to go to school, and then that, of course, makes work hard. So then it's like trying to find the balance.
Yeah.
And then I left my sophomore year to film the second season. So I had to take some time away, take a leave of absence. But it's a whole thing. You have to work with your professors and sort of have a good enough relationship with your team at both, professional team and academic, like professors and school, and sort of get everybody to work together.
Yeah.
If you're just tuning in, we're talking to Oaks Fegley. Dark Matter Season 2 premiere is coming up on August 28th on Apple TV+. The school gets underway tomorrow, or you get started, move in?
I'm moving in tomorrow, but we've got it next week. Yeah.
All right. What are you studying? What's your area?
I'm a television, radio, and film student.
Okay.
Well, that doesn't seem appropriate.
Well, but why not acting? I mean, they do have theater and that.
Yeah, that's the thing. They do, and there's a great program there. My sister actually graduated from Syracuse University, where I go, with an acting degree, and she absolutely loved it. My dad went to school for acting. I think I've always been so surrounded by it, like I said, and I've been doing it for so long that I didn't want to go to school for that. At least not now. At least not where I'm at. So I wanted to do something else, and I had a lot of other interests in the industry and wanted to sort of pursue that. So that's what I did.
A number of people, speaking of your family, are texting in right now asking if you have any relation to the Fegley Brew Works in Bethlehem.
Absolutely.
You do?
That's my grandparents.
Well, we know who's doing the keggers.
My grandparents and my uncles, and that is my family. Yeah.
Wow.
That's like legacy out
Is
there.
it? Okay.
Yeah.
What's the history on that? Has it been around for a long, long time?
Been around for a long time. I think 98 was
Okay.
Bethlehem Brewers, yeah. And
right.
so
Wow.
before I was around. But yeah, then we moved to Allentown. There's Allentown Brewworks.
You can't legally drink your own product.
I can now. I just turned 21.
Turned 21?
Turned 21, yeah.
Nice.
There you go. I'm sure you never
That
sampled.
must have been exciting having your first sip.
First sip.
That's great. That's awesome.
It's
So-
part of like the Santander Arena, right? They have a location out there.
I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, I've
but there's
been. It's very good.
location in Bethlehem and a location in Allentown. Yeah.
So, but what you're saying about exploring other aspects of the industry and so on and so forth is directing in your want list?
I always sort of has been. Even when I was younger, I mean, I had the pleasure of working with some amazing directors, really young, and so I've sort of always been around that and admired those people so much. And I would love to do that at some point.
Were you the kind of, because I've heard it, and a number of people like Robert Downey Jr. is recommended to people, and I know Clint Eastwood would stay on set. If you stay on set, watch, ask questions.
Yeah.
Is that something? I mean, when you had a smaller role in the Fablemans, but you're working with Spielberg. By the way, the genius is there. Can you, even if you're in a smaller capacity, do you just say, okay, this is a whole other level with this guy?
Spielberg was absolutely one of those people where I wanted to stay on set. I had to stay on set, and I was like, I have to take this in, because it was really interesting the way he commanded a set and led all the people around him, and the way he just shapes his crew, and he knows the people that he works really well with, and it's just a well-oiled machine, and he's just so nice to everyone that he worked with. I mean, I remember him thanking all of the like hundreds of extras we had. He got on a megaphone and was like, "Thank you guys all for making this. I know it was a hard day. Thank you guys for being here and being a part of this.
It's a good example.
It means a lot." And that just really goes a long way when you're working with so many people and trying to get so many hands on deck. It was amazing. And I would never be able to do something like that.
We'll never
But
say never.
He's phenomenal.
Yeah. You never know.
I want to ask you a personal question because 21-year-old me wants to know the answer to this. You're working in a very high-profile industry. You're a good-looking guy. Your star is rising. Hooking up with people. Relationships.
Yeah.
How careful do you have to be? Because 21-year-old me was like, yes, I'll take that. I'll take that. I'll take that. Yeah. Is it tough to navigate?
It definitely is. It definitely is. I mean, whatever. I've always gone to like real schools growing up. I think that was another thing my family sort of always encouraged me to do, is like just sort of live a normal life. It's another reason why I wanted to go to college. It's just like staying sort of a little bit outside the industry has always been good for me. And so
It's a smart move.
I've always wanted to kind of do both at the same time. And so in a lot of ways I've had to navigate a lot of relationships like that, and it's difficult, and it's also the publicity of it all, and trying to sort of manage whether you want things on social media and you want things like that or you're not.
How do you navigate that social? And are you advised by your? I assume you have some sort of team who advises you. Because it is, to me, it just seems such a dramatic liability these days. And I almost think it's okay to have a buffer to the people who are in the movies. We like when someone we don't know really that well is in a movie and takes on this person is playing this person and I believe them now in this role. You know what I'm saying? If you feel too familiar, it's kind of ruins things.
Yeah, absolutely. I think when I was younger, I wanted to be a lot more present on social media and things like that. As I get older, especially with just the way the world is nowadays and the environment of social media and everything, I've definitely taken a step back. I don't post as much. I'm not constantly checking my socials and stuff like that.
You only have 13 posts on your Instagram.
Yeah, I definitely used to have a lot more stuff and a lot more content, and I just have kind of taken a slower pace with a lot of that stuff, but. I'm still on it. I can't lie.
No, I mean, we use it, but we just came off a vacation, and I didn't spend a lot of time checking it out. And every time I did, I'd like get depressed or it's like it just sort of has. It can have a career-killing aspect too if you don't navigate it well.
For sure. I mean, I just think I've always approached things differently, maybe than other people. But yeah, I mean, I want to definitely navigate it carefully. That's for
I
sure.
think, like my son's 19. I think they post more in stories and it just goes away rather than like it being important enough for it to live in the grid.
Right, yeah.
And then also like they're Snapchatting all the time. I don't know if you are on Snap at all, or whatever, but like it seems like that's what they're doing
Because it
these
sort of
days.
sets itself on like it Mission Impossible.
It kinda. It's it has to be like more substantial and important for it to live in the grid. Otherwise, it's just like I'm just gonna chuck this in my stories and it's gone in a day.
Yeah, I mean, I get that philosophy for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Let me ask you. So you worked with De Niro on the War with Grandpa, which is which is to me is a guilty pleasure.
Yeah.
Especially love the scene where I don't know what kind of sealant it was. You swap out his shaving cream for. Yeah. So you're working on a goofy movie like that with De Niro, but are you of a mind where you're going to say, hey, any stories? Were you interacting in that way? Because if you're going to talk about a repository of acting knowledge, it's right there.
Yeah, I mean, working with De Niro was again a phenomenal experience. And he's a lot more reserved, a lot quieter, and obviously we're working on a super funny and like goofy movie, but then off camera, obviously he has to take he's an older guy, I get it, and he sort of had to take more time with everything, and that's totally fun. But yeah, he was great, but kind of quiet, and in a lot of ways, I think I learned from that. The way he carried himself, sort of off camera, was very reserved and humble and just very calm and collected again. But
you had Christopher Walken in that movie. You had two of the stars of Deer Hunter in that movie.
Yeah, and then Cheech Marin, Jane Seymour. Yeah, it was amazing.
Wow. As a person who started very young the way you did, there's a tragic story in the news recently with Hayden Panettiere passing away. She began as a young child too, and there are difficulties that people who start in this business face when they get in that young, and a lot of it has to do with you got to make sure you have the right guidance, you have the right parents, the right structure, and that. And sounds like you obviously did. But as you've grown up with seeing other kid actors, have you seen it gone? Have you seen things that have been like, wow, I'm so glad that's not my situation?
Yeah, I think it's a difficult situation to navigate for a lot of people, and believe me, it's been difficult for me to navigate. But yeah, I think a lot of it is just figuring out. For me, like I said, I sort of always went to normal, like high school, went to college. I sort of wanted to stay involved in real things that are tangible and away from the industry to an extent. And I think that's been really, like I said, really good for me.
That seems to be the best way to do it.
And it's not probably for everybody, but yeah, I mean, it's horrible to hear things like that happen, and it's definitely a tragedy.
But I think with your parents being actors, they're not celebrities. Like they love the craft and the art of acting. So I think you have some decent guidance there that I think is different with the earlier story that Preston was talking about, where perhaps those parents wanted stardom from them or for their child, and they just
live vicariously.
Yeah,
it's always been creativity first, I think.
Yeah.
Me and my
You
family.
love the craft for the craft. I wanted to ask you just about this season of Dark Matter, and reading the interview with Blake Crouch. He says there's going to be obviously a lot more variation because it's so far, it's not that it's completely reined in, but he seems to suggest it's going to go even crazier and wider. Is that what we can look forward to?
Well, yeah, I think the way I'd put it is the first season sort of, it follows the story that's in the novel,
right,
and really follows Jason and his story, and trying to get back to our family. But the second season isn't sort of held in by that, so we have a lot of different storylines with a lot of different characters, and everyone kind of is able to flourish in their own way and have their own sort of branching sort of
What
storyline.
Alternate you would you like to see them do? What would you like to see your character, the son, end up as or end up being? Have you suggested anything?
God, it'd be fun to do some crazy action, Blake.
Yeah.
But there's definitely some really cool stuff in season 2, and there's some really cool stuff for Charlie that I'm excited for everybody to see.
I'm excited about it as well. I watched all of the first season, and when they announced season 2 and then that they were going to have you in today, I was like, I need to go back and watch. I have to watch it again.
Yeah.
You know, what I remember about how everything kind of wrapped up, and I talked to you about this out in the Acme Lounge, was there was just this really dark, and I'm going to play it, there's this really dark, brooding song from a band called Big Black Delta, and the song is called Roost. And if you want to have an idea and to like a summation of what this show is like, this 15 seconds of music,
Really?
I think it wraps it up. It's
Okay.
just music,
All
right?
Let me play this.
Yeah, I think
That explains everything?
Dude, and then it builds up.
All apologies to you, Oaks. I'm not going to have to watch the show now.
yeah, you got it.
Yeah.
You got it.
I ruined no.
Yeah.
Well, play a little bit more. But this song called Roost from Big Black Delta, it's playing and it has haunted me ever since. And you know, I listened to it quite a bit. I listened to it this morning, and you were telling me out
It
there
seems
that
like a good pick me up.
Yeah, right.
That's heavy.
It's heavy. That's the point. This show is heavy, and I'm very, very much looking forward to seeing how it continues beyond the 9 episodes of the first season.
So you're going to you're rewatching. You can binge and get up to speed for this new, which is kind of a cool thing because you didn't have to wait the 2 years, and get on board. So
Yeah.
I wanted to hear that song again. I can't back it up, Casey. I mean, it was just like, this is my new favorite song. You know, it's a toe tap.
there's another song in the series, Preston. Can I play that for you?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Taste the biscuit.
Oh, no.
The goodness of the biscuit.
I don't want to hear it. It gets stuck in my head. I can't handle it.
There's definitely some cool needle drops in season 2 too.
All right.
Oh.
Excellent. Well, listen, man, we appreciate your time. I know you got a busy day. You're out, getting the word out, and I'm glad you are about Dark Matter. And anything real quick before you do go, is there anything else coming up down the road that you're involved in that you can mention at this point?
Got to finish up school this year.
Okay.
But then, yeah, I mean, I'm excited for this to come out and always looking forward to what's next.
Hey, invite us to some frat parties if you get the chance.
Well, if you need an internship to graduate, we would love to have you back here at the Preston and Steve Show. You're
guess I'll
more than
let you know.
welcome.
You're familiar with the area, so it's easy for you.
Sounds good.
So season 2 of Dark Matter is streaming on Apple TV Plus. It is coming out on the 28th. Today is the 19th, so another week or so. Get yourself set and ready for it. Great to have you by here, Oaks. Thanks and continued success.
Thank you for having me.
Oaks Fegley, guys, on the Preston and Steve Show. We're going to take a break, and we'll come back in just a moment. Make sure you stay with us.
Strictly to like maybe watch the news when you're eating lunch or dinner or whatever.
Right.
We had one black and white TV that lasted a long time, and the thing that was unique about this particular black and white television, it was a fairly small one. I'm holding out my arms, about this big. And in its later years, as the picture would get a little bit iffy, we would beat the piss out of that.
Oh,
thing.
yeah.
Smack it as hard as you could. And you know what?
It would work.
It would work.
It would work.
You'd just hit it.
Smacked. We had an Admiral or maybe a Philco, these old brands, and Preston, I'd rabbit punch,
bang,
like, you son of a bitch.
Yeah.
And then I attached a closed wrench to the on and off button on the top. And my brother and I were in the same room. I was the turn on guy. There was the rope in the middle. And I'd have the rope. And then when we were going to sleep, I'd toss the rope over to his bed.
And you turn it off.
All right,
That's great.
Follow-up question. What TV show do you think of when you think of that television?
On that particular one, that one, The Night Stalker. That's
Okay.
the movie. And then I remember clearly when we got our first color television set. Yes, that's my frame of reference, chronologically speaking. I remember for the first time ever seeing that Wile E. Coyote had yellow eyes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
No kidding. Because when I ask you that question, I think of two things: tic-tac-toe for some reason,
Right.
And I just
Two
remember,
girls in a cup.
No. I'm just going to say the news, but in particular, it was the Russia conflict in the Middle East. Because I thought the world was going to end.
I probably think of reruns of Leave It to Beaver.
Okay.
Because that would be on in the morning before school.
Great show.
And I would go in, and that was in black and white. So, all right. But anyway, they have this. If you want to get the S2 or the S6 Follow Me, it runs on battery power for up to 10 hours. So that means you can move it around. You don't have to plug it in. That's kind of the unique thing about it, I think.
And it's clearly
besides the fact that it's on a stand and a roller.
It's a Wi-Fi set.
It also has anti-glare coating. to help it work in bright spaces like kitchens or patios. Hisense designed it for people who want a screen that goes where they go. It reminds me of, have you ever been to in some medical offices?
Yeah.
Like they roll their monitors around from place to place.
So a lot of people use these monitors as like extended iPads. You know, they make touch screens that are that size for that same purpose.
Yeah, I don't think this is a touch screen.
No, it's not.
But this is for just watching shows or whatever you may be doing.
I want to watch Leave It to Beaver in here.
So it says that it uses Wi-Fi 6 and, Steve, touchscreen for controls.
There you go.
Instead of a remote. There you go. They have not yet announced pricing or release date as of yet, so it's still kind of in advanced conceptual phase.
I would love to see them attach sort of an electric scooter to the bottom of it so you could drive your TV around town.
And you could be watching some cool exotic location and think you're driving around there.
Yeah, we need all of this so much.
All right, that's the last thing.
That was a junk drawer. Preston's closing up his junk drawer. There's nothing left here in the junk drawer. Until next time, that was the junk drawer.
One day we'll put some champagne glasses in here.
Yeah, they'll
See
just
if I can
explode while you're in the middle of that. Flyers had a hell of a game last night against the Ducks. In fact, I'll let Paul Newman describe the action.
Old-time hockey?
Oh, well, that wasn't Paul Newman. That was a different clip from Slapshot. Ryan probably doesn't know who Paul Newman is. I had him grab the clip, but that's still old-time hockey.
DeBoer gave it up.
Oh, and then this was a clip I was going to play after that. I thought we were going to stay with that last clip. But here's a little bit of the action from last night.
DeBoer gave it up. Zegras scores. Trevor Zegras against his former club has his 16th of the year. York gives it up. They score. It's Zegras. Zegras has his second on the power play. Trevor Zegras is making a point to his former club.
A team that might have given up on you, Trevor, and you come in here, you pot two in that first period. How good did that feel? Amazing. Amazing. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Trevor dropped a couple live F-bombs last night. And what we didn't have was Tim Saunders telling somebody to blow him.
Oh, my God.
On that particular clip. But nonetheless, we're welcoming a good friend to our program today. Please give some love. He does color now on NBC Sports Philadelphia. Our friend Scott Hartnell is joining us. What's up, Hartsy?
Not much, guys. That's quite the intro there. A couple great sound bites there for sure.
Oh, my God. Listen, man, I know he was excited, Zegras, obviously, but he did know he was on television when he said that, right?
I would assume, and I don't know if he just felt comfortable because it was me, former player. I met him around the rink a bunch of times, and it was just kind of him and I chatting. But when that kind of happens, you get kind of pure gold answers, right? And I didn't know what to say, right? I'm like, and he says that, I was like, okay, buddy.
Okay, buddy.
Yeah, you didn't react.
I mean, listen, man, you go from professional athlete to broadcaster. You don't know how to handle that. I mean, it's, you're on the other end of it.
Well, and that very well could have been you giving that exact same answer.
I know, and it's actually probably the most nervous I get, doing the analyst work, the color work, whatever, is asking an athlete a question, right? We were asked questions for, 20 years when you're 15 years old, you're starting to get good. And then, a couple articles in the paper, and all you do is answer questions all the time. And my first time in the studio was at NHL Network. A coach got fired at Edmonton. I was talking to their beat writer, and I just froze. I didn't project my voice. The guy couldn't hear me. It was like an awkward question. And I feel a little bit more comfortable now. But when you I don't know, you just get anxiety up the yazang right before I get on there.
It's natural.
Well, it is such another side of it. I mean, later on in the post game, you guys were talking about, there's the serious guy, there's the straight guy, and then there's the fun guy. And having those interviews with the fun guy is just really fun, especially after a game like that. Because when you get the fun guy and he's straight afterwards and just giving you those straight on answers, it's just, there's no sound bites, there's no energy to it. It's so tough to keep it going.
Yeah, it was real, right? And then his celebration too, right? When he put down the phone call.
What was that about?
You asked him about that, and he said, "I don't know." Right?
He did say, he goes, "That's about as long as the phone call was when Pat Verbeek, the GM of Anaheim, called him and said, 'Hey, we just trade you to Philadelphia,' and it was like, boop."
Wow.
I think that was the reference. He kind of said it, but I implied that. And then he got asked later on in the scrums in the locker room, and he said, nah, next question. So I assume it's that. So a little bit of, not I don't know, maybe FU to him, but it was good.
Seems like it.
Yeah. Well, it seemed like there was a lot of FU going on in the game last night. And I guess, with the Cutter Gauthier and Zegras and Gudis, former Flyer. Like, I feel like when you are going against your former team, you try to go maybe score 2 goals against them, not throw horrible elbows. Like, Gudis was a fan favorite when he was in the orange and black here in Philadelphia, and I'm watching the game last night, and I'm like, F that guy, so he was playing with a chip on his shoulder as well, it seemed like.
Yeah, the forearm shiver, the people's elbow, whatever you want to call it. It was nasty, and that's like you played at the beginning of the show, Preston. That's old school, old time hockey, right? It was fun. It had Garnet Hathaway, being scratched for a couple weeks there, came back in Edmonton, and last night just bowling guys over, just playing hard, playing the right way, clean hits, right? And they took an exception to that and kind of went after our guys. So it was a couple injuries which you don't want to see, and hopefully those guys, Bobby Brink and Jamie Drysdale are big guys, big important guys for the Flyers. So hopefully they're not out too long, but a big win nonetheless. And guys got to step up here going forward because you got a couple good teams coming.
Yeah, the one that I hated the most was Johnston's forearm to Denver Barkey's grill. He was bleeding from his mouth, and he only got a minor penalty for it. I thought that should have been a major, And then when something like that happens, how do the Flyers keep their composure and not take cheap shots?
Yeah, I've been in those situations many times, right? Someone going after Chemo or Giroux or Danny B, and your instinct is just to protect your buddy, right? And you don't want to cross that line when they're crossing the line towards you. And there's things that you can do, like a good slash behind the back of the leg, or you take a number and you wait till next game, right? So that's we play those guys again in March, I believe, sometime in March. So in Anaheim, so that'll be a homecoming, for Trevor Zegras. So hopefully you can do the same thing, but it probably will get a little testy as well, I would assume.
Hey, Scott, is there ever when you're given some payback, when you're issuing some payback, is there ever a way to do it without, causing a penalty, or is that even in your mind when you're going at that?
Yeah, well, quick story. When I was in Nashville, I was like maybe 22, something like that. And the year prior, I was battling with Yuri Fisher was his name, a big, tall defenseman, 6'6", mean guy. And we were battling, and he kind of twisted his knee. I didn't do anything bad. It was kind of just like a battle in the corner. He's laying on the ice. He tore his ACL, so he missed, 2 or 3 months of the season, half the summer rehabbing. First game back in Nashville, he's like, let's go, off the face-off. I was like, I knew it was coming. And I was like, no, like let's just give it a couple shifts, right? So I can get angry, right? And so the play comes up, because it's kind of weird. Just I didn't really like the setup fights, right? For myself anyway, I had to get, angry, and I wanted to, punch the guy's, head in, right?
Yeah.
So puck comes up, it goes behind the net. I go behind the net skating. He just blows me up, clean hit. Like I'm like on the ground, and then I start flashing red, right? And so we square off, we go like this, and he's a lot bigger than me, and I come in for a punch. He just counter punches me right in my nose. Down I went, and I'm bleeding all over the place. So he got his payback. It was a clean fight. It was a good punch he got me, and sometimes you got to tip your cap,
yeah, and just move on.
Like that,
yeah,
so,
especially if he's got like half a foot on you. It's a little much. But yeah, I was curious though, with the pandemonium, and Chuck, our program director, Chuck D'Amico, said he has lots of audio of the overpowering boos. I mean, and he was there last night. Yeah, he was there last night. And I mean, you've seen it all. You've seen reactions. You've seen, the FU response to a player that's just, a particular team or whatever. Rank this last night with the top 5, emotional, angry reactions you've ever seen in an arena.
Yeah, it happens when you have that hatred of a player, right? You know, a guy that says he doesn't want to come to Philadelphia. He's a college kid, 19 years old. You know, I don't want to play here. You know, when he was so pro coming to Philadelphia, when he first got drafted, he totally changed his tune. I didn't like that. I think the Flyers fan responded how they did last year playing him, and it carried over to this year as well, right? And usually you see this stuff against the Penguins, right? Or the Rangers. You know, sometimes, you know, back in the day, Islanders, the big rivalries. But this is like the team that's kind of irks us, right? And it's great to have. You only play them once, which sucks, but it is what it is. But it's nice to have those, and it just gets everyone into the game. That's why you go to a hockey game, right? To feel the emotions, to stand up and cheer for a goal, a big hit. It had literally last night had every single element of the game that you want to go to as a
Thanks,
fan.
Maria. Sorry, we got about 2.5 minutes before we go on Fox Good Day, so maybe I can do a couple of shout outs. Here's one for today. This is from Neil. Says the lady requests a birthday shout out for my wife. Her name is Keena. It says like Eric Lindros's wife. Wednesday the 19th, around 9 if possible. Sorry, man. The time. You're lucky if you get the day. You can't get the time. Says she's a long-time loyal listener and a relentless booster of the Flyers, Eagles, Wawa, WMMR, and all things Philadelphia. When we're back in town visiting, she especially enjoys tuning in on the actual radio and hearing a happy birthday from Preston and Steve would make her day. Thank you. That is from Neil Maurer. Here is the Sharked Out. Then there was this one. It says, hey, just wanted to say my wife and I are huge fans. We are from Maine, but we lived in Philly from 2005 to 2013. Started listening to you when we were still at Y100, and we've kept listening to the podcast ever since. Now 21 years and counting.
Wow.
We're back living in Maine and loved the account of your recent vacation. My wife, Melissa Dupuis, Dupuis, is one of your biggest fans. She listens to the entire podcast every day, sometimes at a loud volume, and talks about the show like we still live in Philly. Would love it if you could give her a shout out sometime. Also wanted to say, come to Portland sometime. A great city and a part of the Maine adventure. That is from Tom Sevadov. So here is your chart. And thank you guys for sticking with us.
It's fantastic.
We hate seeing you leave the area, but if you keep us with you, we do appreciate that. All right. And let me see. Do I have time for one more? We have less than a minute left here. So I'm going to, I know. I'm going to hang tight on these shout outs and maybe get to them later on. You want me to mention the big freaking deal?
Yeah, why not?
All right, so big freaking deal this week is you can get a $50 gift card to the Jug Handle Inn for just $25. And the Jug Handle Inn brings you good times and amazing food, of course. Famous wings, burgers, drink specials, live music, and more. But you get it at half the price. So you get this while supplies last at WMMR.com. So essentially, it's like getting $25.
Yeah.
Right? So you get a $50 gift card for $25. WMMR.com/deals. Highly recommend you check that regularly because we always have great deals. All right, we're going to go live on Fox Good Day. We should hear some music in about 3 or 4 seconds, and we'll see what these guys want to talk about today. It is right here, right, Case?
Yeah,
this is where I bring it. So we've been on vacation, so I don't hear anything. There it is. I hear something.
I liked it. I just got back from the Bahamas on Sunday. Preston and Steve, I know you've been out.
Yes.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
We've been talking about it all week that Alex is going to be throwing out the first pitch at the Phillies game tonight.
Oh, gosh.
Packed house.
I'm so nervous.
I would be shocked if your whole crew has. I'm sure you've all been asked to throw out first pitches.
Yes.
I have
Steve,
not. Preston has.
I did at a Phillies game
Oh,
one
you
time.
have?
Yep. And so this was the advice that I was giving Alex. I will present it to you.
Okay.
Whatever you do,
Okay.
do not throw it over the head of whoever is catching. The phrase is, if you throw it low, they go ooh. If you throw it high, they go boo. Okay? So don't.
Oh, they'll boo?
Yeah, don't throw it over the catcher's head, and you'll be fine, even if it hits the ground or whatever. But you can't airball it. Okay.
It's so interesting because I've been told, whatever you do, don't bounce it. Like, everybody has an opinion about what's the worst way that this can go.
I think
because if you go too low, it couldn't bounce.
Well, yeah, you don't want that. Don't try to throw a strike. I've heard a lob. A lob.
Yeah.
Don't try
Lob.
to. Yeah, just lob it, and they'll come in and catch it. But
Yep.
Preston's right. You don't want to. You have two variables.
And practice. Have you been throwing a ball around?
Yeah.
Oh, I've been practicing.
Oh, you're
I've
gonna
been
do
practicing.
fine.
I was watching your
Okay.
video. You were doing well. You were doing pretty good. I think you're going to be fine.
Well, Milt Thompson was gracious enough to meet me and to give me some pointers. I'm a little sore though, so I think I'm gonna have to do a lot of stretching. He was like, "We can't overdo it," but I kept wanting to like redo to make sure I got this thing right. So we'll just have to see.
You were
Preston,
sore?
Preston, when you were doing it, how did you mentally prepare for it? Did you worry about it?
A little bit, a tiny bit. I was concerned as to whether I was going to make an ass out of myself or not. Pierre did that.
Yes, yeah.
God bless him, and we miss him dearly, but he had a great one.
Oh, what did he do?
Well, it was leading up to that. He made a video of himself. He couldn't hold on to the ball. He was dropping it, and he ended up, the pitch ended up being okay at the event.
He was scared to death.
He was scared.
Scared to death.
Because he had zero sports ability whatsoever. But I was a little nervous, but listen, it's over and done like that, Alex. So soak it in.
True.
Make sure that you take it in because it's going to be lightning quick, and it'll be done before you know it.
And then before you know it, you'll be in another city doing a morning show. You'll forget all the booing. It'll be a distant memory.
I'll have to leave town, yeah. The thing is, you say it's quick, but I know Mike will make sure I don't live it down. That's the thing. I have to come back to work.
It's his job.
I support Mike in that. That's Mike's job to do that.
Yes.
Everyone would think less of Mike if he didn't hold it over your head. So don't give him
right.
something to hold over your head.
Honestly, I don't think like this for you, Alex, is a win-win situation, right? So if you bomb, just own it and have fun with it. You
It's
know,
viral.
and it's viral, and you're gonna have a great time with it. Just own it. And if you throw it right down the middle, you own it that way as well. I mean, like I don't know, man. You're in the captain's seat right now, Alex.
There you go. That's great pep talk right
Yeah,
there.
that was good. Thank you. And that and combined, Milt said, just don't look up or around. Because he said, if you start looking at how many people are there, how big it is, you're going to freak out. So
Don't
I'm
do
like, writing everything down.
Yes,
Yeah,
absolutely.
okay. Just keep your eyes shut.
Yeah.
I'm going to do it with my eyes closed.
Great advice, Mike.
And then moon the crowd.
I suggested that too, Steve. Just moon everybody.
Yeah.
Good to have you guys back.
Yes.
And we'll see you next week.
All right, good luck,
Likewise.
Alex.
It is,
Thank you,
Wednesday.
appreciate it. Yeah, she'll do fine. It's but what's funny is the crowd is kind of halfway paying attention.
It's way early in the evening.
Not everybody is ready for baseball just yet, and they're still getting their concessions and all that. So you don't have to think that all the eyes are upon you.
If those things came like after the fifth inning,
Oh my
Yeah.
God.
it'd be a wholly other situation.
Well, and now that the games start so early, it's really hard for people to get down there by like 6:15. I didn't realize. I went a couple weeks ago. The game started at 6. I didn't get in until 7:15. It was already like the fourth inning because I thought it was.
I didn't
6:40.
realize it went that early.
Yeah.
Wow.
Some is 6:40. Some are 6:05. So tonight, I think is 6:05.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Fridays is 6:40. Yeah. Well, it's going to be a beautiful day if you're headed to the ball game. So head out and support our friend Alex, please. All right, it's B-File time.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Horizon Services. Horizon Cooling has 24/7 emergency AC service availability, even on nights or weekends. Plus, you can get a new system for as little as $105 a month and an up to 12-year warranty. Book your visit today at horizonservices.com. A fisherman was rescued after 15 days of being trapped in an underwater cave in Mexico.
Could you friggin' imagine?
No. Erasto Cristano Valdez had appeared in it says here a couple times, I didn't look this up, in a cenote, Cenote.
It's like a digfer.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
All right. Well, he was fishing with his father in San Francisco La Paz on July 23rd. The 31-year-old got lost after going underwater in the area. After a 15-day search operation, authorities located Valdez. He was alive on August 7th, more than 100 meters deep inside a cave in the cenote where he went missing. Marissa just pulled up the definition. It's a natural sinkhole or pit formed when limestone bedrock collapses, exposing cool underground groundwater underneath.
So my impression was that he was there and that there was a little bit of a rise that gave him a little bit of breathing room from the...
once he was inside.
Yeah.
So footage shared by the government shows Valdez being carried out on a stretcher up a mountain by team members moments after being rescued. He was transported to a local hospital. He remains under medical care. He had suffered severe dehydration due to lack of food and water. But he said he survived in the cave because he was in an air chamber and rainwater. He had rainwater to drink. He said, I went inside, and then when I turned back, I couldn't find the exit. I was just swimming aimlessly, trying to get out. There was no way out, and I don't know how I got there or how I spent those 15 days inside. He said, when I first entered the cave, I never imagined that there was an air chamber there running through the middle. So when I felt thirsty or hungry, I'd drink the water from the cenote.
He's very resourceful, too. He was able to build a blender and margarita mix.
Oh, wow.
He noted that it was pitch black in the cave. He said, I couldn't see a thing out there. You could only hear the lake. He said, and I couldn't tell if it was day or night. He said that it only felt like 3 days to him.
Well, could you imagine? You can go stark raving mad in pitch black darkness for 15 days.
Yeah, and I would think it would seem like it felt longer.
But good for him that it felt like 3 days. So go in for a little longer.
Sure. All right, here's a story out of Fresno. A person was airlifted to the hospital Thursday afternoon after they intentionally drove off a cliff near Table Mountain Casino. The crash happened around 4:15 in the afternoon. According to the California Highway Patrol, the driver was arguing on the phone with their partner when he then intentionally drove off the cliff.
There must have been a bad conversation.
The driver was airlifted to a regional medical center for treatment. Condition is unknown. It's unclear if alcohol or drugs were factors in the incident, and the sheriff's office is investigating the crash. That's crazy.
I don't know if it's a sign of the technology with airbags, but we've had a couple stories where people have driven off cliffs and survived.
Yeah.
Remember that guy who drove his family off?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. A New Zealand parking company has apologized to an Auckland woman after she got a parking ticket for staying too long in a supermarket parking lot on the very day that she died and then was brought back to life. The 54-year-old had collapsed in the parking lot of the New World supermarket on July 26. Her father, Keith Wilkinson, said that staff quickly provided help and privacy screens, but it was a stranger who took control and performed CPR when no pulse could be found. Paramedics later told the family that the heart had stopped and momentarily she was technically dead.
Man.
She was taken to the hospital and her car sat in the lot for 5.5 hours, well past the 90-minute limit. And a few days later, she got an $80 breach notice from the compliance management.
Don't they have CPR spots?
Even
like
after
for pregnant women, and if you're going in, and then they have a CPR. Yeah.
I think they're next to the employee of the month.
Yeah.
So even after the circumstances were explained, the company did not waive the fine, but they reduced it to $30 for her.
This is bad PR.
They noted that her vehicle had been parked for 341 minutes. Her father called the request offensive, though she paid it to avoid stress. Staff of the supermarket then stepped in. They paid $30 back to her and asked that the notice be withdrawn. Story out of Maryland. A portion of Seneca Creek State Park was closed after a beaver attacked a child during a summer camp. State officials say the attack is not connected to two other rabid beaver attacks reported in Maryland.
Look at that big sweaty beaver.
A 10-year-old girl
beaver.
was canoeing with a group on Thursday when a beaver attacked her. The attack happened at a bend in Seneca Creek close to the Potomac River. The child was attending a summer camp when the animal attacked. Camp counselors removed the animal from the girl, who was later treated for 3 laceration wounds on her upper leg. The beaver escaped into the water before wildlife officials arrived. Now, the Creek State Park staff are searching for the beaver.
I've heard the beavers.
Aren't we all?
Are we all searching for that beaver? I've heard the beavers are kind of routinely cantankerous and
territorial.
aggressive, territorial.
Yeah, we saw several beaver lodges while we were in Maine. We saw beaver dams and beaver lodges, and we kept an eye out for them. We didn't actually see any of them, but they can get big, and yes, they protect their area.
And that's where they build the dams and all that crap.
The attack follows 2 other recent beaver attacks in Maryland. 2 people, including a 13-year-old swimmer and a 19-year-old fisherman, were attacked by beavers that later tested positive for rabies, so that's really bad, obviously. Officials are not saying the Seneca Creek Park that it's not connected. They don't know, as the 2 parks are more than 36 miles apart. But Aaron Hall, the Beaver Corps program director with the Beaver Institute, said earlier this month that beaver attacks in general are pretty rare.
He says if you want to check them for rabies, you just sort of insert your finger into the beaver.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah. The recent attacks point to a larger wildlife health issue rather than a problem specific to beavers. He said it's not a beaver problem. It's a spillover from a different animal population.
How many times have we heard that?
Nah, it's not the beaver.
Not a beaver.
All right, and there you go. We will wrap up the bizarre file for you on the beaver story. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We are going to come back in a moment, and I think we better play some Rush, man. Let's get to that in just a moment. We'll return shortly. We got more stuff to get to. Stay with us. Surveys that are done regularly, daily throughout the United States, and we're going to start with this one. It was a poll of 2,000 adults, and they asked about the most common reasons that New Year's resolutions will fail on you. Okay, so 40% of people polled set a resolution for 2026. If you just isolate Gen Z, it's 71%.
There you go.
Which is the highest of any age group. Mine is standard. It's lose weight. It's be more healthy, and I did that again this year. That's the only one. I can't think of. Maybe years past when I was a smoker, it was to quit smoking or something like that. But that's always been the same one for me.
The survey is of reasons why they fail.
Reasons why these fail. But I just started off with people that set resolutions in the first place.
I think a lot of people set unrealistic goals.
Yeah.
I think that's it. They don't do it as incrementally as they should.
Right.
Maybe reduce smoking or try that way. A lot of people just go hard line, and that inevitably fails.
More than half of them, 52% surveyed, believe that New Year's resolutions are an effective way to reach goals. 2/3 of resolution setters claim to be all in and totally committed to achieving what they set out to do. And another 26% admit that they are not fully committed. Did you guys set any for the year?
No,
Okay.
I haven't set New Year's resolutions in a long time.
Marissa?
I didn't think of it as an effectual New Year's resolution, but the other day I started to think I'm going to once a month try to actually catch up with somebody who I say, let's catch up soon.
Okay.
That's a good one.
Yeah,
I like that.
somebody I haven't talked to in a while.
So not one of the classic, the smoking and
Drinking,
weight, work out
eating better,
more.
exercise,
sleeping around.
having sex with multiple partners at the same time.
Group orgies.
Yeah. Those are attainable goals, I think.
Yeah.
You know what? So I didn't until. So I'm on an app called Strava. And it tracks your fitness.
Right.
Thing. So, when I work out, I port that over to my Strava app. When I go for bikes and runs and swims and stuff like that, that all goes to my Strava app. And then at the end of the year, it kind of gives you your year in review. And so I saw how many days active I was last year, and I want to just beat that.
I want to beat okay?
Yeah, and I had a pretty active year last year, considering I had this thing that happened to my neck at the end of the summer that kept me out of the gym. It kept me off my bike and all that stuff. And despite losing, a good month of activity, I still did pretty good. So I want to top that. I didn't go into the new year thinking, I want to do this or that. But then when I saw that and that came up, I was like, okay, yeah.
Something achievable.
Something achievable.
All right.
Yeah.
Ryan Shuttleworth, any resolutions?
Man, last year was tough enough. I just want to go into this year being like, all right, just be a better person where you can and just kind of, coast into it. Just, try and get through it unlike last year.
That's a healthy one. All right. Most New Year's resolutions failed. So why do we break them so easily? These are the most common reasons. So per the survey, and I'll work up to the top one. Feeling too unhappy or fed up, finding it too tiring, realizing that you just don't want to do it.
Yeah.
Finding it too boring, whatever your resolution is.
The smell of freshly baked cookies.
Number 6, working our way to number 1, is forgetting why you were doing it in the first place.
Why am I doing this again?
Yeah.
Number 5, not fitting in with your routine. Number 4, not seeing results quickly enough. That's a good one.
Yeah.
I have had that happen to me before. It was 2 years ago where I wanted to go into a weight loss regimen, and I worked hard for 2-3 weeks, and I didn't see any results, and I'm like, oh.
What am I doing this for?
And then I just fell off.
Yeah.
I fell off of it. And it was stupid. And the following year, I got it together, and I soldiered through. and realize that sometimes it's a slow start. And
I've been doing
eventually,
this for 4 hours, and I have seen no results.
and eventually you get to some momentum. Number 3 is you find it too difficult to do. Whatever agreement you made with yourself was just too much.
Like sleeping around.
Number 2, giving in to temptation, obviously. And number 1, just not feeling motivated to stick with it.
I do like the idea of points on the calendar that are definitive. Okay, I'm going to start now.
Yeah.
I think,
me too.
And obviously,
it helps me.
the year rollover is a perfect time to do it.
In years past, I have definitely seen new people at the gym come New Year, and whenever I see that, I'm like, oh, I hope I continue to see you all year long, because I have been that person who showed up, January 2nd, never on January 1st, and then stopped going like a week or so later. But this year, I want to say
People hanging in there?
Yeah, no, I haven't seen a whole lot of new people. No.
Okay.
Steve, I like the idea of the date on the calendar. I need certain goals to keep me motivated. I'm a list maker too. If I make a list every day of the things that I want to achieve, and I get great satisfaction in crossing that off my list.
Yeah.
And I do the same thing with my goals. I will set incremental goals. I'll have a big goal in mind,
right?
But I have
your way towards it.
Yeah, I have little milestones along the way that I like to hit, and I'll call them small goal, medium goal,
right,
big goal, and then sometimes I even have an ultra goal that I'll put on there, and then I'll give myself a time frame and try to hit those marks, and it helps.
Yeah,
it helps me stay on track.
You have something to stay on, and also reward yourself.
Yes.
If you're losing weight, reward yourself with alcohol.
Please.
Right? Yeah.
Heavily.
But that's why I
I'm
signed
going to
up.
drink this whole bottle.
That's why I signed up for things like sprint triathlons or 5Ks or even the Bend to the Shore. When I have something that, especially something like Bend to the Shore, which is that it's a long ass bike ride,
or the Olympics.
If I have that on the horizon, then that gives me a reason to get to, or get on my bike or get on into the gym. And also anybody who is, there's I don't think it's a book, it might be an app, but it's called Couch to 5K. So if you've never run or anything like that, it is a great tool to use to just get out and get active and do a 5K. So if you see a 5K in your future, Phillies do a 5K in March, and if you see something like that, sign up for it and then get the app Couch to 5K, and it'll kind of coach you along.
Stephen, you talk about giving yourself rewards. That's key. I have daily rewards.
Sure.
But I don't get to take advantage of those until I finish everything on my list. And then when I'm done, I can smoke a little weed.
So that's for me is the intermittent fasting. I hit my mark, and then I make sure. I read a book that's really good called 5K to Couch, which is awesome. It's a lot easier, I found, and I've hit all my goals.
All right, another survey topic for you. This is a survey of 5,281 U.S. adults, and the question was, where do you most often dispose of your fingernail clippings?
Oh, trash can.
Trash can?
Yeah.
Okay, so you generally do it over trash can.
I try and do it over the trash can.
Steve, toilet. Marissa, do you have a spot where you deposit your clippings?
Toilet.
Yeah, I'm toilet as well. Ryan, where do you get rid of your clippings?
Trash can for me.
Trash can, okay. Number 1 on the survey is trash can.
Hey!
In fact, overwhelmingly so. 73% of people dispose of their clippings in trash cans.
We're the loose cannons.
We are.
Yeah.
But we're second. So not too bad. But only 7% of people use the toilet. It's just convenient.
Dispose of poop in the trash can.
Wow, that's radical.
Which is weird.
Yeah.
I try to clip my fingernails. The toenails, I think it's done at the salon, you know what I'm saying? But my fingernails, I tend to clip.
I clip mine at home.
But if I don't clip my fingernails, what I'll wait to do is wait for them to get soft in the shower and then bite them because they come off better that way. And then I'll do them in the shower.
So you just chew them up in the shower?
So, not all the time, but if that's the only two places for me: trash can, shower.
Right.
Oh yeah, I forgot the other place I put them. Behind the couch.
Behind the couch.
Yeah. Rochelle loves that. Did you just flick your? Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
When's the last time you've been back there?
Why are you hanging up behind the couch?
That's when I'm. But I'm not actively clipping. That's when I'm gnawing on my nails and We'll flick them back.
What about
there.
the scabs?
The scabs are back there too. Same spot. No problem.
It's a no man's land behind your couch.
But the toenails, Casey, I know you go to a salon for your toenails. I do it old school.
I put my foot up on the toilet seat and I clip the toenails.
So I do it while I'm sitting on the toilet, maybe taking a dump, and I will clip the nails. I'm knocking two things out at the same time, and then I just scoop them up off the floor and throw them into the toilet.
So I put my foot up on the toilet seat and I have the
trash can behind you,
me, and I take a dump into that.
Makes sense.
Press, you are not down with going to get pedicures, right?
No, I don't like it.
All right.
I had one time. I hated it.
Because my pedicurist, she left, but she traveled.
What did you do to her?
I didn't do anything to her. She just wasn't happy with where she was, and now I'm going to have to go up to your neck of the woods because she's in freaking Lansdale now.
What?
Yeah.
You're going to travel that far?
I told her I would. I told her, not all the time. I cannot go to, she's at Hollywood Nails on Main Street in Lansdale. So
she's your gal.
She's my gal. Listen, anybody who lives in that Lansdale area, if you want to get a great pedicure, ask for Yen. Her American name is Lisa. Ask for Yen or Lisa at Hollywood Nails on Main Street in Lansdale. But
she does your manicures and your painting and all that stuff.
I don't do manicures, pedicures.
Pedicures.
Yeah, she does all that. But she's really listen.
Why don't you do a manicure if you're doing?
I've done manicures because I don't need them. You know, and like I really like the foot massage at a pedicure.
Okay, it's the foot massage thing that really draws you.
But then also. I get ingrown toenails on both of my big toes, and Yen really gets in there.
You son of a bitch.
It hurts, but it's like a weird pain that I like at the same time.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, but they make you cry, pussy.
And I know we've talked about it before, but we should revisit it. You know, the distance you will travel for a service.
Yeah.
From an individual who is, either it's a haircut or something along those lines, but it's worth it for you.
You've got your
reason.
person.
Yeah, so the lady who cuts my hair with regularity, her name's Jackie, and she lives in, I'll give you her exact address. No, she lives in Westbrook Park area, and she used to cut this guy's hair who was a priest at Holy Cross, which is right there. He's now in Vineland, New Jersey, and he travels from Vineland to Clifton Heights.
You go with what
to get
you
his
know.
haircut.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right. So, by the way, number 2 is toilet, where you deposit your fingernail clippings. Number 3 is outside. Number 4 is in the sink. Number 5 is I leave them where they fall. 3% said that.
Very cavalier.
6% said I never clip them. Wow. Okay.
Oh, some people.
Do you know I get rid of my old mail in the toilet as well?
Wow.
Yeah.
How long does it take for a nail to decompose? Right.
I don't know. I you would think a while.
Right.
It's keratin, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah. I think it sticks around for a long time. Some 7%, 2% said somewhere else, and 8% said they're not sure. I don't know what I do.
Forgot.
Yeah. All right. So there you go. Another survey. This was a poll of 2,000 smartphone users, and I have been, I don't know if you guys do this or not, but I have been preparing for the Rush show that I'm going to Friday night this weekend. I'm beefing up my listening.
Oh, yeah.
You guys, Ryan is nodding along. You do that too?
What I try to do, I'll go on a diet of that band a couple days out.
Yep.
Just to make sure I got all the deep cuts. I got, everything that I need squared away.
Yeah, there are portions of that band's career so long. There are portions of it that I kind of phased out of and I wasn't really big, into. So now I'm like, okay, I've looked at the set list. I'm like, okay, God, do I remember how Headlong Flight goes? Do I remember, Leave That Thing Alone? And I'm like, I don't know if I remember these songs. So I go back.
What period are we talking? Where you might have dialed out a little bit.
So year-wise, it would have been the albums, I'll give you the titles, Snakes and Arrows, Vapor Trails, Counterparts. I don't know those albums.
Right.
I know Clockwork Angels very well. That's one that Bill went to and didn't get it at all.
Any of the songs
because they said they were going to be playing mainly just the new album because it was a concept album. So I did my homework, and I was so glad I did because I wouldn't have known those songs.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm going back and right now I've already listened to a few deep cuts that I'm not fully familiar with. And now I'm going to the stuff that I really, really love, and I'm just listening to it nonstop.
What I like doing at a concert is being able to identify the song within 3 to 5 seconds of it being played.
Okay.
And we did that on the show one time. You did it with Beatles songs. How do you think you would do with Rush songs?
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I would do pretty well. But the thing about live shows and some bands will do this, is they'll have an alternate
different intro,
to kind of give you a little throw off. Hey, here's, and I love it.
I love when they do that.
Yeah.
They'll play something like a little piano intro that's just quiet, and then it'll go into something explosive.
Like, oh my God, they're playing that.
Yeah.
Unless it's Bob Dylan and he's just playing a completely different song. And
Oh,
midway through,
Marissa.
you're like, oh, this is Tangled Up in Blue. Okay.
But with Dylan, the song ends, and you go, I don't know what that was.
I have no idea what that was. Yeah. But I'm getting psyched for it.
All right. Do you want to do a little Rush quiz tomorrow? You want play?
Yeah, bring it on, bitch.
All right.
Prepare to be Rushified.
Yeah, we'll do that.
All right. Yeah, for sure. Do like a 1 second
I can
clip.
name that tune and give you like a what 2 seconds?
I would say 3 to 5 seconds.
Well, listen, 1
second.
2. I give him 2.
All right. Well, then close your eyes real quick.
Okay.
All right. So and I don't even know what I'm going to pick. I'm just going to pick this song right here.
Okay.
That's not even a Rush song. Never mind.
Okay.
That was Orange Crush by REM. So hang on.
Close.
Yeah, close. All right. So
I would have actually gotten that right, though, if you would have.
all right. You got 1 second here.
My eyes are
All right,
closed.
You ready?
Yep. Yeah, it's Subdivision.
All right.
Even
good.
I would have gotten that.
Do another one.
All right.
One more, and I don't want to waste too many if you really want to.
Okay.
I have one case.
All right.
You want it?
Yep.
All right, here we go.
That's Xanadu.
All right. You
No.
ready?
Yep.
All right. Here you go.
Oh, that's Big Money.
All right.
Wow.
Come on.
Thank you.
2 for 2.
Thank you.
All
Yeah,
right.
we'll expand on that
All
tomorrow.
right. Sounds good.
But I'm getting excited. I posted a very rare Preston Elliott social media post. I've kind of, I don't do it anymore, but I was sitting at my desk and I'm wearing my Neil Peart shirt today. And above, Steve collects Batman statues and displays them all over our office, but I have 2 shrines. One is to Rush and one is to the Beatles. And so I took a short video of my Rush shrine, and I posted that on Instagram. If you
Can
want
I
to see
say
that.
something?
Yeah.
I don't know why you don't do it more because you clearly love the process of posting on social
dude.
media. You didn't hear. You were out there with Oaks.
I was.
Hey, F you!
I was so mad. I get done and there's spit all over my phone because of how many F bombs I was just going, F you!
What was so frustrating about it?
Just trying to, I was trying to go back because I wanted to tag and collab because Marissa's like, did you collab on that? And I'm like, no, I didn't. And I go back and then instead of going back, it posted what I had.
Oh.
And that pissed me off because then once you post it,
It's a process.
it's a process taking it off and doing it all over again. I never know what to write in the caption. That's the main reason
LOL.
that I don't post things because people post little quips and I don't translate well to writing stuff down. The moment that I have to think about putting a statement out in writing, I second guess it. I don't like what I have to say. I'm not clever. I'm better off the cuff. I'm better at doing this on the microphone.
You can never go wrong with, I think I'll keep him.
I think I'll keep it.
Your thing can be no caption.
Oh, that could be my thing.
That could
Just
be your
post
thing.
it.
Just
Yeah.
post. Just
All
post
right.
a photo. You like it, put it up.
Yeah, but don't hashtags and all that.
No.
Boost it more.
You can do your thing. You're
Yeah.
Preston Elliott.
I'll do me.
Hey, real quick, does Rush ever do covers?
Yeah, they did a cover album one time.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Now they don't really do it live.
Okay.
They don't really play covers live now.
Because, how would that blow you away if they did, While My Guitar Gently Weeps or something like that?
Well, I would. It would be weird if they were to do something like that.
Their 2 sets are very different. I hope you end up going to both shows.
It's just Sunday's going to school night, man. It's going to be tough to get in, but you never know. Something like that might happen. All right. Anyhow, we got time to talk about Rush later. There are recalls to make you aware of, my friends. So there were a number of them that I saw.
We're saving lives with this feature.
Well, we'll start with this. The Hampton Bay Hallwen 52-inch ceiling fan has been recalled.
Decapitation?
Well, so the fan blades can separate from the fan motor flywheel, posing impact and injury hazards to consumers. So, they could fly off. Yeah, and you need to stop using it immediately.
Are they? They're like the ceiling fan company.
Hampton Bay?
Hampton
Yes.
Bay.
Yeah.
If you go to Home Depot or Lowe's and you go into the ceiling fan section, it's all them.
By the way, I'm kind of fascinated by the ceiling fan section of Lowe's and Home Depot.
I love ceiling fans. I love them. I love this new one. Have you seen where you hit it and then 4 separate ceiling fans come out?
Yeah. Oh, no.
Oh, it's cool. So it folds into itself, and then you hit a button, and 4 separate ceiling fans come out attached from the main thing.
Almost looks like a drone or something?
Almost looks like a drone.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
There's another one that is cool, Preston. It's
Okay.
like a Black Hawk helicopter, and it hangs below the ceiling fan so that the prop of the ceiling fan is the... I swear to God.
No,
you put
I
that in your
believe you,
dining room.
but yeah. Let's put that in the living room.
What wife isn't going to love that?
Uh-huh.
It's like the wagon wheel coffee table.
One of my favorite bits involving a ceiling fan is to, if you want to pull a prank on someone, is you can either put powder or flour up there, or a bunch of pennies. Yeah, there were almost pennies are going away, by the way.
Yeah.
So get your pennies now, and you put a bunch of them on top of the ceiling fan, and then they go to turn it on. They just fly everywhere.
All right, if it's not to digress here, but
ahead.
I love the baby powder in the hairdryer.
Oh my God, that's a great one. That is a great one. Steve, Marissa was searching for this interesting ceiling fan and didn't
See if you can find it. Yeah, it is.
come
It is.
across it.
In fact, it pops up on. I think it was Instagram where I saw it. Yeah.
Are you sure it was real?
Yes.
Okay.
It was definitely real because I checked for it.
All right, so you can get a refund by ACH payment or store credit in the form of a Home Depot gift card, by the way. So if you have the Hampton Bay Hallwin 52-inch ceiling fan,
AKA the decapitator,
it has been recalled because of injury hazards, and yes, those blades can fly off. So, all right, another recall. Southern Telecom is recalling the Brookstone branded tabletop fire pits due to risk of serious burn injury or death from flame jetting and fire hazards.
This sounds horrible. Do you ever get one of those? I know other people get it. They're if they're the ones I'm thinking, they're like it's like a little tabletop.
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
So I have something similar to this. It's essentially it's a container with a decorative, cylinder around it. And all you do is you pour alcohol in it.
Really?
Regular rubbing alcohol.
Okay. And that does it?
And you light it, and this little blue flame comes up. It burns for about a half hour.
Yeah.
It's just more for
decorative
atmosphere.
Yeah.
And that's it. So I have it. Carter got me that for a gift one time, and it's neat. I pop it out. If we're sitting outside, it's kind of neat. I don't use it that much, but apparently, use of the fire pits can result in uncontrolled pool fires.
Oh man!
Where flames burn across the surface of pooled or spilled alcohol.
We're burning alive.
As well as flame jetting from fuel containers, resulting in serious or fatal.
Flame through to this place.
Fatal
I love
burns.
my new tabletop flame.
You should stop using the Brookstone branded tabletop fire pits immediately and contact Southern Telecom to receive a full refund.
Sometimes what happens if you see some stuff in the Brookstone catalog or the Brookstone store, and I'm always a big fan.
Yeah.
You can actually, for example, I have a massage chair at home that is one you'd see sold in Brookstone.
Yeah.
It's an older chair now. It's about 15 years old. But go to the actual company that makes them. Brookstone puts their... Brookstone's not making this stuff. They're putting their label on it.
Yeah.
And you will, like, the price, we found the exact chair, Marissa, at Brookstone. It was like $5,000 more.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, like crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, it was crazy how much they boosted up.
I guess they curate these interesting.
They do. And
off the beaten path, kind of cool. I'd never heard of that before thing, and then therefore they can bounce it up.
And I bought my share of stuff through Brookstone and Sharper Image. I used to love those stores.
If you have the tabletop fire pit, consumers can email a photo of the pit with recalled, their name and a date written on it in permanent marker to their customer support, and then dispose of the product.
They do say, though, you can use the flinging blades of your Hampton Bay ceiling fan to cut off your burned skin.
I thought you were going to say to put out the fire, but I get no. That seems practical too.
Yeah.
All right, here's another one for you. GeoCloud Technology USA recalls the Merex Murphy beds due to risk of serious injury or death from impact and crush hazard.
I always wanted a Murphy bed.
Me too.
Growing up, I always thought it was the coolest thing.
Yeah.
You're talking about economy of space. I thought it was terrific.
It's just neat looking.
Yeah.
What sitcom am I thinking of back in the 80s? Did they have a Murphy bed? Was it Bosom Buddies?
So there's a scene, I think, where either a train is going by or whatever, and the Murphy bed opens up and flops down.
Yeah.
I think it might have been Bosom Buddies, Casey. But I remember it was kind of a trope in some sitcoms. I remember seeing one on Welcome Back, Kotter, and a few other shows that had Murphy beds. There was one, Laverne and Shirley. That's it. Because they live near train tracks, I think.
Who had a Murphy bed on Laverne and Shirley?
I think those two. It says Laverne and Shirley. It's
Maybe Lenny and Squiggy had one.
Full House, Love American Style. I thought, Steve, in the show's intro that they showed a Murphy bed.
Yeah.
Maybe. I actually thought they had regular beds side by side in the bedroom. I don't know. There's one in Schindler's List. I know that.
Marissa found a video of Laverne and Shirley where a Murphy bed comes out, but that looks like they're in somebody else's apartment, not there. So
you did get a water bed.
Yes.
Did you ever flirt with? Did you ever look into flirt?
Yeah. We had a space in our basement that was taken up by and we wanted our basement to be kind of a guest room of sorts. But I had all my exercise equipment down there. I'm like, well, we could put up a Murphy bed and have that come out only when we have people, but we never. I started researching it, and they're pretty expensive, and they have to come. Somebody has to come in and build it for you, or at least the ones I was looking at were.
Yes, because you have to have a pocket for it.
Yeah.
We have a trundle bed they call up in the guest room, which is
slides underneath.
What I always wanted. I wanted one of those trundle beds. It looks like a little couch.
Yeah.
A little metal, and
like
it's
a
all
day
pretty.
bed.
and Laura Ashley on it.
Speaking of mattresses and beds, man, I think it was on Instagram. I think I sent it to you, Marissa. Is a series of people opening up these mattresses that have been wound tight and bound up. And when I tell you, it is violent.
It will
like
launch.
you shoot across the room if you get hit by one of these things.
They get these super compact, and a lot of times they'll vacuum seal them too.
Yeah.
When that sucker opens up, the full weight of a mattress,
it shoots these people across the room.
Yeah. So
it's worth searching and finding.
It's also, they have these things called like boneless couches, and it's the same thing. These are vacuum sealed, full-on couches that you open up. We actually just bought one for my daughter for college.
And how big was the shipping package?
Believe it or not, it's
pretty small,
insane
right?
how small.
They
It's
suck all the air out of it.
It's very heavy.
Yeah.
And it's so like
dense.
Really, really dense.
Yeah, they're great for like apartment, city living, to transport a mattress that way, but there's absolutely no way to put it back in the box.
No.
Like it just lives like that forever.
So, question with that, in order for a piece of furniture to be firm enough to support your weight and to be able to push back and so on,
there's got to be
there needs to be some kind of
in it.
solid structure in there, but I guess not.
You just lean it against the wall. I guess.
So because I got one, I got a boneless, and it's more of a chaise lounge for my wife's like office area. Listen, it's backed up against a wall, right? So you have that, but even if it just sat in the middle of the room, it still has enough
girth.
Well, not girth, but like strength to veiny and girthy. No, but it's got enough strength to it that you can lean back on it.
The foam is sturdy enough.
Yeah.
Okay. Here's a text that came in and said, we heard a loud bang and somebody yell from the other side of the house when our son opened up his shrink wrap mattress. It chucked him across the room, and then he was trapped underneath it. You do have to be careful. But if you haven't seen videos like that, go search them out. They are hilarious. So this Murphy bed that's been recalled is made by GeoCloud. You should stop using it immediately and contact GeoCloud Technology for a free repair kit. Consumers that have not assembled the Murphy bed will receive a repair kit consisting of unloaded piston springs, updated assembly instructions, and inspection instructions. If you have assembled the Murphy bed, you will receive inspection instructions, and they determined the bed is assembled incorrectly. If you've determined that it's been assembled incorrectly, they'll provide the consumer with a professional installer to correct or complete the installation.
Preston.
So you don't have to throw this one away.
the candle back. Put the candle back.
All right, so that's a recall. Here's another one for you. Oh, yeah, this is, okay. Witchard Group, North America, has recalled the Corinth spliced kalimba climbing ropes due to risk of serious injury or death from a fall hazard.
You don't want those to go when you're using a climbing rope?
Yes.
Yeah.
The spliced...
Or is it a novelty rope?
It's the old novelty climbing rope.
Watch this.
When he gets to 75
He's
feet.
going to scream. Gotcha!
It says the spliced termination ends on the recalled ropes can fail unexpectedly, posing a risk of serious injury or death from a fall hazard.
If you're doing any kind of climbing or rappelling or anything like this, what's the best brand and buy it. Yeah. No knockoffs. No, it's almost as good. No, it's just another company. What's the absolute best that everyone uses? That's what you use.
So when we were just in Acadia National Park, me and Parker and Carter were going to go on a hike to go up this mountain, and Mount Gorham, and then where we parked, we wanted to be close enough to get in a good position so we wouldn't have to deal with traffic. And it was in this area called Otter Cliffs. And so we weren't going over to where the cliffs were. We were headed to where the mountain was. But as we were leaving the parking lot, there were guys walking with big ropes around their shoulders. I'm like, they're gonna go rappel down these cliffs. And when we came back around, we came down this area called the Ocean Path. We could actually see the cliffs, and we had our binoculars, and we could see them off in the distance. And they were sure enough doing that stuff, man.
Wow.
It looks cool. I
have friends that do it, and so they go to Reach, which is a rock climbing gym in Conshohocken, and they go there all the time, and that's kind of where they practice, and then they will go out and do it and they always invite me, and I always say no.
What I didn't stick around to find out, because they were rappelling, obviously, because they were starting at the top, was, do you climb back up?
You can.
Okay.
You know, I mean, listen, some of these places you hike back up. But these friends of mine, they are rock climbers. So
do you know
they
what I'll
wanna
go
climb up.
when I will hike Wissahickon? There are areas where there is an overhang, and they'll do the climbing. And I see them. You see them walking in, and they have these mats that they're wearing on their back.
Yep.
And they kind of put the mats down. I guess it's more for the novice who's learning how to get finger placement on it.
Yeah.
And they put the mats down to catch them in case they fall.
kidding?
Yeah.
When I was in Bruce Peninsula, there was a guy, because I was walking along the shorelines, and this guy had to carry this mat through water, in order to get to these giant boulders that he was climbing.
Wow. Consumers should stop using the recalled ropes immediately.
Yeah, I fell off that cliff. I'm gonna bring this back.
Contact Witchard Group North America for a free replacement rope, including shipping, and you'll be asked to complete the registration form and all that good
using
stuff.
one of your ropes today, and I fell to my death. Who do I send this back to?
So you can go to the Witchard Group website and find out more information on that. All right, let's see. We got a bunch here. All right, the Kaluli, the group Kaluli is recalling their 10-liter and 15-liter mini fridges due to fire and burn hazards. Their electrical switch can short circuit, posing a fire and burn hazards. They sold a lot, like 250,000 of them.
Do you
So
have
it might
one of
be-
those? Didn't you have a tiny little?
Yeah, but I don't think it
No,
is.
this is-
Oh,
it's
you know
Cooley.
what?
Yeah, it's like one of these like desktop ones. I know a lot of people.
Do you
use
still
them-
have that?
Yeah, I do. It's at home now. Rochelle uses it, actually.
Yeah, a lot of people use them for makeup.
Yes, that's what she's using it for.
Mhm.
Exactly.
Are you
It's in
kidding
our-
me?
It's in our bathroom.
How often do you eat makeup?
Yeah. I need to check and see if this is that. I'm going to be saving this recaller information.
Wow, yeah, but better check that out, because I was thinking, I didn't hear the actual capacity. I was thinking more like a college fridge.
Yeah, I used to have one of those.
Yeah.
I forgot where I got it from. I got it from like an uncle or something like that. And when I was 12, 13 years old, I convinced my parents, can I put this in my room? I thought it was the coolest thing ever. Stuff would end up going moldy in there. I never really got any real practical use out of it.
So maybe my third or fourth apartment was a basement apartment. My friend had gotten divorced, and I moved into the basement there, and I used one of these, and I mean, they're great.
Yeah.
You know, I mean,
Yes,
you get a
it's
decent size. Yeah.
You can put 6 packs of soda in there.
You know,
anything
my
you want to
son
keep cool.
has one in his room here at home. I haven't opened that door, dude.
Are you afraid what's in there?
I'm more afraid of that than the ghost in my house. Yeah.
Why do they have a freezer?
Yeah. Well, I think it was mainly for ice cubes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
So you put an ice tray in there.
That's it.
And
Yeah.
that was
Like-
pretty much
I'm gonna
it.
put a ham in there.
That was always the first question that you were asking your new roommate. Are you buying the mini fridge? You want me to buy the mini fridge?
And there are people moving into college right now, so maybe that's a discussion they're having. Stop using it immediately. Call Kaluli for a free replacement power cord. So that's the issue with it. And you'll be asked to visit the website, enter the model number, a batch of numbers to determine whether the mini fridge is included in the recall. And you're instructed to unplug the mini fridge, cut the power cord, submit photos to Cooley, and show the model and batch numbers of the fridge, and they'll replace the DC power cord for you.
We were looking for these last year. We wanted to get them for Christmas Miracle, but those Marshall Amp mini fridges, they were selling out like crazy. You couldn't find them anywhere.
Huh.
It's a mini fridge.
It looks like a Marshall amp.
but it's the size of like a college fridge, and it looks like a Marshall amp. It's cool as hell.
That does sound pretty cool. I don't know that I've seen that. I need to take a look at that. All right, here's another one. Louisville Ladder recalls over 1 million. Actually, it's 1,770,000 of these units. These are attic stairway ladders.
I think of Christmas Vacation when you think of this, right?
Oh my God, he's up. This is due to a risk of serious injury or death from a fall hazard.
I always wanted one of those too.
I have
never
one.
had an attic that was suitable for it.
No, I have one down the shore, and the ladder is actually it's fairly broken. We don't go up there all that much. We have some Christmas decorations up there, and that's where the ghosts live.
Yeah.
But the second part of the ladder that folds down and actually touches the ground,
Right.
It's a little wonky.
So I'm looking at a picture of this one, Stephen. This is kind of like the one we have at my house, and it's more a thin aluminum telescoping one.
Okay, straight up ladder.
When I was a kid, and actually in our last home before the one that we're in now, was the big clunky. You pull the trap door and and if you're not careful, you pull it down too hard, it's clunk. The whole thing opens up and it's wooden and it's really, really heavy.
Yeah.
This is smaller and more compact. And doesn't feel quite as sturdy as the old wooden ones, I think. But we had a fairly sizable attic. My attic in the house now, you don't want to go up there. It's just all insulation and
itchy.
But we had kind of storage room in our other house, which I always liked going up in an attic. I always thought it was kind of cool.
The house I grew up in had it wasn't, you wouldn't, stand up, but you could hunch over a little bit, and there was enough room it was the footprint of the house, basically the size of the house.
Yeah. I had in our garage we had 2 separate attics in my family home growing up, and the garage one, there was no reason to go up in there. That kind of became my pseudo clubhouse hangout.
Yeah.
I told you about my neighbor had the Nuss Hut, which was
Nuss.
Oh yeah,
it was a porn magazine.
They were actually Greek. It was a Greek. My neighbor's. My good friend Greg Camus, his father was an artist, a commercial artist, and so there were a number, and they were Greek, and he had Greek nude model books, which he said he was using for sketching purposes, but we found them and we bring them up to what we called the Nuss Hut. But that was off of the attic and into the garage, so it was like that, Preston. It was our clubhouse.
Yeah, Chuck had an attic that he hung out in, a lot like your little hangout when he was in high school. I think they called it the chicken coop.
Okay.
And you kind of had to and it was above the garage, but that's where him and all his boys would hang out and drink their Pabst Blue Ribbon.
It's where you kept the porn mags you found.
Sure.
Yeah.
So if you have one of these Louisville ladders, it's the one they've recalled over 1 million attic stairway ladders. You should stop using it immediately and register at the attic airway recall.expertinquiry.com. They'll send you a repair kit. And you should have the ladder's model number, and it can be found on the inside of the attic.
I just returned the friggin' thing. I'm not repairing this. Have you know anyone who's ever purchased the telegraphing outdoor ladders? The ones you
Telescoping?
Telescope?
Yeah.
Telescoping outdoor ladders? Oh, yeah. I have one. It's
Does it work?
fantastic.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, they sell them at your
Right, yeah.
hardware stores. Yeah, I bought 2 of them.
And they're sturdy.
They're fantastic.
Oh, okay.
I have like a 20-foot one.
Oh, nice.
And it's
All right.
I've extended it all the way for like tree trimming and stuff like that. Yeah, it's great.
I should get one of these so I can finally change the light bulbs in my apartment.
Are you talking about, Steve, the kind that is like an A? You can we can put it in a few different shapes.
This one goes clink, clink, clink into the rungs.
Slots.
Yeah, below. Yeah.
Yeah, it's highly recommend for sure.
Look into that.
All right, another one. Yamazuki is recalling their youth all-terrain vehicles due to risk of serious injury or death from a crash hazard.
Yamazuki.
Yep.
Is that like Yamaha and Suzuki combined? Like, what
you
is
know
that?
what? Yeah, that does seem like that, Casey.
It's like Chevrolet Honda.
The recalled youth ATVs violate the mandatory safety standard for ATVs because the parking brakes fail to hold.
Parking brakes on a vehicle like that?
The ATV's speed limiting device is not set to the restricted speed required for children ages 6 and older.
Yeah.
That poses a crash hazard.
Those things are a lot of fun.
This is for little kids. These are small ones.
Oh, by the way, I saw 2 young girls. They were probably about maybe 10 years old max, driving one of these in the streets of Broomall, no helmet. I was like, it was on like Route 320. They were coming off of 320 down New Ardmore Avenue. So if you live in that area and you have a daughter who has a 4-wheeler, she's driving it in the streets with no helmet. Like, I could not believe what I was watching.
Was she booking along?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, man, it's making me nervous. With the new electronic bikes and motorcycles and ATVs and things like that. Because I'm in my neighborhood, I'm seeing more and more riding in the middle of the street at a pretty decent speed. And listen, I was all about doing that stuff when I was that age too, but I'm just concerned that somebody's going to get hurt, somebody's going to get killed.
Yeah.
And I just hope it doesn't happen.
It's going to happen because it's already happening. So
Yeah,
you
you're
just
right.
don't want it to happen to anybody you know.
Yeah, it's true. All right. So anyhow, there were a bunch of these sold, and you can. Let me see. What do you need to do?
You have to set it on fire, piss on it, and make love to it in front of somebody who cares.
Or you should just stop using the recalled youth ATV immediately and contact Yamazuki for a free repair kit.
These rituals that you have to go through for returning is so crazy. You're like, I'm just going to send it back in the box, and you give me my money back, or give me a new one.
All right, couple more here. Winco Fireworks International.
Let me guess what happens.
Recalls the Unity 7 Shot 200 gram aerial cake fireworks due to risk of
explosion.
Yes, serious injury from explosion and burn hazards. The recalled fireworks can tip over, posing a risk of serious injury from explosion and burn hazards.
Oh, boy, they make for great videos.
They do. When those things fall over and it's like, oh, my God. Incoming!
Yeah, the one that takes place on the front lawn.
Oh, wow.
You know that one.
I know exactly the one you're talking about. The view is from the porch.
Yeah.
And something falls over, and they had a whole lot of fireworks there, and it goes 10 times beyond what you thought it was.
10 times in every direction possible. No matter where you were running, you were going to get hit by something.
So I know this is a shocker, but you should stop using the recalled fireworks immediately and return them to the store where they were purchased for a full refund. You get a refund in the form of cash or a refund to the original form of payment. They're not making you do crazy stuff here, Steve. You just take it back and they'll return it.
I wonder how strict can you be on like fireworks? You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, what are the safety protocols when you're building something that explodes?
Here's a question that I have about fireworks in general. Every now and then around my area, and I live in a fairly rural area, somebody has bought like commercial grade fireworks and they'll start setting them off. And I know that it's not a sanctioned event. I know that this is a person, a private citizen who's done this. Do the police even... if
there's a complaint, like a noise ordinance complaint, perhaps I don't think they would seek them out. I think by the time
sometimes it goes on for a while.
Oh, really?
And I'm like,
all right.
Has somebody not called the police?
Right, yeah.
Do they not care? Do the police hear it and go, it's not worth our time?
Yeah.
You know,
By the
I
time
don't
we
know.
get there, they're going to be gone.
Gone.
I don't know. But I mean big ones, aerial ones, the big booms and stuff.
Wow.
It's like we had somebody in our neighborhood set them off, scared the hell out of us and our dogs,
Yeah.
which we're more sensitive to it now because the dogs hate it. Terrifies them. But I just, I'm like, I don't think anything's going to be done about that.
Yeah, it's a good question. They used to be on it a lot more.
Yeah.
Does
All
it
right.
bother you when they're setting off? Because I kind of love it.
Yeah, sometimes it does bother me.
Okay.
I mean, because we go to bed early and, if it's during a weekend and also just, I don't know.
And anyone with dogs, like that, if your
Yeah.
pets
Yeah,
or
my-
children.
Yeah, my dog does not like it. Kizzy.
Yep. All right, let me see. I think can lose do one more, and I actually have more than one.
Do you have anything about the Outshine popsicles?
Oh, from Breyers?
Well, does Breyers make Outshine?
Well, I heard on the news this morning a recall for Breyers ice cream, and then I went to go search for it, and all the recalls I could find were from like 2025.
Okay.
From glass being in it.
Yeah.
I think it's Dryers.
Dryer. Okay, then that must have been it. Thank you, Marissa.
Mm-hmm.
Dryer's Grand Ice Cream has voluntarily recalled select batches of Outshine frozen fruit bars, Casey.
Okay, because
due to possible glass contamination.
I am a massive fan, and I have been consuming the lime popsicles for about a month and a half now. I'm kind of addicted to them right now.
Okay.
And so
Doesn't the glass give it the flavor?
Well, my wife said something to me about it yesterday. I'm like, well, I'm just going to have to, take that chance because I'm not throwing these things away.
You have blood in your gums. I just love them.
But I asked, I said, does it include lime? Because I hope not.
I
We have
don't know about the flavor.
Strawberry. We have grape.
Okay, I just went through a box of grape.
Watermelon.
No, never.
Glassberry.
Black
never.
cherry.
Nope, never.
Ooh, yes.
Tangerine. That's it.
That's it? Okay, good. I'm safe.
So the lime is good?
Oh, it's so good.
I can't say that I would ever gravitate towards a lime popsicle.
Oh, yeah.
To me,
I'll
that
have to try it.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a water ice, Italian ice.
Yeah.
But it's like, you love margaritas, right?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, it's like a margarita.
You know
But
what you should do? You should make a margarita and stick one of those in it upside down.
I was talking to another friend of ours who is a huge margarita fan.
Yeah.
She said the same thing.
Interesting. But no, I mean, lime is not one of my go-to flavors as far as like, Italian ice or popsicles. I'm like, cherry or.
Do you like key lime pie?
I do.
Yeah.
But I mean, I like the flavor lime, but it's just not one that I would
Not what you
seek
go to,
out.
yeah.
But giving Casey's full-throated endorsement, maybe I will have to do that.
And you can
after
throw it
all the
too.
glass is removed.
I got all the glass out.
Marissa, could you pull that recall back up just so I can read the official information and pass that all along? So how many do you have left, by the way, Case?
Apparently I'm safe, but I bought a new box, so I've got 5 left.
Do you want to do like Russian roulette on the air?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
See who gets the glass?
So let me see here. Consumers with questions may contact Dryer's Grand Ice Cream.
Yes, I had some questions for your ice cream.
At Dryer. You can figure it out if you do a little
I
search.
saw in another store you can return it for a full refund.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
That's perfect. Well, I guess we'll just wrap it up there. Thank you for that, Casey. Appreciate that. From time to time, we'll make you aware of these things, you fellow consumer. This is important information, so we will pass along via the consumer. Not the consumer. That should be another another one. I should.
The consumer.
I am the consumer. Consumer of worlds. I would like for you to be the consumer, and I would like you to consume some tickets to see our friend Bert Kreischer
Yeah.
in
I
his
like it, Dad.
second show that is coming to town. Bert will be here at a very near date. Is it up here, Casey? Yeah, I got it here. It's a Permission to Party tour, Saturday, October 10th at the Met. Tickets don't go on sale till Friday. Caller number 28. 610-660-9333. Those tickets are yours. Friday at 10 a.m. via Ticketmaster where you can get tickets for the second show, but we will give them to you for free right now after call number 28. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back in just a moment, so make sure you stay with us. 47. This is the top phone habits that people want to kick. They hope to kick. So 47% said they really want to spend less time on their phones in general this year. The average person spends 3 hours a day on their phones. Wow. And for Gen Z, that jumps to over 5 hours.
Stop
a
and think
day.
about that. Stop and think about how connected we are now, and it just makes you feel terrible if you find yourself doom scrolling. It just sucks the life out of you.
But part of it too is like a text. Like if you get a text, are you supposed to stop everything you're doing and respond to that, or can you prioritize that and say, I don't want to be on my phone right now, I'll get to that later?
Yeah.
It's a toss-up.
I want to get off my phone and get onto my computer and visit Pornhub.
Well, and scrolling is part of it as well. But yesterday, like we had Crystal Marie on, and she posted pictures of being here in the studio and everything. And I went through and I looked at them, and then I started looking at the comments, and she was responding to every single comment.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that is a lot of time. That is a lot of time out of the day. Now, she's got a different work schedule than we do.
Right. Yeah.
And maybe I would have more time if I was doing comedy at night and pretty much my days were kind of open.
But also that is kind of work for her, right? So when you engage
That's a
with
good
people
point.
who engage with you, it helps gain,
followers,
followers and all that stuff.
I don't really respond to the ones if I don't post that often on social media, but I posted one the other day. I got a lot of responses. They're great. I did read them, but the idea of going through and responding to every single one is it's too much of a time suck.
Well, and for her, it could sell tickets.
Yeah.
If someone's like, oh, you're in town, you respond personally, that person's going to go out and buy tickets.
So according to the survey, nearly a third of respondents, 31% admit that they check their phone within 10 minutes of waking up every day, and another 30% do it most days. Almost a quarter, 23%, have already tried to do a digital detox, but that lasts less than a day.
I wonder
for 18% of them.
In the pecking order of things and habits to kick, and we know how a nicotine habit compares to a heroin habit and an addiction. Where does an addiction to tech, to your phone, where does that fall?
Well, so for me, I know it's harder when I'm here, but like when I did my trip to the Grand Canyon, where I had no choice, there was no cell signal. It was so easy and it was so refreshing.
Sure.
But here where I don't have that,
That's when you got
ripped away from me.
Lost and were able to survive on some beans.
Thank God I put the beans in the flashlight, Steve. Yeah, I told you that story.
It's a great story.
So these are the top 10 habits that people hope to kick in 2026. Number 10, using their phone to check the time, then getting distracted instead of just wearing a watch. Number 9, scrolling on the toilet. Number 8, checking their phone during conversations. Yeah, that's bad. Number 7, downloading apps that they never use. Number 6, they want to kick the habit of forgetting or taking a long time to reply to messages. I do that too, especially if I get a message and I'm in the middle of something. I get a text message, I glance at it, and I'm like, this is going to take more time than I have right now to answer this, so I'll get back to it later. Then it falls down the scroll, and you lose it, and you never respond to that person.
It's the weirdest thing. A lot of times, if you don't hear back from me, it's because I really wanted to get back to you.
Me
if
too.
it makes any sense, because it's fallen into that hole.
Yeah.
Like, oh no, I want to spend some time with this, and but then other cases, it's like, okay, I'm trying to train myself to let me just do it right now, because if it will go into oblivion if I don't get to it.
I'm guilty of that. I want to give this person more time, so I'll do it later. I have 1,240 unread text messages.
Unread text messages.
Yep.
Nah, I like to keep mine at 0.
Good for you.
I have one.
Yeah.
So I'm good on that. Now my mail
Yeah, that's
in
a
my
different
mailbox. Let me see where that is at. That's currently at 321,862.
Jesus. All right. Opening things that people want to kick as far as their phone habits go. Opening social media as soon as they wake up.
Yeah.
I don't have time for that.
Don't do that.
Number 4, constantly checking for notifications even when none are there. So if I post something, that's me. I'm like constantly going back. All right, how many views? How many likes?
You are.
How many blah, blah, blah? Who did it? Yeah. But that lasts for like a day, and then the post is old. But so much so that I hate that I'm doing it.
Yeah.
I hate
You
the
hate
fact
yourself.
that I'm going back and I'm trying to hit, I'm that rat hitting the feeder bar for the heroin,
And that's how it works.
Yeah.
All right, be honest. How many times a day do you check in with your jerk mate?
Yeah. I've never heard of jerkmate before.
Ever.
No.
Oh, okay.
I just thought,
Yo, ever heard of Jerkmate?
number 4, constantly checking. Yeah, I already have that. Number 3, never cleaning your phone, meaning cleaning out.
I think putting it in the washing machine.
Yeah.
I don't know if that
I
means.
think actually cleaning the phone with the screen and
Does that mean that? Okay.
that's what I would perceive it as, unless they're talking about cleaning out apps.
Oh, did you ever see those videos where they'll like get the dust inside the like charger port and things like that?
I've seen
it's
that
very like ASMR for me.
Well, they do like a wax type of
Yes.
thing. Yeah.
It's almost like a rubbery,
or like a putty or like a glue,
like a gelatin.
Yeah.
Taking their phone to bed and scrolling until they fall asleep.
I never do that.
I don't either.
No.
And then number 1, taking up storage with duplicate or unneeded photos. These are the things that people want to kick.
Yeah.
Or the habits they want to kick with their phones.
Do you remember years ago, before the cell phones and these kind of things, you get a hotel room that had a phone in the bathroom, and it was such a wild thing. Like, I think I'm going to call somebody while I'm taking a dump.
I actually had this thought yesterday. I went to Acme to get some milk, and as I was walking out, I was thinking about those a-holes that would go into the supermarket, and they would grab a gallon of milk and then just smash it on the floor, and they would do that for views on whatever, and they thought it was so funny. And I just think that those little pricks are what a-holes, man. And somebody else is going to clean that up. And then I was like, oh my God, if I would have had a cell phone in 7th and 8th grade,
you probably would have done
and
that.
in high school, I would have been an insufferable a-hole.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, think about how
It's
insufferable I am now.
Well,
you know,
if you're an attention whore, and look at all these people that do this stuff.
Yeah. All right, I have another survey. And this one actually came up in conversation the other day, and we didn't get a chance to explore it. It has to do with crowdfunding. And it has obviously emerged as a convenient way to get help, covering costs for emergency treatment or, sports equipment, anything in between. But there are some opinions on crowdfunding. And there was the survey that they did. Number 1, they found out where most crowdfunding donations go to. And the most go to medical causes. 39% are for medical expenses or healthcare causes, or at least that's what's being presented.
Right.
17% for a memorial or funeral. 10% for groceries or daily necessities. 8% veterinary expenses or animal causes. 7% natural disaster relief or for an individual or community. 4% for equipment or materials for youth sports or activities. Number 3, education expenses or causes. These are crowdfunding. And 3%, a life event such as a wedding. But the poll shows that Americans, including crowdfunding donors, have some doubts about whether people who crowdfund really need the money and use it responsibly. Most U.S. adults don't have high confidence in the crowdfunding sites. That crowdfunding sites charge reasonable service fees or that campaigns generally reach their goals.
I think we've talked over the past number of years. There have been so many GoFundMe scams and other crowdfunding scams and you hear about them all the time, that I think reflexively people go, what is this?
Yeah. I remember back in the day before crowdfunding was a thing on the this is basically before the internet. I had friends that basically this is crowdfunding, all right? Yeah. They would crowdfund to get money so they could get a beach house for the summer. And the way they would do it, because you got to think these are, probably 19, 20, 21-year-old people, they would get like a fire hall, and they would hold a beef and beer. And, for $10, and you got to think, like, as a, young person, all I want to do is just like go somewhere and drink beer out of a red Solo cup or whatever.
So to me, that's different in tone, though.
I know that, but
you're actually because what you're doing is your money's going to the actual circuitously purchasing your beef and beer.
Yeah,
a GoFundMe is just here you go.
Yeah, Casey was saying this is before the days of crowdfunding,
right.
Yeah. And wouldn't have blinked twice at what the money was going to. You just,
But would you ever think to go to like could you do a GoFundMe? Hey, me and my boys want to
get a beach house. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, you wouldn't.
Yeah.
I bet you people do though.
Yeah.
The amount of things that'll end up in crowdfunding.
Right.
GoFundMe type. What's the other site that competes with GoFundMe? It's similar name, but anyway, people put up very frivolous things.
Yeah, well, so when the main thing that made me think about that, Steve, is Preston listed like weddings in there. That's not on anybody else to pay for to crowdfund and pay for somebody's wedding, and it's not necessarily on me to make sure that you get a cool ass beach house, for an entire summer.
So I just Googled GoFundMe beach house.
Okay.
And somebody is saying save Nanny's home in Ocean City, New Jersey.
Well, there you
So
go.
this family
Well, you're
can't
saving Nanny's home.
Well, this family can't afford the house. So they're trying to raise money to collect. They've gotten almost $11,000 out of $24,000 is their goal.
That's a little different than renting a beach house, I guess. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're right.
Give us a place to go this summer.
Participation still lags behind more formal avenues for giving, though. Overall, the share of Americans who said that they had given to a crowdfunding campaign was far fewer than the roughly 7 in 10 who indicate that they made a charitable contribution in 2025. It's just through the crowdfunding, a little less participation. These efforts lend themselves to small gifts. The AP NORC poll found that 6 in 10 crowdfunding donors gave $50 or less when they last supported a campaign. The lower donation sizes underscore the importance of strong personal networks. Without offline connections or large social media reach, campaigns can face difficulties reaching the critical mass of small dollar contributors necessary to meet their goal.
When you donate, if you have donated, do you go anonymously? Do you put your name up? How do you go about it?
It depends
Yeah.
on what the event is, but we have done anonymous donations before. But for the most part, I'll put my name down.
One of my little gripes about GoFundMe is I wish that you could edit what your name is.
Yeah.
So I wish that I could write like from the Magnotta family or something like that. Because
True,
sometimes
yeah, you have to go with your straight up name.
when you're donating it, it's weird if it's just coming from you.
So when I post or make any donation, I always put it from the Magnotta family, which is a weird. That's good. I don't know why.
That's the name on your Venmo or whatever it is. I love it.
So there are broad doubts about whether the crowdfunding sites charge reasonable service fees or not. The poll found only 44% of U.S. adults are at least somewhat confident that the sites charge reasonable service fees. I don't even know what the service fees are. I've never set one up, so I don't know. More than half of U.S. adults were at least somewhat confident that people who raise money through crowdfunding sites really need the money, and about half were at least somewhat confident that they use it responsibly, but only about 1 in 10 were very or extremely confident. So
that's a low ratio.
That is. All right, one more maybe?
Yeah, just one more.
Okay. So I'll try to get through this quickly because we have to go on Fox Good Day. But this was in 1998. Gallup in USA Today called up just over 1,000 Americans on landlines and asked them for their best predictions about a year in the distant future, 2025. So they had to make predictions. This is an old survey.
I love this. Yes.
And they're now.
When was the survey conducted?
1998.
Okay.
So a polling archive
71 years ago.
Maintained by the Roper Center at Cornell University.
Run by Mr. Roper.
And Mr. Furley was the president at the time. So here's a look back on some of them held up. Some were surprisingly prescient. Most Americans predicted that over the next 27 years, the country would have elected a black president, gay marriages would be legal and commonplace, and a deadly new disease would have emerged. Most people in 1998 correctly doubted that space travel would be common for ordinary Americans or that alien life forms would have made contact by now. So they got those.
Go figure, right?
Yeah, they got those correct. Here are some of the other ones. 68% believed that physician-assisted suicide would be commonplace. It's become more commonplace.
Yeah.
67% said an environmental catastrophe will have occurred. 66% said that the country would have elected a woman president. That hasn't happened yet, obviously. 64% said illicit drug use, such as marijuana and cocaine, would be commonplace. You got the marijuana part right.
Absolutely.
61% said that people would routinely live to be 100 years old. Not quite that.
Yeah.
60% said that AIDS would be cured.
Well, we're there.
Pretty much happened.
Pretty much it.
Yeah.
I mean, they stopped. This is the last year for the AIDS walk.
Yeah. And the AIDS fund is over. Yeah. So 59% believe that cancer would be cured by now. They're making inroads, but that's not, obviously, that
Just
hasn't
reading
happened.
an article that there are more people surviving cancer now than ever before.
I'm sure, yeah. This 56% said that most stores would be replaced by shopping on the internet.
Yeah.
Quite a bit of that has happened.
Getting there, yeah.
52% most people said most people would do their jobs from home.
A lot
of that has happened. And 51% said the United States would be involved in a full-scale war between then and now, 1998 and now, 1998 and now. All right, thank you very much, Marissa. I had seen several different things that might be worth throwing out here. So, welcome to Totally Presbo.
Totally Presbo.
Where's Getty?
Yeah, here it is.
Hi, Presbo.
I mean, if we were ever going to have Getty, the week he's in town.
Hey, what song is this?
That is Blackbird by the Beatles.
You got it.
No, so this is an article out of Philly Mag. Our buddy Victor Fiorello wrote this. There is a new museum that is opening to showcase the side of the city that Visit Philly isn't going to put on billboards. It's called the Museum of Philadelphian, not Philadelphia, Museum of the Philadelphian. Is going to open at 454 East Girard Avenue in Fishtown, not till September 25th. And apparently is from a gentleman who is a self-described cultural convener. Brian Adolph is his name. And he's also behind projects such as the Fishtown Choir and Join Philly. And he's a guy that makes some cool stuff happen in Philly. And he had said in a quote, "This is a serious institution about the conduct and the character of a Philadelphian and what makes a Philadelphian a Philadelphian." He said it's about the personality, the attitude, but really at its heart, it's a love letter to the city and the people of the city. It's taking the things like the booing, the throwing of objects and projectiles, the death of Hitchbot, and it gives it the institutional seriousness it deserves. He said, so it's like a real museum, cases and real museum exhibits, but definitely a little absurd.
So I do like this. I think when Hitchbot is mentioned, I think Popebot should be mentioned in the next breath, because that was the counter to Hitchbot to prove that the city could embrace a fake robot. And we succeeded. And then Birdbot.
Yeah.
Yep. So one piece on display will be a drawing from, and I didn't know this, an 1866 baseball game between the Athletics, the Philadelphia Athletics and the Brooklyn Athletics at the athletic grounds at 15th and Columbia Avenue, later renamed Cecil B. Moore Avenue, which was in the news this morning for multiple shootings. By the way.
Yeah.
It's an amazing illustration, Adolph said. It doesn't look like there's that many people there, but then your eyes zoom in on the lower part, and there's a guy pickpocketing, a guy choking that guy out, there's a drunk guy, there's people fighting, there are people gambling. Adolph and his team have transformed that illustration into a light box that will hang on the wall and feature interactive components.
You know, this reminds me of it as something that I've actually at some point would like to embrace a little bit more. The concept of dark tourism.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're like the seamier side of Philadelphia. Because it is part of, like, both you and I have talked about visiting Pripyat, or the city outside Chernobyl, or just these things that are maybe they're nefarious and have an evil connotation or whatever, but it's still something I'm interested in.
There's like the catacombs in Paris, and there are things that are like that. But then you get into like serial killers and stuff like that.
And I mean, that's part of it too.
Yeah, it's history.
If I were in proximity to John Wayne Gacy's now bulldozed house, I would want to be aware of that. I'd want to. I mean, it's not like I go, ooh, but it's. I'm fascinated with it.
If you guys could put one thing from our show in this museum, what would it be? Because I have something that comes to mind.
Man, that's a good question.
An item
that represents this show on a cultural level.
Well, I was thinking
6 jars of farts.
6 jars of farts, right? That might be one. I was thinking the marbles that we threw down the steps of the art museum, the 10,000 marbles.
10,000, which looks a little less impressive when you're on the full, but it was still pretty cool.
That was fun.
The most impressive part of that was that Bill was sitting in the back of a squad car. You remember that?
No.
Yeah, Bill Weston
got in
show.
trouble.
Yeah.
Oh, that's one of my favorite stories to tell. I thought it was so hilarious that we celebrated that.
Yeah, it was the Phillies' 10,000th loss in the history of the franchise.
They were the first team to hit 10,000 losses.
Well, so booing is going to be a part of this exhibition. Adolph has found plenty on that subject. For instance, there was a time that Philadelphia Athletics baseball manager Connie Mack, who, of course, whose name would later appear on the Phillies' former stadium, had a fan arrested for tormenting one of his players from the stands. He said, "This man's rooting has damaged the morale of my team," he told the judge. and he has been razzing us all year with a voice that carries like a 3-mile loudspeaker. He has done more to ruin the morale of the Athletics than any other factor, including the bats of Ruth and Gehrig.
You know, I was thinking about tangential to that, Preston. What if you could visit the street where Rizzo encountered the CBS reporter?
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That's around
Get
here.
away from me.
Yeah. I think it's around here.
Yeah.
Not 100% sure.
Or
Get
the
away
shrapnel from the move bombing.
Oh my God.
Get away from me.
Honestly, that would be part of dark tourism. You know,
the booing thing. Not being born and raised here. I don't get it. I don't think
like
it's
no one else
necessary.
is booed.
Well, I mean, your own team.
Yeah.
I just never. I'm not going to do that.
So I got to talk to some of the MLB broadcasters before the Field of Dreams game, and they were complimenting Philadelphia for all the booing that we were doing during the All-Star game. They thought it was hilarious.
I'm sure they did.
And they were celebrating it in booing the other players and booing the mascots is just like cheering your own team.
Yeah, okay. I'm sticking up your team.
I felt like the booing at the All-Star game was really tongue-in-cheek.
Yes.
You know,
Right,
like
right.
the home run derby,
I'm talking about booing your own team.
Yeah.
I'm talking about booing the people that are representing your city. I never have gotten that. I've seen it. I've experienced it. The first within 6 months that I lived here, I was like, what is going on
Well,
here?
then let me ask you, not to argue with you at all, but what is the better alternative to booing? Just dead silence?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure. That's
Because I also think at the end of a quarter, at the end of a half, or after an interception, or you give up a lousy touchdown or whatever, is deafening silence worse than a boo?
I think that booing is warranted if you did it on purpose. I don't think it's that if you really tried as to your best of your ability,
right,
and it just didn't happen. Dude, it's freaking sports, for Christ's sake. You're not going to get everything right. I'm not here to debate.
No, I know that. I know. But I'm kind of having a conversation, and agreeing with you,
But would that be worse, or would that weigh on you more so?
Yeah.
Have you booed players? Have you done it?
Yeah.
So for me, I tend to probably align more with Preston. I'm not.
I'll do it.
Yeah,
I'll do it. Come on, man.
Yeah. Or how about
something like that?
Casey, there's a scene in Mystery Alaska when the Rangers come off of the plane and they skate on the ice, and everybody just pulls up a newspaper. And it's dead silence.
Yes.
And that's like my dream for that to happen. Like dead silence in a stadium instead of the booing.
Do we want to start doing shunning instead? Right?
Just turn your back?
Yeah, just turn your back.
How about
and
meshing?
just be silent,
That would be pretty. I mean, it is.
Because I will say, sometimes when I'm not at a game or just watching, especially like a nationally televised and something like booing happen, I do cringe a little bit. I'm like, oh, this just looks bad on the city. Do you know what I mean? So
all that stuff doesn't tend to. I get it though. I get what you're saying. To me, it's like you support good effort, but I think Preston makes a clear point that makes sense to me. If it's on purpose and they're throwing the game, yeah. If it's like 8 men out, yeah, then maybe. But I mean, it's like, come on, guys.
It was weird because I was at UFC on Saturday night, and there was really only one Philadelphia fighter. So all these other athletes, combatants that are in the octagon, they're fighting, and there were a couple of moments of. I really think there was really only one stinker of a fight on the entire card. But people started booing when there wasn't action in the ring or in the octagon. And, who was it? Was it Wallace Shawn? It wasn't Wallace Shawn, but I was talking to Kevin Kincaid from Crossing Broad. And I was like, these people, it may not look exciting, but they're trying their hardest. This is a chess match, right? So when there's quote unquote nothing going on in the ring, there's actually a lot going on in the ring. You know what I mean? But nobody wants to give up an arm or a leg.
The supporters groups like the Sons of Ben are very good at that. They'll have chants specifically written for somebody, or at one point there was a coach that had a DUI, so everybody just took their keys out and jingled their keys at them. So the taunting can be fun.
So other than the booing, Adolf says that while most of the bad behavior attributed to Philadelphians has been thanks to men, he's also found some examples of women not at their best. For instance, he cites an afternoon performance of the Philadelphia Orchestra from 1926. On the program was the U.S. premiere of America's by French-American avant-garde composer Edgar Verzay. The high society women in the audience were beside themselves, and they hissed and gesticulated relentlessly, as documented in the New York Times. So that's included in this museum. As for Hitchbot, the Canadian hitchhiking robot that wound up dismembered and decapitated in Philadelphia.
Dead on the side of the road.
In 2015, after it traversed its home country without incident, its fate is also documented in the museum. But Adolf makes sure to point out that some Philadelphians offered to fix Hitchbot or fundraise towards its repair. It also showcases the bad behavior of Phillies fans after our 2008 World Series win, which led the film director Ted Passon's car being flipped on Broad Street. That happens in almost any city where there are big victories in
kind of
championship games. But then the exhibit notes that people donated $4,000 to Passon for his loss. He bought a new car, and he gave $3,000 to a woman whose car got flipped that same night as well. So there's some heart to that.
We flipped cars in the parking lot a couple times.
We did, so that the city wouldn't have to.
Yeah,
remember?
that's right. Yeah.
The Museum of the Philadelphian is also a micro museum. Adolf says it's just 300 square feet. It's pretty small.
Yeah.
In his Fishtown studio, and it'll be open Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays with free admission. It's going to have a limited run, closing on November 1st.
Are there any rides?
Yeah, there's a Ferris wheel. So anyhow, I thought that was kind of interesting and something you might want to check out. So, all right, let's get another
Totally Presbo.
Hi, Presbo.
Casey, you're hip to the kids' slang these days and the terminology.
Bet.
You familiar with polyester?
Oh yeah, polyester, man.
All right, what does that mean?
It's a fabric.
Okay, yeah.
No cat?
No cat, man.
It's popping up more and more online. In short, Gen Zers are using it to call something low quality or cheap.
Well, that's kind
polyester.
Yeah, it replaces rayon.
Right. The phrase's revamped meaning is a bit more complex, so it stems from a negative perception of polyester fabrics that has been growing for some years compared to high-blend cotton fabrics. Creators on TikTok have racked up millions of views with posts about efforts to rid their closets of polyester and the struggle to find high-quality clothes. Many Twitch streamers, influencers, and YouTubers have been made fun of for selling 100% polyester merch in the past, notably someone named Low Tier God,
Not familiar.
who critics jokingly refer to as the polyester prince. These polyester fits have also been provided in video skits where comedians put an all-over polyester print outfit like a wolf t-shirt and galaxy pants, and they parody the stereotypical nerdy kid. In fall 2025, an edit of Peter Parker from the Spider-Man films was shared on TikTok featuring fast-cut clips of the character layered over one another in a chaotic fashion set to a metallic, high-pitched audio. The edit recently resurfaced and was dubbed the Polyester Spider-Man edit by TikTok users, and so-called polyester edits have since been made for several characters since, sticking to the format of the original Spider-Man, one down to the speed, sound, and length. Polyester Ronaldo reads the caption on one edit of superstar Cristiano Ronaldo.
So this to me seems to be kind of an alternate to Timo. When you Timo, this is the Temu Spider-Man, right?
Yes,
it's basically the same thing.
Yep.
What was Temu Spider-Man? I missed it.
So no, Temu is the company they're Chinese company that has knockoffs, cheaper knockoffs. That a lot of people will purchase their stuff.
So is that being used as a phrase?
Right.
Okay.
Temu is polyester.
Right. Yeah, Temu is polyester.
Our generation would call it the Wish.com.
I don't even know what that is.
Wish.com was before Temu, but a very similar site. You buy things, but whatever.
I'm familiar with Temu, but as a phrase, using it as a negative.
Pejorative,
yeah.
So it's the latest in a zeitgeist of Gen Z slang terms focused on authenticity and quality. There's also LARPing, the word young people use are repurposing for its original live-action role-playing definition, LARP.
Felching.
And that is used to call out someone they think is inauthentic.
Yes.
And the Gen Z insults like industry plant. I don't know.
So is LARPing essentially like aura farming too?
I don't know what that is. Aura forming? Or farming?
Farming, yeah.
What is aura forming?
I think it's essentially LARPing as well, but I think it's done on like a social media level.
So you're catching the glow of something else?
No, you're doing something.
A fraud, a tryhard?
Yeah. Well, you know what? Back in our day, Preston, we'd call it a poser.
A poser,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, LARPing has that similar definition, apparently. So, anyhow, polyester is one they're throwing.
By the way,
How much polyester did you wear throughout?
Oh, yeah.
When I was a kid in the 70s, my parents
Polyester
dressed me in
pants?
polyester like crazy.
I
yeah.
remember there used to be like there used to be these polyester patches that you could put over like a whole cheap.
Oh, yeah,
like, the pants are already cheap to begin with.
My buddy Steve in high school would have polyester parties. You had to wear polyester.
Really?
You
That's
could
great,
not
yeah.
get into the party. Yeah.
It was the first club I ever used a fake ID at.
I remember
Polyesters.
polyesters.
And this was a song in the commercials that you
That's
guys
why
were
I'm
playing.
playing it.
Yes.
Yeah, that's exactly because this was Preston. You don't even remember. You were the voice of this. All right, so
I don't. I
at
remember the
Y100, it would be like, come down to polyester.
Polyesters, the 70s are back alive. I never went there, though. I didn't go.
Are you going to be there?
Not one time. Oh. All right, let's see. Yeah.
Totally Presbo.
Hi, Presbo.
All right, I'm trying to get the things that
They make a difference in the world.
that I won't put in the junk drawer tomorrow. All right, a 6-year-old pug has officially been crowned the 2026 world's ugliest dog.
Oh.
Taking the title. No, they like that.
Yeah,
I know.
I find them unbelievably adorable.
Yeah, they're
like
cute.
dog pool.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
With
yeah.
the tongue sticking
Yeah,
out and
yeah,
everything. So it takes the title at the contest 50th anniversary in Santa Rosa, California. The dog's name is Ginny Lou and won $5,000 for her owner and will also get her own limited edition mug root beer can, replacing the brand's usual dog mascot. So they're going to actually put the dog on the,
That's
on the
awesome.
can, which is really cool. The pug had entered the competition 3 times before finally winning on her 4th try. Now, let me ask you about this, because a lot of times you'll see like a Chihuahua or one that has, really stringy hair sticking out, but
Just
they
a
always
mess.
have the tongue hanging out. I think that is the quality that every single one of these ugliest dogs has, is the tongue that's hanging out. Is that a medical condition?
I think it is.
Okay.
I
don't know if my question is are they that way as a puppy, or does this happen as they get older?
I think it as they get. But I don't know. Perhaps, Marissa, can you do a little search on the prominent tongue in these dogs? Because I don't think you never see a puppy with its tongue hanging out that way.
Okay, Marissa found this. Hanging tongue syndrome is a general term that describes when a dog's tongue sticks out excessively, often even when the mouth is closed. While it's normal for dogs' tongues to hang out while panting, exercising, and even when relaxed with their mouth open, most dogs will rest their tongue fully within the mouth. Dogs with hanging tongue syndrome either aren't able to fully retract their tongue or struggle to keep it in their mouth when they do. Some will have a tongue that sticks out forwards, while others will commonly let their tongue loll out to the side of the mouth, which is hilarious. Hanging tongue syndrome can be permanent or intermittent, and depending on its severity, can be simply a cosmetic quirk or cause of discomfort.
So I would think if your tongue is hanging out all the time and it is in the air, that it's going to dry out.
I would think so.
Yeah.
And that would be uncomfortable,
I
right?
think that would be uncomfortable. We should try it one day. Just keep our tongues.
Spend the whole morning with a tongue hanging out.
There was a person that I grew up with that their tongue
Hanging
would
tongue hairy?
Yeah, no, I don't even. But you would just glance over at them at any given point, like during like the school day,
And the
and
tongue
they'd
would
just
be
be
out?
sitting there like this.
Okay, mouth slightly open.
Yep.
And tongue just kind of sticking out. And this person had no mental deformities or anything like that? Okay.
Nope. They
Just had their tongue
sitting
out.
there like that.
Interesting. Casey, you know what I think of when I think of a human with a tongue hanging out of their mouth is from History of the World. Do you remember this?
Hang on.
when the woman is doing her dance to see if who were eunuchs and who not. Who is that? Was it Gregory Hines?
Gregory Hines.
And he opens his mouth and like this 2-foot long tongue rolls out of his mouth.
Yeah. Right, they're trying to see who is.
He's the eunuch.
So this puppy, this dog's name is Jenny Lou, and she is quote unquote the ugliest dog, the world's ugliest dog. She's actually really cute.
I find them all
like,
pretty cute.
I like pugs too. All right.
Totally Presbo.
Hi, Presbo.
Hi, Getty. All right. Let me see. What time is it? All right, I got time for this. I wanted to let me do this one because we're headed back to school very soon.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
We just had Oaks Fegley here, the actor, earlier this morning. He's headed off to college tomorrow or to move-in day. But this is for parents who are buying for grade school, middle school, high school age kids. Parents Magazine had asked educators across the country, including teachers, counselors, instructional coaches, and learning specialists, which purchases they think truly help students succeed and which ones don't. So these are school supplies that you're buying now.
Yeah, and the nature of school supplies has changed pretty dramatically since we were in school.
Yep. Some of it depends on the kid's age, but these education experts suggest focusing on supplies that help kids stay organized, build independence, and make learning a little easier. So the school purchases that are worth it, according to the experts, are binders or supplies to keep students organized. Binders with tabs and pockets for multiple subjects will help kids find their papers and homework easily.
So how much of that has been replaced by schools that give out Google, like Chromebooks?
Yep. That's what I'm wondering. I know that my kids throughout high school had nothing in their lockers.
Yeah.
Nothing. Never went to their locker.
My locker was jammed.
Mine too.
Jammed.
So they had no textbooks?
I think they had textbooks, or the books were kept in the classroom.
Oh, okay.
And then they had their Chromebooks and stuff. Marissa, they never went to their lockers, which blew me away. My locker was my domain, man.
Yeah. There were times you were carrying 6, 7 textbooks around.
Yeah.
And you'd have the strap to hold them all together.
Yeah, my friend, he had fashioned a guillotine into his locker.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yes. And
Was
when
his-
you'd open it, yep.
And his weed was in there too?
Always.
Yeah.
All right. So a comfortable backpack that fits properly. Look for one with padded shoulder straps.
How about a counterweight?
Made with a water-resistant material and with a side pocket for a water bottle as well. All right, another worthwhile headed into school purchase, comfy shoes, they're saying.
Like Skechers?
Says kids have a hard time paying attention to learning if their feet hurt or their shoes are uncomfortable. Same goes for clothing. If they're having to fidget with straps or adjust the waist all day, it's distracting them. These are with the experts.
Okay. My straps hurt.
Steve, they also say you should buy pencils.
Wow, that seems
that's a stretch,
pretty
right?
retro. Yeah.
Little Dixon Ticonderoga there.
Was that your brand?
Yeah.
Okay.
Pencils. We'd get the crayons with the crayon sharpener.
Mm-hmm.
We get, depending on what age, protractors, compasses. All of that crap.
All the kids have these days that, I wish we could have had this when I was in school.
Yeah.
Water bottles.
Oh my gosh, yeah. We would go out into the hallway and line up, and you would count.
Yeah.
A
3
count
seconds.
of 3.
Yeah,
to
I
drink
always
water.
took 4.
I forgot about that. You're right. They would limit it to 3 seconds. Yeah. So it says here that with pencils, teachers love one brand above all over. What was the brand, Casey?
Dixon Ticonderoga.
And Ticonderoga. That's
Okay.
it. Yes. So I don't know. It just says Ticonderoga. I don't know.
Maybe Dixon got bought
went
out.
another direction.
Split up, yeah. Like Hall & Oates.
They say these pencils make dark, even marks, and the erasers work well. You know what? There are some pencils that they don't sharpen well. You know what I mean?
Well, like if
Or
pencils,
the lead will fall
I
out.
do sketching. I like to draw. And
Yeah.
so, I know what you're talking about. I like a good, solid, well-made pencil.
And also, they said that a library card.
Oh, man.
Library, Preston.
Library, I'm sorry.
You know what? I need to do that. I need to get a library card for audiobooks.
Yes.
Press, if you and Steve, you guys are both audiobookers.
Yeah. ABers.
Yeah, ABers, if you will. But I mean, you do sometimes if it's a newer, more popular book, you might have to wait a little while in order to be able to download it. But if you're buying all those, you can just get them for free.
For
the library.
free
Yeah.
at the library.
But then also there's an app that you can get for your TV. It's called Canopy, spelled with a K, where you can get free movies as well. And
that's for your library?
But you need a library card.
Library card.
In order to get a...
do you remember that morning we talked about all the things you can
Yes.
get with your library card?
Sometimes you can get to like the Philadelphia Zoo. You can get access to like newspapers and services online, like the Canopy you mentioned.
And discounts on some things.
Discounts on things. Sometimes they have like bakeware or musical instruments that you can rent out.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So here are the ones that they say are not worth your money as far as back to school items.
All right, let's hear it.
Says air tags. Parents like them to keep track of things, but some educators think that they're unnecessary and say that it's good for kids to learn to be responsible for their own stuff.
Well, I think having an air tag is being responsible.
I agree with you.
Making sure that you can locate something in case it gets lost.
Expensive supplies, the paper, pencils, and folders at the dollar store
Lambos.
will work just fine. I don't know, man. I like higher quality paper and pencils.
I think there's a big difference.
And then it says fidget toys. Some teachers think that they're a distraction and don't want them in classrooms.
What would you rather have, though? Them fidgeting with those like fidget spinners, which are way old, I know.
Yeah.
Or I know there's a lot of schools clamping down on the phones. A lot of schools, I think it's the article I was reading about Lower Merion, I think. They're fighting with the parents about the giving out of the Chromebooks and stuff like that, and they want to limit screens in the house. And so, and at school. So it seems to be there is at least it's gaining traction, especially now with the Meta lawsuit that looks where there could be punitive damages up to $1 trillion. I mean, the entire financial footprint of the company itself.
Yeah. I'm not really sure. There was something I noticed. So sorry, I was kind of distracted for a second. I was thinking about.
now, huh?
No. I saw a video, it was on Instagram or whatever the other day of this guy who was making a case, a presentation. He was showing an old playground equipment, that obviously had dangerous stuff.
Sure.
And he's like, we need this to return. We need our children to get hurt. And he was laying out the reasons that, you learn from being hurt and this and that. And I get the gist of what he was saying.
Yeah.
And then it showed a safe playground, which a safer playground, a kid can still go on. A kid can still get hurt on those too.
Yeah.
Because you're getting up in the air. And when I'm sitting here, I'm watching this, I'm like, yeah, but you know what? I bet there's some kids out there who got injured very badly who would probably disagree with you, or some parents who had a kid who got a brain injury because they hit their head. I'd say going on the safer side might be pretty good.
If you could mitigate it, yes, I do agree with getting banged up a little bit. It teaches us some things. That's why I love that show, Hazardous History.
Yeah.
Have you watched it?
No,
yet?
but you told me about it, and it sounds great.
It's exactly all that.
Yeah.
Exactly all of that.
Yep.
And you just say, yeah, man, well, how did we ever survive?
I know. Yeah. And some of us didn't. That's the thing.
Learn from our mistakes, which is we did, So honestly, if you're going to go ride a bike, that's great. Go ride a bike, but put a helmet on.
Yeah, if you're a certain age or if your ability is lesser, then maybe that's a wise choice. All right, I got time for another one, I think.
Totally Presbo.
Yeah, okay, let's go with this one. So,
Totally Presbo.
Hi, Presbo.
So there are misconceptions about video gamers. Some of them might be that gamers just isolate themselves or play for mindless entertainment.
Or have enormous penises.
But some who play video games or has dated someone who plays video games knows it's not actually all true. The source of this article was Your Tango, by the way. Video games can require strategy, patience, communication, quick thinking, and a willingness to keep trying even when things aren't going according to plan.
I would agree with all of that. And over the course of years, there have been loads of surveys for hand-eye coordination. I just saw one that came out that said it has the ability to forestall dementia and keeping your mind engaged, problem solving, works against a mental decline.
By playing video games, these gamers are honing in on skills that are useful in every area of life, including in their relationships. How so? Well, here apparently are the reasons why gamers make incredible life partners.
And lovers.
Yeah. All right, so we'll start with this one. They're very smart.
Yeah.
It takes serious brain power to beat a challenging level. It can, yeah. They see their relationship as a team effort.
Yeah.
This is apparently what they're saying.
And
here.
there are the team game that you just played. That's awesome. What is the name of it again?
Oh man,
It takes two of us. It takes two.
It takes two.
Yeah,
isn't that it?
Yeah. Right. It takes two. Yeah. There's one and two.
It is a wonderful game.
By the way, it's a sweet game. It's a game about a couple that's sort of lost their way, and they're learning by a wish that the child makes. But it's fun, and you literally do work together.
Yeah, it can't be done.
Yeah.
Two people have to play the game, and you have certain roles that you have to take, or else you don't advance.
Yeah.
It's a. Did you finish it yet?
About 3/4 of the way.
So much fun.
Yeah.
And then there's another one called Split Fiction that same group made. Similar, two people working together.
Yeah.
It's not a marital relationship thing, but it is a team solving.
And then there's two girls in a cup.
Well,
you only have one cup.
But two people. It takes two people in order to make that magic
That
happen.
controller's weird.
I found out that Matt's never seen that.
Oh my God.
He doesn't even know what it is, but he doesn't know
Really?
what it is. So I'm wondering if I film him and show it to him and get his reaction.
Yeah.
Remember those reaction videos?
Do me a favor and that night invite Matt Cord over. Have you
Watched you,
Matt
Matt.
can't take
I've
it.
never seen it.
I've
I
never
know
seen
what
it.
it is,
Yeah.
but I've never seen it.
Wow. It goes beyond what you think it will.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. All right. So, other than two girls in a cup, apparently gamers are low maintenance, according to this article. I don't know.
They don't eat and they never come out of their rooms.
They don't shower.
That's a bit of a generality. They are expert problem solvers. Yeah, I agree with that. That puzzle-wise, yeah, it does take quite a bit. They're tech savvy usually.
Yeah, absolutely.
Number 6 on this list. There's 7 of these, by the way. They're resourceful and prepared for just about anything.
And number 7, they have dandruff.
And another reason why gamers make incredible life partners, they're thoughtful and they take charge. So,
are you still the main game, Sniper Elite?
Yeah, I'm playing it again.
You found your soulmate. So I'm finishing up the Bond game, which is really good.
You know what? I should get that. I need to move on. I know the game backwards and forwards because I've played it so many times. But I should get that maybe.
Yeah.
And also I'm waiting for the Wolverine. That comes out in the fall, right?
When is Wolverine?
Okay, hang on. Ryan knows.
It's sometime in September.
All right.
Okay, great. Not too long to wait. So I'll get a new game going.
When's GTA 6?
I don't know. Ryan?
November 17th?
Okay.
You know what?
I gave
stopped
up on the GTA stuff.
The second they went full online, do you guys agree it's a pain in the ass?
You could still, with the GTA games, you could still do like the first person kind of aspect of it.
Yeah.
I've returned to it and it's still enjoyable.
What I find is it becomes, a lot of it that was where the attraction was lost. I don't need to go eat in a game. I don't need to go buy clothes in a game.
Yeah.
Like, I do that in life.
Right.
I don't get to slap around a hooker and drive a car off a cliff.
An early meme that was hilarious was, how they'll have like a picture of something and then some inspirational word will be there, like aim high, or something like that. And it'll be an eagle soaring or whatever. It was a father and a kid who's like 6 or 7 years old playing GTA and it says bonding. And then underneath it says, if you kill that hooker, you get your money back.
And that's true in the game.
Dude.
Yeah.
Dude.
All right, I'm just going to throw this out there. If that comes out on November 17th or 18th or 19th, that's the week of Camp Out for Hunger. Could we play that on the giant screen inside?
We could certainly.
Stateside
Oh,
Live.
inside Stateside Live?
Yeah.
Who do we? I'm forgetting.
Laszlo
is
and
our
Cousin
connection.
Ed.
Cousin
yeah.
Ed are
yeah.
connected to what's the company? Cornerstone?
No, it was Rockstar.
Rockstar makes that, yeah.
Yep. All right, well, maybe that's something to think about. All right, that's it. Time to say bye, Presbo, as we were wrapping it up. Yep, sorry.
Totally Presbo.
Bye, Presbo.
All right, we're going to take a break and come back in a second, and we will share the stories of the bazaar when we return. Stay there. Would be less likely to happen. Do I have time?
Yes.
Okay. 38% or 67% that cars would not be largely replaced by mass transportation, so that hasn't happened. Cloning of humans would be commonplace.
Not the case.
But 60% said no, it would not be the case. 65% said that most people would not be self-employed.
What about unequivocal confirmation of space gorillas?
That wasn't asked.
All right.
Although it said 68% believe that humans would not have or received contact from alien life forms by now.
So it falls under that category.
Yeah, most believe there are a few bright spots in Americans' outlook. Most believed that race relations would improve and that medical care would be more available if less affordable. Well, neither one of those has happened. And also, they didn't think that space travel would be common for ordinary Americans, but they got that right. So it's kind of an interesting peek back and look at 1998 and what people thought would happen by 2025. And that's your survey. It was an overcast day when I pulled into the area on January 12th, 1996. I drove from St. Louis. I packed up all my stuff in my Camaro.
Yes,
and
perfect car to move in,
and hit the road. And I paused on the way. I didn't drive straight through. It's like a 16-hour drive or something.
As big as ball of yarn.
There are things to see. No, I stopped in Wheeling, West Virginia, and I stayed for one night. And then the next day I get up and I made my drive into the area, and then I set up camp, and I've been here for 30 years. So it marks that timestamp today.
It is well worth taking time, and as we said earlier, and we repeated a couple times in case people are saying, wow, Preston's really going off on this. We were the ones that wanted to do this because it just seemed like an interesting ability because of the realizing that the blizzard of 96 was right at the time you came here.
Yeah.
And you rarely get that time to kind of just sort of, everyone was getting nostalgic anyway, looking at all the pictures and the archival pictures of the Inquirer and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And you're like, well, my life shifted dramatically in all fantastic ways, and we were also lauding the power of the city of Philadelphia and the great people of Philadelphia who've done so much for all of us in immeasurable ways, and it was worth, as we thought, paying tribute to that.
It was a leap of faith in my world and my wife specifically. We'd only been dating for like 2 months, and she agreed to move here.
She hadn't gotten the detective's report back on you.
Not yet. No, we were still waiting for that to clear, so she had no idea. But thus is the world of living in radio at the time can be very transient. You can expect to pack up your stuff and leave and go to another city because formats change, positions get switched out, and then all this. So I was not planning on this being my forever at the time because I was just being realistic about it. I'll probably stay here for a few years and then I'll have to go somewhere else,
But it would be safe to say that the impetus for the move and the leap of faith was greatly fueled by your belief in this gentleman we're going to talk to.
Yes, definitely. And speaking of that, Steve, you had asked, do I remember what that day was like when I pulled into town? I absolutely do. It was gray. It was overcast. There was snow on the ground everywhere.
About
the
3
streets.
feet.
The streets were clear. Everything was good. It was very drivable. I didn't have any problem with that. So that was a big concern that I had. But I eventually made my way to the Pennsylvania Turnpike. I get off at the Willow Grove exit on 611. And it was at that point. Now, mind you, you didn't have GPS.
Right, yeah.
Cell phones were still sketchy at that time. So I pulled over and I went to a payphone somewhere. There's a gas station or something. I pulled over and I called the gentleman who we're going to talk to now. And I said, how do I get to the radio station? And then he gave me the directions the rest of the way and from there. So that's how it worked out.
Just follow the old people.
Yeah, to the Benson East building.
Yeah.
But the guy that gave me a job, that changed my life, that created the career that I have now, is joining us now. It's our good friend and former boss, Mr. Jim McGuinn, who's joining us via Zoom this morning. Hey, Jim.
Hey, guys. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah. Nice to see you, brother.
Hey, don't worry. In another 30 years, you'll actually be considered a local. So we're almost there. We're halfway.
It takes a
to
while.
being a Philadelphian.
Yeah, it takes a while, most definitely. Jim, by the way, how much sooner than I were you in Philadelphia? Like maybe a month or something like that?
No, I got here around, I think it was Halloween. I feel like G Love was playing as I was like a show in town the day I drove into town. And I was like, oh, I've heard of G Love. Like that's how new I was as well. Because I moved here Yeah, like end of October '95. Yeah.
Jim and I knew each other from St. Louis. He programmed another radio station. I worked at a separate station, but I was in the programming department. So we met each other at concerts, at events, things like that. We knew each other through record people, and we played golf a few times.
We played golf together, and I think you get to know somebody when you're doing that, right? And you know, even though you were Kenny Knight, the top 40 guy, I was like, oh, that guy's pretty cool. Do I call him Kenny? Do I call him Preston? I still feel that way a little bit.
Well, there's a little bit of Kenny in everyone.
And you know what?
Yeah.
What kind of did it? So Jim got the opportunity to move to Philadelphia and helm WDRE. I had gotten word that he was leaving, so I just called and left a voicemail, and I said, hey, man, sorry to hear you're leaving, but then again, I'm glad you're leaving, because he was a formidable competitor.
He was tearing
He'd done
it up.
wonderful things with the radio station, the Point in St. Louis. And I'm like, I'm kind of glad you're leaving, and I'm not happy you're leaving. Anyway, and I said, good luck. And then, like, the next day, I get a call back, and he's like, hey, you didn't need to do that. That was really nice. And you go, and you were in a unique position that you needed to hire an entire staff.
Yeah, so, and Steve knows the story as well. So DRE was a station that was actually owned by the people that owned WLIR in Long Island. And it was simulcasting mostly from the Long Island station. And my whole pitch to the ownership, because the station had terrible ratings in Philadelphia, I said, you know, maybe you should put some local hosts on that could program it for Philly instead of these Long Island folks. And so they agreed. And so I had to put a whole staff together. And that wasn't easy.
Isn't it amazing to think, Jim, that the same thing that sullies a lot of the industry is that, well, we'll just broadcast from another location, was the argument that you fought successfully against, created a version of DRE that easily eclipsed the New York version at that time. You know, there was a lot of indecisiveness that was going on. So, and then DRE became this buzz station. And and so you're off and running. Yeah, and you know, I lived in Philly for 3 months back in like '91, and so I had a smidge of understanding, but not much. And I'd also lived in Vermont, so when the blizzard hit, I was like, what do you mean you can't make it into the radio station? Don't you have four-wheel drive in your car? Haven't you ever driven in a 3-foot snowstorm before?
I remember you telling me when I got there that you ended up like sleeping at the radio station and people had to pull doubles and just to make it work.
And you know, I mean, the Benson East was quite a luxurious radio station compound that we were operating out of.
It was. I mean, I love the stories of people who arrived because Preston was recounting last week as we were sort of talking about doing this thing today. Jim is that this is going to be obviously this is going to be a high tech. This is going to be the pinnacle. It's a major market, and it was like lower than the lowest. Again, it was in a facility that was essentially a retirement complex. There were a few restaurants. It's just a bizarre collection of businesses and things. And then there you were. But in as much as that was the case, it also helped breed the attitude that you were looking to cultivate.
Yeah. I mean, it was definitely an us against the world kind of thing, or us against our own company, who were nice people. But it was just like, why they put the radio station there? I mean, it's hard to get to Jenkintown from almost anywhere in the Philadelphia metro, and we had to go there every day. And this is before you had, you know, automation and voice tracking, and you know, the overnight person had to get there and be there live. You know, everybody was there all the time.
So Jim, I had you know, I came here sight unseen. I packed my stuff and I came. I never visited. I trusted.
I guess I'm a better salesperson than I thought.
I trusted Jim, and not only did I have dreams of a gleaming high tech studio with all the bells and whistles and toys, but not only that,
I better get my monorail pass.
I also had a dream of the concrete jungle in the city, skyscrapers. I'll be in the middle of it all right here downtown.
Yeah.
And I pull into Jenkintown and that building, and I'm like, wow, okay, well, all right, so I'm not there because I didn't ask any questions. I just showed up, and then I walk into the actual studio, and Brett Hamilton was on the air. He was our midday guy, and I was so disappointed. and he could see it on my face because I'm sitting there and I'm just kind of looking around. I'm looking at this crappy blue foam on the walls and, all of these and taking it in. And Brett, without me saying a word to him, he just looks at me and goes, yeah, I thought the same thing when I first came in here, too. I was like, wow, he read my mind immediately. But what it ended up being is a really charming place. It had a kind of a, I don't know, it had a vibe to it that was just, like Jim said, us against the world.
That was it, clearly.
And kind of ragtag, and let's make this thing whatever we want it to be.
And there were a number of ways to break at that time. You could be inauthentic about it, or you could be the real deal. And Jim McGuinn and DRE at that time was the real deal. And it came across. That's why it still is spoken of in reverent terms these days, because it was that. But I mean, to talk about what happened with Preston, and you, Jim, and I got the opportunity to tell you at the Camp Out for Hunger a couple of years ago. I owe this.
Heidi, why don't we take another run of the beat file?
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Nifty 50s. Hundreds of award-winning shakes, juicy burgers, and fresh cut fries. That's Nifty 50s. 10 area locations. No fee delivery on the app. And Nifty 50s, you can taste the memories. Well, a hungry bear made itself right at home in Kentucky, breaking into a woman's house to feast on her leftover KFC.
I'm a big hungry bear with chubby belt.
Kendra North said the bear got into her Harlan County home early Thursday morning while she slept. A heavy sleeper, she never heard a thing, but her sister next door did, and her sister called repeatedly around 5 a.m.
Got a bear!
And when North finally answered, her sister told her a bear had just walked out of the house. She said, come down the steps, and apparently came down the steps and looked her dead in the eyes. The bear shattered North's thick glass table.
How many teeth do you have?
A crash so loud that her sister first thought it was a car wreck. North believes that the KFC she left out on the table lured the animal in.
Dude, you can't leave KFC on the table with bears around.
Kentucky's Bear Program Coordinator said residents can make homes less appealing by securing pet food, garbage, and grills.
Don't mind if I do.
Noting the
extra crispy.
The state's bear population has grown in recent decades as forests recovered.
There are bears in every state, right? There's got to be.
There bears every state.
Yeah, right. Are there bears in New Mexico?
There's Texas and New Mexico. I doubt that those, Casey, the desert states are going to have bears.
Too arid.
Yeah.
No, it blows my mind when we talk about stories about like Japan having bears.
Yeah.
Well, sure.
Currently, there are 37 states with bear populations. Oh, this is just black bear.
Okay, no, all bears.
All bears.
Yeah. Not koala bears. That's not really.
No, they wouldn't be here.
All right.
Except they travel.
I'll keep looking.
North summed up the lesson simply saying, do not leave your leftover KFC on the table and make sure that the door is shut tight, by the way. There are, let's see, areas with no bear population. Yeah, I guess so, Casey. A big chunk of the United States has no bear population.
Isn't that crazy? Didn't you think you thought there were more bears around, didn't you?
Well, no, because I'm looking at this map and it says there's like no bear population in North and South Dakota. That's cap. I call cap on that. That's how kids say lie.
Oh, that's a lie?
Yeah.
That's cap?
Yeah.
Okay. So, during a visit...
That's bear water.
During a visit to Six Flags over Georgia, a roller coaster has gone viral for an impressive shoe catch. This is actually a rider on the roller coaster at 70 miles per hour. The viral video shows the unnamed coaster enthusiast getting hit with a shoe that flew off the foot of someone riding in a seat ahead of him. With quick reflexes, the man managed to get a hand on the footwear and hold on to it until the ride's conclusion. Once he got off, he proudly yelled, "Who lost a shoe?"
That's great.
To that, an excited group of girls screamed with delight after learning that one of them wouldn't have to walk with one shoe for the rest of their amusement park experience. He managed to just snag it out of the air. It's a pretty cool little catch.
That is awesome.
We're watching the video of it right now. They're coming over a hill. Dude, that is a snag.
Yeah.
Wow. All right, this just in. Hawaii is the only U.S. state with 0 bears.
All right, 0 bears.
Where'd you get that information from?
Google. And it says several other mainland states have no resident or permanent breeding populations, though a stray bear may occasionally wander in from a neighboring state.
So we can be sure with certitude that Hawaii has no bear population.
Yeah.
But some don't have permanent residence.
Correct.
And they just vacation there. That's all.
I mean, why wouldn't you? Even a bear knows Hawaii is beautiful.
A man who fell multiple stories down an elevator shaft in Pittsburgh's Troy Hill neighborhood was rescued after being stuck for 6 hours. According to Chief Mike Rogers, he said he's pretty lucky to be alive. Officials say that they responded to a 911 call to an abandoned building on Thursday afternoon. When they arrived, Rogers said that no one was there to meet them. Rescue crews then had to find the man after making entry through the front.
I'm in the hole.
He said he was in shaft number 2. And
Just talk about shaft.
It appears at the bottom with an elevator car above him, Rogers said. The man told first responders that he fell about 6 stories.
Wow.
Yeah, that's like from where we are in this building. Officials say that we're on the fourth floor.
Yeah,
it's
2 more
further up.
floors.
Officials said that they have trouble getting access to the man, but were eventually able to get him out and into an ambulance. According to officials, the man sustained injuries to both of his legs and had multiple other aches and pains. The man may have been with other people, but those people took off before responders even arrived.
Good friends.
Doctors in Sri Lanka have removed a 6.8 pound bladder stone from a man.
6.8 pound bladder stone.
They believe it is the largest of its kind on record. The procedure was carried out last week.
You'd have to mount something like that.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Put it up on the wall. The 55-year-old patient had been admitted to a hospital after suffering a stroke, but while receiving treatment, doctors found stones in his urinary bladder after noticing that he was experiencing difficulty urinating. During the surgery, doctors removed the bladder stone. It weighed as much as a full-term baby and was about the size of an ostrich egg.
Trouble urinate. How could you? We're looking at the thing. How could you urinate at all?
Yeah. It is the largest bladder stone ever documented and removed through surgery. The patient remains at the hospital and is continuing to receive treatment for his other medical conditions. The stone would have been in the patient's bladder for about 5 to 10 years, they're saying.
Yeah.
Bladder stones are formed when minerals in the urine crystallize, turning into solid lumps. They commonly occur when the bladder does not empty completely, leaving concentrated urine that can turn into crystals. Small bladder stones, sized like grains of sand, can pass on their own.
These are the bladder stones of our lives.
But stones bigger than 1 centimeter often block urine flow and require medical intervention. A bladder stone that is larger than 4 centimeters is considered giant. This thing weighed 6.8 pounds.
Yes. So I wonder what's the largest kidney stone
That's a good
ever
question.
found.
So according to the Guinness World Records, the largest bladder stone that was removed from a patient, that was in Brazil, 2003. It weighed 4.2 pounds. So this well outweighs that.
That's a pussy-ass bladder stone.
And had the length of 17.9 centimeters. The bladder stone removed in Sri Lanka last week measured 17 centimeters long.
What is this thing? Describe the size. I mean, we're looking at a picture of it. It's like a small, it's like a turkey breast, a turkey loaf.
Yeah, he said they said the size of an ostrich egg. So that's a big one, man. All right, and there you go. That's why it's in the bizarre file, my friend. We're going to take a break. Come back. Second, we'll give some stuff away. We got a lesson question on the way, as well as music news and an unfortunate death in the world of rock and roll that we have to pass along to. We'll get the trash on top of all that. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Gratitude to you. It was you pairing us together. And you sort of seeing this and allowing the opportunity, and then that set everything in motion.
The work you guys have done over the decades here is just amazing. So congratulations on, 30 years, almost 30 years for you guys.
Yeah.
28 or whatever it is, right?
Yeah.
So unbelievable.
But for those who don't know,
or dumb luck. Or maybe it's just dumb luck. I don't know.
let's go with dumb luck.
Yeah. When you're accepting the award, you say, I saw it all. And then when you're with your friends, you go, it was just dumb luck.
Yeah.
But for those who don't know, Jim not only programmed WDRE, but then when that station went under and it was a whole corporate thing that ended up happening because of that, some of us segued over to Y100, and Jim was the program director there for the remainder of the radio station. So we worked together for a long time, and he assembled the Preston and Steve show. The Casey, Kathy, Nick, Marissa, Preston, Steve, the whole crew came together because of Jim.
I remember calling down for a gig I was going after in In New York, Jim, and I was just asking you your, if you had some behind the scenes intelligence you could relate to me. And Preston's on the show down here, and I'd done the Riverdeck Cafe, the remote broadcast at DRE.
Yeah.
I said, hey, would you? Let's see about that. And I remember, yeah. And I mean, I knew that's because it was just that vibe. I mean, I don't know if you can appreciate it, and you probably can. You've had people who have obviously been mentors in your life or that have done this. But I mean, we were talking about the sheer bizarre domino nature of things, the way they need to fall to basically tectonically change Preston's life, to change my life. Yeah, and you were unaware that you were holding that key.
I had no idea. Well, none of us had any idea this would turn out the way it did, right? But
yeah.
I do remember, and I found this a couple years ago when I moved back to Philadelphia from Minnesota. And Preston, are you okay if I share just a little smidge of the thing? We reached out, and I found the offer letter that I sent you.
Yeah.
To come to afternoons.
Yeah.
I was like, it was like, Dear Kenny Knight, and said, we'd like you to come to afternoons at DRE. And I'm pretty sure the number was $45,000 a year. Like, we can pay you a whopping total of $45,000 a year if you would move all the way across the country. And I think we gave you like $1,000 moving expenses.
Yep.
And that was it.
Yeah, to pull up stakes, to shift your life.
Ask your girlfriend to move to Philly on that and come to Jenkintown, work in this facility, and good luck. And but we're going to play a lot of Oasis records, so that's going to be a lot more fun.
I have the letter. It's framed. I have it at home.
Oh,
so,
all right.
Yeah,
Awesome.
That's up on the wall.
Yeah, it was like all the big bucks for you, Preston. and then, Steve. I mean, you think about this. Like, you used to drive down from New York to do that remote gig in Manayunk, and you were just really funny together. And it was like, wow, that guy Steve, he's pretty funny. We should do something with him someday. And when we first got the show together, you were still commuting back and forth. You had not committed.
I had not committed
for a while.
No, and we had just, Claire and I were just gotten married, and she had gotten a gig up there, and I'd tell Preston. I remember pulling into Manayunk down to do that thing at the Riverdeck Cafe. So it was a live party broadcast, quote unquote, with a happy hour. Nobody's in the club at that time. And Preston was back at DRE, and I go down and do the stuff. I'd never done stuff like that before. But I remember pulling into Manayunk the first time I'd ever seen it, and I'm like, who the hell would live here? Only for me to live there for years. I fell in love with Manayunk. Yeah. So that's the nature of life,
Yeah.
Preston, what's the story about changing your name? Because if the letter was to Kenny Knight, Kenny Knight's not too much of an alt name, but whose decision was it to go by Preston Elliott?
No, I wanted to go back. I wanted to use my real name, my real first name, and I changed my last name. And actually, Sarah Clark, who did mornings on DRE, kind of helped me out with that. I threw a few names at her, and she's like, I like that one. So Elliot is what I ended up going with.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, that time you had all the rage in the alt community was Monkey Boy and Altar Boy and all of
Casey
these
Boy.
pseudonyms.
Casey Boy.
Yeah.
Jim was Rumor Boy.
Rumor Boy.
Yes.
Oh
my God.
What's the story behind that?
Well,
I don't even remember. Why? I mean, it just makes no sense.
You would give us inside music information that you would hear from record people about, rumblings.
There's a rumor.
There's a rumbling that Sponge is going to be, they're going to be writing a new album next year, something, whatever it is. But it would be Rumor Boy, and we would bring him on. Yeah.
So, Press, how long was your tenure at DRE? I know that ultimately the radio station went away, and then I want to ask about the transition from that, Jim, to Y100.
DRE was a shade over a year.
Okay, wow.
That was it. But I mean, man, when I tell you that the memories are vivid and significant to me.
Seems longer than that.
It was so much fun, and I can't believe we crammed all that into a year.
That's a mind blower, because I felt like we were doing that Riverdeck thing for longer, but it couldn't have been more than 7, 8 months.
Something like that.
Yeah.
I don't know, but
Jesus,
it was that one summer, right? Because it wouldn't have been through the winter, I don't think.
Yeah,
we had no budget. We had a terrible signal. We had no budget. We were this very left of center musical outlet that had a lot of young adults that liked, but it was kind of hopeless unless we made stuff happen. But we did weird stuff. I mean, we had a football game with listeners. We played soccer against the Cure. We had like the whole like tripping
with Vinny, tripping Thursdays. The King.
We did all this insane stuff.
The King of DRE Fest. Do you remember that?
Yeah, we had some guy who got to intro a band, like,
and we carried him around on our shoulders and stuff. And we did.
And we lived it. We lived that culture. That's the thing is we were there all the time.
That's why it rang true.
We had a number of great guests stop by. I'll just rattle off a few of them, but I remember I had Fred Schneider in the studio. I had the Talking Heads in the studio. I had Brian Setzer stop by. One of the first artist interactions I did with a female singer named Poe. She was there that first week. School of Fish. Man, it went on and on. We had so many people stop by.
Sure, it was one of the great things. We talk about LIR, Jim, in New York, and like KROQ and these or PIX even in New York. These stations, they were the only outlet for a lot of these bands. So there was. Yeah, they had to schmooze or drop by. They had to do anything to get into the good graces of these stations, and that provided accessibility.
Hey, so when DRE went away, was Y100 already lined up, or?
So DRE sold, and I remember I met with the owner, and I said. And this is the time when, after the consolidation, Telecommunications Act of '96, all these radio stations were being bought and sold and gobbled up by corporate entities. And I met with the owner and I said, I don't know if we can get the ratings to get the money in that you want to make. This signal actually doesn't cover the suburbs very well. It covers like the city and the close Jersey area and stuff like that. And I think a light bulb went off, and a month later he sold it to Radio 1, which flipped the station to an urban station. So where the signal is much more competitive. Yeah. So it made sense, and he made a ton of money. He like quadrupled his money in 4 years of owning DRE down here. So, but we were competing against Y100, and I would say we were kicking them in their shins pretty hard. And they had just lost their program director, Garrett Michaels. And so they called me and said, would you come over when DRE goes away? And I said, yeah, but I got to bring some of my people. And we brought a lot of people, including Brett, including Preston, and a bunch of folks made that jump with us to Y100. And that's how that started, actually.
Yeah, Marilyn was on board for that too.
Yeah. And
Dan
and then
Fine.
I think it was and these are people. There's such a weird when you've been through like a weird battle kind of camaraderie that we're all still friends today. 30 years later, we all still. Whenever we can, we hang out. Whenever we can, we try to get together and reminisce, but also like share that we had this really great thing that we built.
A wonderful thing.
And it was just a blip, or at least DRE was a blip in our careers. And you and me and Brett and a few others get on a text chain and reminisce about it from time to time. I also have to point out how cordial Jim was, because when I first moved here, I lived with Jim and his wife.
Oh boy.
For a couple of weeks, maybe even like a month, I don't know, but we lived in that apartment in the Corman Suites. You remember that?
Oh my God. Yes, vaguely.
Which is terrible because I was a smoker and they weren't.
Oh man.
And it was the dead of winter and I'd go out in the hallway and smoke.
Oh my God.
That sting on like winter smoke.
And the rest is history. And it is a 30-year-old history, which is, I love this. I love this ability to be able to do this because, as we said earlier, Jim, if anything has taught us in the past couple of months that the ephemeral nature, obviously, of life reminds us.
Yeah.
And so it does not hurt to take these pauses now and then. If you're in a good place and you've had a bit of a run and you're still surrounded by people who are, critical and contributed to your quality of life, both of us.
Yeah.
But Preston hitting the 30-year mark is definitely worth taking a look back.
Yeah, and Jim, I want to jump in here and point out the fact that your decision to move to Philadelphia and then ultimately call Preston to move to Philadelphia has resulted in millions and millions and millions of pounds of food for Phil Abundance.
Yeah.
Millions of dollars for Phil Abundance. Preston.
33 WMMR. Walk this way. It's 14 minutes after 10 a.m. It is a Wednesday morning, and we got some stuff to give away via today's lesson question. And we got a $50 gift card to Nifty 50s. Man, we love Nifty 50s.
Yes.
And the question that I'll go with was from about 8:50 this morning. What other brand should you get instead of the recalled Yamazuki ATV? There's another brand you should get instead. Steve made it up. That's what it was. It was we were Yamaha and Suzuki. What was the other brand? All right. What other brand should you get instead of the recalled Yamazuki ATV? 610-660-9333. Let's see if you know the answer. Call right now if you do.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you by Villanova Football. Don't miss big-time college football action and affordable family fun when Villanova battles William & Mary. Friday, August 28th, 6 p.m. at Villanova Stadium. Tickets at villanova.com. What's up this morning, Steve?
Well, Preston, Nick Reiner, who murdered both his father, Rob Reiner, and his mother, has filed a lawsuit claiming he's being swindled out of money in a trust fund. The executive of the trust fund is rejecting the claim, saying part of the agreement involved trusting that he wouldn't kill his parents. Dr. Terry Dubrow, one of the Hollywood plastic surgeons on the show Botched, had sensitive celebrity patient information breached by cyber criminals. Some of the bombshell information already out there suggests that both Lionel Richie and Lisa Rinna had work done.
What?
Yeah, that's hard to believe. And finally, Taylor Frankie Paul signing an online Instagram petition to get a formerly scrapped season of The Bachelorette on the air. Paul asks, does a slutty Mormon lush who rockets bar stools off her kids' heads also deserve love? And that's your Hollywood Trash.
Alrighty, we should get an answer now. What other brand should you get instead of the recalled Yamazuki ATV? And we have Asher, who's calling in. Yo, Asher, morning.
Morning.
All right, Asher. Gadzooks, sir. What is the other brand you should get instead of that Yamazuki?
Chevrolet Honda?
Chevrolet Honda, yeah. You got it, buddy. Hang on. And we got some goods for you, my friend. We are going to set you up with $50 gift card to Nifty 50's 10-time Best of Philly winner, Nifty 50s, with mouth-watering burgers, fresh-cut fries, hundreds of milkshakes, and handcrafted sodas. Coming soon to Oakland, New Jersey. Locations at nifty50s.com.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Hi, Grandmom.
Brought to you this morning by Family and Company Jewelers in Marlton. No pressure, no commission shopping with every price clearly displayed. No haggling, just real value from a family-owned business on Route 70 or shop online at familyjewelers.com. South Jersey's diamond destination. This was sad news to see, but Frank Beard, longtime ZZ Top drummer, passed away at the age of 77. I had seen while we were on vacation that he had pulled out of their tour because he was sick, but of course they didn't indicate how, bad off he was.
I had no idea he was sick, but reading about it, I guess he'd been in, kind of hospice for about a year?
Yeah, I don't know about, well, he was just touring recently, so.
I don't know where
died.
I got that from then.
Yeah, well, no, the cause of death was not immediately provided, but the band's publicist said in a statement that he was in hospice care when he passed away.
Oh, okay.
At his ranch in Richmond, Texas. I don't know for how long, though, Steve. Family members were by his side. Beard, along with Billy Gibbons and bassist Dusty Hill, formed ZZ Top in 1969. Hill had died in 2021, and at his request, he was replaced by his longtime bass tech, Elwood Francis. Gibbons had said in a statement today, Elwood and I lost a great friend and collaborator, and the world lost one of the most naturally innovative drummers and a great and true son of Texas. His signature backbeat was key to keeping CZ on top, he said in a statement. The band said that it has canceled its 2 upcoming shows in Salt Lake City and Colorado Springs, but that the tour would continue this weekend at Austin City Limits. They had, he had essentially had to bow out of these dates, but they had somebody filling in for him
and so
already.
They're just going to continue.
I guess they'll just carry on. I mean, the real creative force is definitely Billy Gibbons in that band. But I'm telling you, man, Frank Beard had some sneaky hard drum parts. It's like by the time they got to this era, Eliminator, it's almost like drum machine level drumming that he's doing. It's just straight ahead. But if you go back to like LaGrange is a difficult song to play because Frank did this rhythm. It's called a Texas shuffle. And whenever I would want to work out my left hand playing drums, I'd put on LaGrange because it's hard to play. This is it. It's a standard shuffle, but your left hand
does your drumsticks there?
Does most of the work. Yeah, I do.
See if you can do it.
Man. So your right hand, normally when you do a shuffle, your right hand goes like this.
Right.
Like that, okay? But when you do a Texas shuffle, it's your left hand, which is, for a lot of people, their weaker hand. So your right hand just goes 1, 2, 3, 4, and left hand goes...
Okay.
If you do that for like 5 minutes, dude, you're like, ah. It doesn't sound hard, but for your left hand, it's a bit tricky.
Well, I always heard the word on him was that he was a deceptively competent and innovative drummer.
Yep. And he was great for the blues and great for shuffle rhythms. He was raised in Irving, Texas, and he first met Dusty. Those two played together in several bands. Beard eventually joined the band The Moving Sidewalks with Billy Gibbons. And Billy said it was Frank Beard in the waning days of 1969 suggested that they search for a rhythm section and they auditioned Dusty Hill. The band's publicist said that while Gibbons and Hill were known for their long, scraggly beard, well, he didn't say this, but their long, scraggly beards, Beard himself, ironically, would have no beard.
No beard,
He was clean shaven most of the time. But there's a great documentary about ZZ Top. Chuck turned me on to it, and I watched it, and it was wonderful. And the first time the three of them got together, they were just doing like a 12-bar blues, which is a very simple, standard blues progression. And Billy said that when they started playing, they played that same progression for like 2.5 hours.
Jesus.
Like they just went into this jam and they never stopped. And they were like, looked at each other and were like, yeah, this is it. This is right. We're going to stick with this. So sad news that 2/3 of ZZ Top now gone. So sad to pass it along. Yep. All right, I have other music news stories. The MTV Video Music Award nominees are out.
Always an exciting time of year when we learn the MTV Music nominees.
I took a look through all the categories. As far as I can see, there is no rock category.
Yeah.
There's none. But there's an alternative category, but there's no rock category that I saw.
But when this used to be, does this even carry any weight now at all? Is MTV they no longer play? What was
it's on Paramount Plus.
It's on Paramount Plus. Yeah,
it's a simulcast actually. So it's on CBS with a well, it says it's on CBS.
CBS.
Live, the VMAs will air live from Los Angeles September 23rd, 7th on CBS and simulcast on MTV and streaming on Paramount. So there you go. Well, here are the awards, and this is telling. Madonna leads all the nominations.
Oh, yeah.
With a career best of 11 nods, including Video of the Year for Confessions 2, the film. Taylor Swift follows with 9 nominations. Ariana Grande and Sabrina Carpenter have 7 each. Grande, Madonna, and Swift will compete against Bruno Mars, Carpenter, and Generation. Whatever. I'm going to check. GENER, the number 8, ION.
I showed you, I'm fairly certain I showed you this video. It's a guy, actually, I think he's French. But in the beginning of the video, he's just kind of smoking this cigarette. And then he goes back, and there's a group of people behind him, and they all do this synchronized dance, and they're wearing suit jackets and ties.
Is that Generation?
Generation, yeah. I actually, is very, very well choreographed, so much so that I was like, is this AI, you know? But it's
so what's the music like?
It's a wild video.
It's alternative-ish.
Yeah.
But it is really, really, I thought, captivating to the eye.
Are they the new Polyphonic Spree?
Well, it's just one guy.
Okay.
You know,
right.
I did like Polyphonic Spree.
I did too, yeah.
So Grande also earned a record 6th Artist of the Year nomination, and Madonna receives her first in the category. The Best Dance category returns after 7 years with Madonna among the contenders. The VMAs are going to air live, like I said, September 27th.
So I did a little digging, and
is there a rock category?
It was left out. it was omitted. This was the first time in 40 years. So this is what I wanted to add was started in 1984. Then in 1989, they added the best heavy metal video. And then that category took different names on, and now it's officially just gone.
It's gone.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Dunzo.
Don't get it.
Dunzo.
All right. And then I have two more quick stories. Film documenting, all right, three more stories. The film documenting the triumphant return tour for Oasis now has a trailer. Oasis Don't Look Back in Anger is set to world premiere at the Venice Film Festival next month and charts the band's triumphant return reunion tour, Oasis Live 25. It's described as an unapologetically uplifting account of arguably the biggest musical event of 2025, capturing the experience and emotions of the band and their fans across the world. And it's being given a limited theatrical release on IMAX screens and other cinemas from September 11th before streaming on Hulu and Disney Plus later on this year.
So I saw this trailer, and it appears to be, to my best guess, Robert Downey Jr. in a very heavy metallic mask.
No, that's Avengers
Doomsday.
Doomsday. Sorry, Steve. But it's probably almost the same.
It's got to be the same.
Yeah. Bad Wolves are hitting the road with Skillet this fall, and the trek will mark the live debut of their new singer. The multiple platinum hard rock band introduced vocalist Killboy, also known as Sarah Skinner, earlier this summer with the single called Paint It Red, and it's their first release of this year. And now they'll support Skillet on the Christian Rockers Fall 2026 headlining tour, with Escape the Fate also on the bill. It'll kick off September 30th, and they'll be playing the Fillmore on October 2nd.
I like those Skillet folks.
Yeah, they were really nice.
Yeah.
Had them here a couple times. All right, how about this story? This is the last one we're going to end on. Matchbox 20. Haven't mentioned that
No.
in a long
Long
time.
time.
Well, frontman Rob Thomas has gone viral after accidentally clobbering his bandmate in the head with a swinging microphone stand. It happened Sunday during the band's performance at the Illinois State Fair. Thomas was whipping his mic stand around above his head, as he often does, apparently unaware that the guitarist and drummer, Paul Doucette, was standing behind him. The stand struck Doucette in the head, smashing his in-ear monitors in the process.
Oh, man.
And visibly in pain, Doucette briefly left the stage to get help. Thomas told the crowd, "My best friend in the world, and I think I almost killed him, and I feel really bad about this."
He didn't even know he did it.
Yeah, and he said, he joked that he knew one thing that he was going to stop doing from here on out. Doucette later returned and said that he had warned Thomas about swinging the stand for years, saying that he knew it was only a matter of time. After the show, Doucette posted an Instagram video from the tour bus showing someone using tweezers to pull shattered pieces of the monitor out of his ear.
And he was back pretty far, but he's swinging that thing around.
Yeah, the two have been close friends for decades.
That kills.
So, yeah. Actually, I have one last little music news story I'm going to add. Earlier this morning, I posted a very rare Instagram video, and it is my Rush shrine here at the office. Mm-hmm. Rush, the band, had liked it.
Yay!
Thank you very much.
Yeah! And you're seeing them on. Maybe they'll mention it from the stage on Friday.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Yeah.
They take a moment and pause, like right before the Neil Peart tribute, that they'll mention me.
Well, you remember when you thought Neil Peart had picked you out for smoking pot years ago when you saw them, and now it's the other side of the coin, man.
There you go.
You're being celebrated for your post.
It's all love, brother. All right, that's it. Music news. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second, and we will wrap up our show with the letter of the day, the word of the week, which is Rush related as well. The prize. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Jim, my entire family, like none of any of that stuff
would have happened
Jim if it wasn't for you. This butterfly effect.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, the work you guys have done, and we started that at Y100, the camp out, and it's just the way it's grown and how it's become like such an important part of the fabric of the city. It's just something you guys should all be proud of. And you know, I this is like when we were talking about the morning show and Preston moving from afternoons to mornings. So we were at Y100, but I will never forget, Preston, I was sitting in my desk in my office. You were in the doorway and we were talking and you said, "I would really like to try morning." So I was like, "Are you going to really get up in the morning? Are you, knew you at that point, the way you were."
Yeah.
And you said to me, "I want to have an impact on a city the way a guy like Pierre at MMR has had an impact on a city. And this is years before you would work at MMR. This is before you'd even started the mornings. And that was sort of the gold standard that we would look at as far as somebody who had come into a town and really become part of the fabric of that town. And, you know, you've done it.
Well,
I mean, maybe not the first 29 years, but now you've done it.
Yeah. I listened to the Pierre's presence in this town just loomed so large. And, I would never compare myself to his level. But I do remember being, I want to be the outsider that came in and found a home and found an audience.
As Pierre did.
Yeah, exactly.
Coming from San Francisco.
Again, very similar.
Showing you the miraculous mix of people that is this great city, the people, surrounding areas, all of it is meant. I mean, coming down from New York for me, this is my home. I'm and as you say, give another 30 years, which I'm sure I'll make.
You'll be accepted. Don't let you park in South Philly on Broad Street. And I also remember, Steve, this one meeting I had as we were forming the show together, and we had a kind of a outside help, like a consultant was coming in to help us, and I was kind of, I don't know if I ever told you guys this, I was commiserating him. I'm like, I don't know if this is going to work because Preston's not really the kind of guy that reads a newspaper. Like, he's a great guy. He's a great guy at the end of the bar you want to hang out with. Yeah. Steve's got the news. He's got the news. Preston, I'm not so sure. And the guy said to me, he goes, that's okay. You don't have to change him. He doesn't have to read the newspaper. He can be the guy that doesn't read the newspaper, and then Steve can tell him what's going on. And that was...
You know what?
That was it.
You know what is so funny? I still use something similar to that, Jim, as a justification today. Like, if there's something I'm not into that the rest of the world is like way into, I'll be like, well, I'll just be the guy that represents the rest of the people that don't get into it.
Right. And that was for me a lesson on how to build a morning show. It's like, oh, right, you can't have 5 people that are all like the same. You got to have a whole bunch of weirdos that come together.
No.
And together, if they're curious about the world, it's going to work.
Yeah.
And it worked.
Well, you've had an uncanny sixth sense about that, and your ability to be good natured and have a paternal-esque care for the people that were under your control, so to speak. It's meant the world. I mean, it allowed you allowed us to grow in the way that mattered. You were always in there swinging for us. When you made a call that didn't work, you would tell us and say, what can we do? And I mean, I don't possess that skill. To do what you do at the level you do it and have done it, I'd be an abysmal failure because it's something that I think is in your DNA, and it's an amazing thing.
I want to piggyback on that because Jim, and I've worked for several program directors, but Jim, you have a way of encouraging and inspiring people that I've never quite experienced with anybody else. And that's one of the coolest things about you. And I know we didn't always see eye to eye on stuff. Jim and I we'd butt heads from time to time. Jim would always tell me, by the way, he could tell when I was mad at him because I would use his name. I'd be like, no, Jim, I don't think so. And he's like, I know when you're mad at me.
The thing that, I mean, look, we were, I was, 28 or something when I came to DRE. Like, I can't believe they gave me the keys to the radio station at that age.
Yeah.
But now it seems like, I was a baby. We were all babies at that time and learning how to work together. And the other thing I learned from you guys were really hardworking, and you had this like office bullpen, and you would meet every day and powwow with the show. And this was the first real morning show that I'd also been a part of helping, foster. And I quickly learned that any idea of mine, if you guys weren't into it right away, I had to just give it up. And because I would try to be like, no, you should really do this. And you'd be like, and then you do it and it would be terrible. And I was like, all right, lesson learned. They will do what they want to do no matter what I tell them. So
but it takes,
I got to reshape this. Yeah.
It takes a certain person to do that who doesn't in a huff go, God damn it, I'm going to ram it down your throat. You wanted the best product, you wanted the best for the listeners, you wanted, and that's why it worked. So
I also like the attitude that we had. Jim, I want to ask, whose idea was it to take out that full page ad in the city paper?
There were
I remember
different controversial ones. The one with the F-bomb in it, or the one about MMR?
No, the F-bomb one in particular.
Oh yeah. I think that was me. Yeah, well, you know, same thing. Y100 didn't have a big budget, and I think we tweaked the format to include more like active rock. Like we were playing Metallica and heavier bands that we hadn't played earlier.
Yeah.
And so what the ad was like, we effing rock or something.
No, it was F-U, we rock.
Oh, yeah.
Only F was not abbreviated. It was fully spelled out.
Yeah.
I know what it was. We were just getting brushed aside publicly by, for whatever reason. There was an air of that they're just those guys over there doing this thing, and we were like, dude, we're rocking over here, okay?
Yeah.
And it was F-U, we rock, and we got some crap for that.
It's a city paper, though.
You know, hey, and God bless Lynn Bruder, our general manager, who had to walk that into the owner, Dan Lerner, who was not pleased with that ad and walk that thing through. But he was great. I mean, he's the guy that gave us like 6 Volkswagen Beetles to give away and all this stuff. But I do remember an ad we had. I'm going to share this, and it's going to be hopefully funny, at DRE, where DRE MMR had changed their slogan to say, "We've grown up, you've grown up."
That's right.
That was the slogan they were using. And we were at DRE, and we were the young punks, and we were like, that's so stupid. That's a terrible slogan. And the next week we ran in the city pages or city paper an ad that had it was all gray city background with a pink toilet in the middle. And it said, "You've thrown up, we've thrown up."
I love that one.
And then look at you now.
Yeah, here at MMR.
But not using that slogan anymore. Which is good.
He's rocking him behind him. If you're watching on YouTube, or his fiber pills on the.
Yeah, I got him back there. I'm gonna be 58 in a couple of weeks, so
it's all good.
Got to keep things moving.
To be able to be here saying that and looking back at a milestone moment is a gift from God. So
Well, Jim, thank you for giving me a shot, brother. You changed my life. It was 30 years ago that I rolled into town with my stuff, and you know, I've been here ever since, and can't thank you enough. So I really appreciate it, man. I will always love you for that.
Thanks to you guys.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Jim,
and by the way, Jim, program director. Are you a program director? What's your title at XPN?
I'm the acting program director at WXPN. So we've had a longtime program director, Bruce Warren, who's amazing. He's entering what's called phased retirement. He's just a few years older than us. And so I'm the acting program director right now.
All right.
At XPN.
Well, make sure you act properly, sir.
Some would say I've always been acting.
Exactly.
So there you go.
All right, Jim. Thanks for checking in, bud. I'll see you soon, okay?
Yeah, thanks, guys.
All right, take care. Jim McGuinn, guy that created this.
That feel good to do that on a milestone day, right? To touch base with Jim?
Yeah, for sure, man. Yeah. Jim was a guy that I just admired big time before I ever really got to know him. You know, I watched him work across the street, as they say in the business. And I was like, God, I want to work for that guy. I want to work for that guy. I want to work for that guy. And eventually came together.
I had a special moment. Thank you guys for doing that Y100 reunion a few years ago at Camp Out for Hunger. As a fan, somebody who grew up loving Philadelphia radio, like that was extra special for me. And I was just standing next to Jim as he was just looking out in the crowd, and he was just wowed at what the Preston and Steve show has become. And he was a part of that history, but where you guys have taken it from, you know, the start is just wonderful.
Well, you know, Marissa, we talk about when, with Pierre passing and people saying, "Well, sorry for your loss." It was all of our loss. It's all the collective, the camp out, all of this, anything, the achievement that has happened vis-a-vis this show has happened because it was everyone involved. If you've ever been out and supported anything or listened to the show at all, or there was any sort of joy, or we communed on some level, you're a part of it as well. So, you know, I mean, you know, the joy that I feel about thinking about the time here and what all this area has meant to us is just, you can't even measure it.
We always try to have a little piece of music maybe to bring one of our guests on with, and I thought this was apropos. Couldn't stand the weather. Stevie Ray Vaughan. And we do have some weather coming in this weekend. Sunday, I'm going to talk this up a little bit because I love the beginning of this one. And it might be a little intense. We will have to find out for sure. So we wanted to call in a voice of authority, and we happen to have sitting in our studio that voice right here. Please welcome Mr. Nor'easter Nick.
All right.
Good morning. Good morning.
Program. How you doing, Nick?
I'm well. Thank you so much for inviting me in. This is an absolute honor. I've listened to you guys for a long time and very familiar with your show, and you have so much fun.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. And Casey's wife is a huge fan of yours.
I've heard. So shout out to her who goes to the beach and has weather anxiety. I had weather anxiety as a kid growing up, and that's why I wanted to get involved in all of
I
this.
read about that.
Yeah.
That you had a fairly pronounced fear of thunderstorms.
Yes.
And it's almost like the movie Twister, where you were not robbed of a parent by a storm, but it still scared the hell out of you.
I was so afraid of thunderstorms. My grandmother raised me. I would hide under my bed up until 2 weeks ago because I didn't understand why things happened the way they did.
Very early this morning, 7 o'clock hour, we had actor Oaks Fegley in the studio, so we thank him for being here. He is one of the stars of this show, Dark Matter. The second season is on Apple TV Plus starting on August 28th. But he's been in a bunch of stuff. He was the lead in Pete's Dragon. When he's been an actor since he was a kid.
Ton of stuff.
And is from Allentown. And I believe we spoke to him. Do you guys remember that Grandpa movie with De Niro?
Yeah.
We had him on via Zoom.
Did we?
Yeah, because he was from the
great.
he was from the area.
Totally forgot.
And we got him on, and it was really cool to have him back. And now he's 21 years old. He's going to college.
Crazy man.
And
He's worked with Spielberg and Christopher Walken and De Niro and on and on.
Really nice guy, so it was good to have him on. And we also had chatted with Mike and Alex over at Fox 29. And Alex is throwing out the first pitch at the Phillies game tonight.
Yeah.
She's extremely nervous. If you're going to the game, give her some encouragement, give her a little bit of love, all right? And she'll do just fine, I'm sure.
I think so.
Yeah. Matt Cord is here. Hey.
I'm going to the game.
Oh, are you?
Yeah, my wife and I, yeah.
You're going to get there early enough to see Alex throw out
Well,
the
the
first
game
pitch?
starts at 6:05 for some reason. I don't know why.
They did that last week too with the Blue Jays.
Oh. I'd like to see her throw, yeah.
You know, Mike is you're buds with Mike, so yeah.
He'll be there. Yeah, I'm sure they'll have a whole film crew. And,
Yeah.
You know, but yeah, she's nervous. I heard her with you guys.
Yeah.
You know, hey, just throw it over.
That's all you got to do,
That's all you
man.
have to do.
My first pitch was the worst ever. And
What happened to yours?
Well, Brazier said to, throw it high, make sure you throw it high. Don't worry about speed. And right before I threw it, I was in the dugout, and Chase Utley came out to me. He's like, "What are you doing?" It's like, "I'm throwing out the first pitch." He's like, "Dude, man, don't be throw it with all your might.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Throw it hard. You got to look cool." I'm like, who do I listen to? The future Hall of Famer, or the director of Fun and Games? So I listened to Chase.
Yeah.
He set me up. And I whipped it. It went right on the ground, and I got booed. And then I went in the stands, and people were laughing. I went home. I was like,
Oh, man.
It's too much. Yeah.
You got to take a night. You just got to lob it. All you got to do is
when
get it to
Pierre
the plate.
threw out his first pitch, it was a perfect lob right to the catcher.
All right. Let me ask you this question.
What?
What's worse, doing that or doing what John Kincaid did when he rang the bell? Preston, he whiffed on the bell.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah.
Like, how do you miss that giant bell with the hammer?
I know.
One worse was Gargano went to hit the bell, and the hammer flew out of his hands and went underneath the sixer bench.
Are you serious?
Oh, yeah.
Like threw it to
He's like,
the players.
I got to get that. Yeah.
Oh, that's too
But
funny.
Kincaid hit the stand instead of the bell.
Do you know it was a lot of fun banging the drum for the Flyers?
Yeah.
That was.
They don't-
I got to do that. That was pretty cool.
They don't do that anymore, but they
Yeah.
do it at the Union game.
Yeah.
You've done the Union.
I did the Union one. Yeah, that was
That's like
pretty cool.
2 hits, right? Boom, 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 boom.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's hard.
Yeah,
it looks hard.
it's difficult. All those things can be a little bit challenging, especially when everybody's watching.
Yeah.
you.
Well,
That's the
now
whole thing.
when I did the first pitch, no one had a camera on the phone. It's like, it didn't exist, but now everybody's got it.
By the way, I wonder if anybody on YouTube had guessed that you would be wearing a hat that has an anoretic chair on
Yeah.
it today.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'm sure that wasn't a guess.
What is that?
This is from Lake Placid, New York.
Oh. All right.
In brewery. They sell these hats.
I like it, actually.
Adirondack chairs, yeah.
All right.
Thanks, man.
All right, Matt, let's get the letter.
Yes.
All right.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the Preston and Steve Show brought to you today by the letter
S as in sabotage.
Oh, man. Beastie Boys. We are going to give away a pair of Close to the Heart VIP experience tickets to Rush 50-something tour, Sunday, August 23rd, Xfinity Mobile Arena. It's an ultimate upgrade that gives you access to the official Rush Xanadu VIP pre-party. It's a pre-lounge, pre-show lounge. And you can connect with other Rush fans amongst memorabilia from previous tours, along with one VIP exclusive merchandise item and VIP check-in Tickets are on sale now via Ticketmaster. We give that away tomorrow, by the way. All right, Matt, what's cooking today, man?
Well, Frank Beard passed away yesterday, so we're going to do maybe 2 blocks of ZZ Top today. I got a drummer question for you.
Okay.
His kit is massive, right?
Yeah.
And he's got these 2 little things. They look like mufflers in between the 2 bass drums.
I'd have to see them. I'm not sure what that.
It's bizarre.
They're like cowbells, essentially,
No,
right?
no, they're in front of the big circular
The bass drums.
Yeah,
Huh.
they'll pull it up. See those? What are those?
Oh.
That is a very good question.
Looks like 2 kegs of beer.
It does, and they've got they've got valves on them. You can see where you would turn them and close.
Yeah.
I have no idea
Looks
what
really
that
cool.
is.
That's where they store the homogenized milk.
But it's just that's a pretty big drum kit, right? I mean, that's
it's
something you would see like Neil Peart
play, but and Frank is not like a crazy dynamic drummer. I don't think he needed all that stuff, but it does look cool. That is a good question because he's got these pipes leading into this drum in the middle. It has this elongated shell on it.
Yeah.
And curves outward. That's really, I don't know. I'm going to have to dig around and find out what that info is, dude.
I found out, too, this is pretty funny, that he was a chain smoker. So during performances, there was a customized, crafted symbol to put his ashes.
He would use it as his ashtray.
Can you imagine playing the drums and smoking?
No. Well, Bunny Carlos from Cheap Trick, that was his signature. Yeah.
Yeah.
He had a cigarette hanging out his mouth the whole time.
You ever see a smoking trumpet player?
No.
You couldn't do that.
Yeah, you can. You just put the cigarette right into the mouthpiece.
Like, I'm not a smoker, but I always just associate smoking with relaxing.
Yeah.
Right. I remember once seeing this guy sledgehammering like this a worker on the street, and he's had a cigarette. I'm like, dude, like,
how do you
can that-
breathe?
yeah.
How you're not? First, you're short of breath, and now you're adding to it.
Well, Matt, I was telling Preston this off the air yesterday, but when I was at the final rest stop at the Bend to the Shore bike tour, I was resting, and this dude
on a bike
was smoking it. He stopped riding his bike. He sat next to me, and he lit up a cigarette.
That's funny.
That's awesome.
That's good. Anyway.
All right, what's it? Yeah, what's ZZ Top?
ZZ Top, at least 2 blocks, maybe a block of either Metallica or Rod Stewart. And Pierre's Vinyl Cut today, we're sticking with 45s. The Beatles, Get Back.
Oh, wow.
What's on the flip side of it?
I was going to ask you, what's on the flip side? Don't Let Me Down.
Oh, great song.
Yeah. With Billy Preston, it says.
Yeah,
with
Billy
both
Preston.
songs, Billy Preston.
Yeah, he played keyboard on that whole album. Nice.
That'll be fun.
All right, Matt's got some very cool stuff for you, friends. Stick around. I'm going to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show brought to you today by Duncan, and the Preston and Steve Show runs on Duncan. Also brought to you by Franklin Mint Federal Credit Union, empowering financial journeys for families since 1970. Tomorrow, a couple of guests are going to be joining us. In the studio, we have actor-comedian Reese Darby. He will be here. And our buddy Kevin Smith is getting in touch with us. Always a great conversation.
He's
with
the
Kevin.
best.
Doesn't matter what we're talking about. So we'll spend some time with him. Give away some more Burt Kreischer tickets. And tomorrow is kind of like No Sad Bro for us. We're off on Friday. So we give away everything we have tomorrow. Maybe the connoisseur we haven't talked about that yet.
We'll figure it out.
I got stuff ready if we need it. All right, that's it. We're done. Rage on and have a great day in the morning. And we'll see you tomorrow, gang. Bye-bye.